Hola. Teh. Apaan Bandre teh? Kita nobar langsung ya. Ini harusnya gue udah mulai dari 2:30 kurang. Ya karena nungguin laundry nih. Teh udah mau stream. Aman aja. RRQ TS. Nah, hari ini mudik. Nanti malam udah siap-siap packing. Mudik manja kita ya.
We are gonna go to the map and pick shortly, but I think it's worth noting.
Puasa aman.
And we've remarked about this with Gen G. The more reps and games you get in, might be actually.
Balik Pekanbaru, Bandre, betul.
First team secret. Got our coaches here, Warbirds and Ewok. With their IGLs.
I mean, I'm not, at this point, I'm like not even trying to predict what teams are gonna like ban and pick, because like it's so different in this stage versus what it was in kickoff already. So I have no idea what's gonna come through. I mean, you would think maybe like
Sunset di
a
ban.
few weeks also to change things. Okay, so Secret continues to
Icebox nggak sih?
ban Bind,
Oh, Breeze.
RQ ban Sunset, and Breeze will be the first map.
so it should be split, right? Or RQ?
Yeah, I would. If I were them.
They haven't lost on it, yeah. So
they're
seems pretty
they're
solid.
Yeah,
It ain't broke.
fantastic. Yeah.
They weren't split on this decision.
Big split.
Sorry.
You really breezed through that comment, didn't you? Alright, so Lotus, okay.
No Lotus?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Gila pulsar udah di mana-mana ya.
RQ
Pepper Rex,
to
Secret.
leave open for the last one. Yeah,
Ben
they
Asen.
don't like Ascent. Basically,
Last map, Icebox.
Ascent Bind are kind of their least favorite maps, so it makes sense.
I mean, Icebox for Secret here. This I don't know if this is gonna change your predictions, but we will talk about that shortly. So we got Breeze, Split, and Icebox.
I mean, I think it does start to lean a little bit.
Nggak kayak yang di Madrid kemarin ya.
They're a really good Icebox.
Yang bagian veto mapnya langsung cabut, Cok.
Go either way though. RQ's just so strong.
Tinggal ngomong good luck Tibo, langsung cabut.
I don't know for sure, but I like this for Secret.
Berserk emang kuat. Yang pick
Right?
Yes.
You know,
Secret.
Breeze, the
Nggak
split
tahu dong,
especially,
nggak di ban.
I think RQ will have a nice start, especially if they take that
Dia
first
mendingan
step.
lawan Breeze
Might just
kayaknya.
be lights out
Main
2-0,
chamber
but
kali ya.
Again, not really sure what to expect from Team Secret today, hoping that they did some nice practice, some iterations coming into this second match for them.
Now we got to talk about a little bit of predictions. But here's some stats from Breeze before we go deep into predictions. I'll give you guys a couple more seconds to rethink it here. So both of these teams have shown a little bit of Breeze. RQ has played it once and won.
Yeah, this kind of feels like it could go either way. I think both teams are quite good on this map. Assuming you stick with the Yoru, I think that's a little bit more dynamic.
Ini kesukaannya Bang Re nih. Mana Bang Re hilang? Jangan hilang.
Cypher comp that most people run on this map. I think it gives you a little bit of ability to
Dre baru saja
bypass some of that
mengirimkan
Cypher
dukungan
utility and things like that.
300.000.
Make your
Selamat
attacker
liburan
side that
Bang
much
Kaca.
Gelo Bang Re.
What RQ does,
Thank
they
you
get-
Bang Re.
we're already seeing
Makasih ya uang jajan liburannya.
Cat pulls that they
Gelo
can
gelo
beat
lancar terus
so
rezeki Bang Re. Bang Re kita
coming into
kita
this, what
nonton
it's gonna look
tim
like.
kesayangan Bang Re ya, oke? Hari ini kita
Probably the
nonton
toughest, I think, for us here in Pacific.
tim the best ya dari Indonesia.
Across the board.
Walaupun ada Sofa dari Korea. Aman ya Bang Re ya. Jangan marah-marah ya hari ini.
Kind of not.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think that Team Secret, looking at
Nonton
their stats as
Estrella
well,
clutch.
it's obviously a map they're very
Itu
well
loh.
versed in. They should feel very confident and comfortable on this one. So, all things aside,
Oh,
it does feel
Yoru
like
Bani ya? Yoru Bani ya?
on this side of the desk.
Bani main Yoru
but
ya?
I do think that Team Secrets, maybe they come to this first map, have a great performance, especially in the beginning of a split or a stage or a season. It's really important to draft comfort, get into your comfort zone.
Thank you,
and just play a
Bandres.
strong game because
Lancar
the
terus
other teams are
rezekinya.
maybe still, trying to work through some of the kinks.
Ini
and
saha
trying to
anjay?
just get better,
Baru
whereas this
baru
might be,
lihat.
just big time comfort for them.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point. All right, so with predictions, so you guys are remaining with your RRQ picks for
Yes.
today.
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
I'm
not-
gonna
Busuk
go
nih
swap.
Bani Yoru teh kucing.
Last year I was.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, you are
Yeah.
our king of
Lah.
flip-flopping.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lah.
Kilios has been doing some flip-flopping.
Ini orang katanya dia RRQ terus coy.
I also went with RRQ today, but as you can see here, all of our talents were fairly split on this.
Katanya William ini RRQ
no, no.
terus picknya
William,
setiap ada RRQ. Lah ini sekarang
being
beda.
William.
Well,
Again, this is every day.
he's getting called out on
Yeah,
Twitter now.
yeah.
Like,
What do you
he's
do,
been
William?
always being RQ for so long. The fans are very upset.
Yeah. And Achilles didn't vote for Team Secret today,
And
so
that's why
maybe that's a
I
little bit of a
voted.
buff.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little bit of buff for Team
That
Secret,
could be.
right?
Yes.
Achilles knows his power.
Yes, it is definitely all in our hands. As you guys at home know,
We pull the
it's usually
strings.
Yeah, it's all us. Yeah.
the stuff.
Itu cewek Alex ternyata
But
artis
anyway,
sinetron
but
Singapura.
It's hard to say. I think based
Saya
on what we
tahu
saw
gua,
years
iya.
ago with Team Secret and how we
Pokoknya
saw
dia
our
sebelum
last
jadi
even with the losses,
host
very convincing.
ke
With that,
Valorant dia
the only
apa
thing
gitu kayak model
that's
atau
cuter than a tacti
atau
bear
ada
is
pemain film
Ewok.
gitu.
So let's welcome the coach of RRQ here,
I guess
True.
so.
Coach Ewok.
True.
Tacti Bear is pretty cute, though.
Yeah, I mean, Tac
We can
Bear's-
vote on
not
that
as
too.
cute.
Ooh, his
It's
sunglasses
close.
are up.
It's
Welcome,
close.
Coach.
friends.
Hello.
I'll put him here
Hello.
next to you so we can have a side-by-side comparison of an Ewok to a Tactid Bear. Okay, how are you feeling? I heard you guys have been here the entire time since kickoff.
Iya cuy, tadi gue baru lihat dia siaran Singapura. Serius
we
Andre?
tried to make best use of the 5 to 6 weeks that we have, and we decided that we're not going to do a long break. We're going to go straight back into it and see change potentially something,
Okay.
and try to be the best that we can be.
Okay, I have to ask about the last couple of matches, the way RQ's been placed in these groups.
Sedang
Do you
lama dia
think
kayaknya itu.
you
Oh,
were unlucky
kalau di
with
Batam
the
ceritanya
draw,
sama
if
SCP
you
buram,
were with
channel
any other
Singapura
group
10
or faced any other team first,
kilo.
would the outcome have been very different for
Ada
RQ?
di
Well, there's
SCT
something
ya,
I said at the end of
SCTP.
last year, which I'm going to stick to, and I said I'm tired of being unlucky. I felt like we got unlucky a lot of times last year, but I don't want to use that word anymore. So I think we were just not good enough.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. My question is, what do you think was like the biggest thing you had to focus on from kickoff to now to kind of get over that line, to stop having to be that team that has to say, oh, we got unlucky, or, throw that out the window. What was the most important thing as a team you needed to focus on to now get yourself finally to an international event?
I think for us is replicating our comms when we're winning to also when we're losing. Sometimes we would have that little bit of a dip in our communication basically in game when we're just not feeling as comfortable, when things are not going our way. So we put a lot of time into being consistent in terms of what we're bringing. That it's not your mental, it's not your mood that's affecting your communication. That's kind of been the name of the game for us, that we can keep consistent on that.
I was actually curious about, a lot of people are saying that you guys are actually one of the strongest teams, kind of just because of your results against Genji and how well you've performed against some of these really top teams, especially after they went and had a really good run in Masters. So where do you rate your
Nanti
team
bulan
right
Mei
now
ada
in
live
terms
sampai
of
sahur lagi
Pacific
nggak?
and in the world? Like, do you think you're one of those really
Bulan
top tier
Mei.
teams that can challenge
Kan udah Ramadan
the likes
udah
of
kelar.
Genji, maybe get the better of them this time?
Nggak nobar bareng
We
Tante Nap.
finished 7th out of 10 last
Dia
year, and
RRQ
that's where we
eksklusif
are.
nggak
We're
sih?
still there.
Ewok ini makin
Unless
subur ya.
we win our
Makan
games.
mobil terus
And
dekornya.
for now, we haven't done that yet. Yes, we played a strong opponent that ended up doing very well, but to know how we could compare against the other teams is a very difficult task. And of course, Genji learned a lot through their runs. They played how many games after our series, and since then we've only had practice. So for right now, we're really hungry just for match time. We want to improve in the server on the stage.
That's a fantastic point. Any takeaways from the game we saw 2 days ago with Team Secret and DRX that you're willing to share? Look at your expression right now.
Tell us your strategy,
He has a
please.
lot to say.
Yeah.
I think Team Secret deserves the respect from any other team here in Pacific, and that's the respect we'll give to them. But we're gonna play our own game. It seems like they haven't changed as much from kickoff, from what we've seen. Of course, we've only seen two maps from them, and the first one we're not playing, and the second one neither. So it's, for us, we're keen to see if they changed a little bit more on some of the other maps.
That's fair. So I want to ask about, like, how do you deal with, you know, being at home and maybe having that FOMO of, like, you know, you're watching Madrid, you're seeing how well Paper X and Gen G, the two teams you had to play during kickoff, how well they did. How do you, like, handle that as a coach? How do you keep your team
Yang
in
Ezra.
check? Keep them
Ah,
so-
ayo. Gimana?
I absolutely hate it. For me, there is FOMO for sure, and it's really we just want to compete. So for us, the main focus we focus on ourselves. We're not going to draw the comparisons. Oh, Genji beat Sentinels in the first series. We could beat Sentinels. No, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're trying to make sure we're just doing the best in our practice. We just practiced very hard, and now we're just ready to play.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for the very humble take. Always happy to have you with us here, and all the best. Yes. I feel like a lot of coaches are fighting for this tactic.
I'm waiting for somebody to just run off with it. Just
run
take
with it,
off.
Well,
I can't stop you. I got to stay here.
I mean, we like Ewok here, but all the best for your match, and we'll see you down on the stage.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. What a
was
humble
nice.
guy.
Yeah, I know.
We're like, how do you not like
Yeah.
Ewok?
Like, you're so
after
good. You guys are so great. He's like, we're 7th. In my mind, we're starting from the bottom. We got to work to the top. I think definitely
Halo,
the team's
Pau-Pau.
better than he gives them credit, and he's trying to stay humble and modest for now.
Bocil hierarki
I'm
mana
excited for
nih?
this team and for Ewok and for what they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, what he said wasn't true. So I think, you know, that's a very good way to set expectations. Now, before we move forward, we had a little audience survey, a fun little question, because it is springtime here in Korea, and there are cherry blossoms. All the like little petals are flying
it's
everywhere.
gorgeous.
That's why you like Valdez is wearing little.
Yeah, I got
little-
one right here. This is not a cherry blossom, but
and
close enough.
And this was the question: would you go for a date with a stroll through the cherry blossoms with your crush, or
Woi,
you would go
Nakiri
on a date
Pe.
here
welcome to
VCT
membership.
with something from Paper.
Gelo ada Lamka.
What would you guys pick?
Lamka yang habis ini jadi head of marketing Secret Lab. Gelo, congrats ya Lam.
That's like my favorite time of year.
Lamka sih
It's like
GG loh.
what I live for. It's like every time this week, it's like 1 week you get.
Aku
they're
bocil
moving, and I'm
ararku.
just like out. I'm like
Lagi
going
bobo
everywhere I can
siang.
find in the city to see 'em, so.
Yeah, if you follow Paper Thin on social
Siapa anti hierarki?
he's always
Minum
posting
dulu,
about cherry
puasa,
blossoms.
kocak.
He's going out there. Not sure if it's with his crush or
No, it's just kind of
by
alone.
himself, but you know that's fine too. You know the time will come, and that's fine. I like the cherry blossoms as well. I like getting outside. I think personally.
I mean, the way around this is if your crush is something, then you could go through a
You double
stroll
dip.
with something. And yeah, Paper Thin socials. He likes long walks through the cherry blossoms.
I like nature, yeah.
Yeah, he likes nature. He likes.
Dikasih itu
colorful
cok. Bohong
activities.
anjir.
Sign up at
Head of
Paper Thin
marketing
Yeah.
Secret Lab. Gelo.
here. So it is. It's
Pakai sound
genuinely
card.
beautiful every day here in Korea. And I think
Apa,
we're
Rex?
really lucky. Both years, Pacific has kicked off during springtime. But we are here in the stadium where we got some crazy things happening. The first matchup, again, it's going to be Team Secret versus RRQ. We didn't get to talk to Warbirds again. He had a very similar vibe to Ewok coming into this when we talked to him the other day. And, you know, they're confident.
Lama gini
with
bentar
some of the
lagi,
things they've been
sabar.
working on, but at the same time, they realize where they currently
Sesuai
stand,
jadwal
how they've
dia.
been
Halo Indra.
working out, from last year and here. And both of these teams have usually placed neck and neck.
Yeah, and I think listening to both of them, they do a really good job, in my opinion, of identifying some of their problems, some of their weaknesses that they need to work on to kind of get over that next hurdle. You know, we heard from Warbers that it's these slow starts and things like that. Didn't work out, right? They still had a slow start on their first game, so that is what it is. Now for, you know, RRQ and Ewok is those things that seem to really hurt them at the very end of maps when it's really close. Is that going to be able to be fixed in time for today as well? That's the real big question for
Dikasih
me.
cek
What have
gara-gara
these coaches
menang
been able
game
to
pas
identify
acara
to
Jogja.
identify
Gelo.
problems?
Di
How are they
Jogja
gonna be able
Bante
to
kalem
then
Kak.
get their players to address those in game?
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, it's like he was saying, Ewok, he's like, we just want more match time. We want time on stage. We want time to fix those problems. I would imagine that
Pengen
in
beli
his mind as
membership
well. It's
gas,
Team
Hendra,
Secret has a little bit
gelo.
tough going into this one because they just played a best of 3 that went to 3 maps, and they were able to get a lot of nice information potentially on, you know, what the issues were and how to fix that. Take a couple days to practice and get ready. Whereas RRQ is their first match, so they got to show it all here. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, Ewok had mentioned it, and we observed this. Even Gen G has credited their insane kickoff run where they had to play every single day. It probably helped warm up their rookies. Karen looked
Berapa
so
menit
comfortable by
lagi
the time he
sebelum
was in
mulai?
Madrid,
Bentar
and
lagi.
a lot of it's credited to just
Harusnya sesuai jadwal
doing
nih.
that lower
1 menit
back
lagi
run.
nih.
In a way, it was a blessing that they lost that first match against Paper Rex. So we're going to see what happens today. Both of these guys have been working real hard over the last few weeks since Madrid, and I know they're very excited to show what they've got. We are going to go down to the stage really soon. For those of you who haven't seen the Pacific stage yet, like, where have you been? It looks
You're missing out.
amazing.
It's incredible.
It's like the floor rumbles when the spike goes off. Spoiler alert. All right, let's go down to the stage to see the walkouts.
Tuh, walkout nih dulu nih, walkout dulu. Keren ya logo Riot ya. Gini nih.
And welcome. It is now time to go into the action for another day of VCT Pacific 2024. I'm Achilleos here alongside William to bring you guys the action here in this
2024
opening series. Team Secret versus RRQ. The players will get ready to make their way out onto the stage. I'm excited to jump into this one. RQ, they finally get to play against a team that isn't called Gen G.
I know, it's been a long time coming, right? We saw that match record, and also, it's kind of a battle between you and me, right? Everyone talks about the powers you have, but RQ has been...
Nih, William ini nih, biasanya dia dukung RRQ dah. Kenapa prediknya beliau hikrit ya?
They've shown that they can punch above their weight, but not consistently enough. And now that they're matching up against each other early on, I mean, you get that early championship point. Obviously, you get above on that leaderboard as well from each other's groups. Try to set yourself up better for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how RQ is going to be looking into this one, because obviously played against Gen G twice. It was a very rough go of it. They were in a very tough group. Paper X was also there alongside them. Didn't get the place square off against them. So
Yep,
that was a bit of a struggle. But now they get to come out here. But at the same time, Team Secret, this
Team
squad, a squad that,
Secret.
as the coach, as the analyst was just talking about, has historically
Team
had some slower starts. They
Secret.
got that opening series now out of the way. It was a loss.
RRQ. Tuh, ini berenam nih siapa yang main.
Can RRQ come out swinging?
Masuknya berenam, coy. Yang main tahu siapa.
Team Secret had a bit of this issue at kickoff as well, where they looked absolutely lost, right? There's no way to skirt around that. They looked lost in that first match against Talent, and then they came
Gelo, serem.
time afterwards. Really got used to the stage. Of course, they also have a rookie on their roster.
Serem,
NDG,
coy.
Now coming to a new stage. He's got
Estrella.
that first match jitters out of the way potentially on the side of RQ. Now, none
Bani
of them
nggak main
pure
itu main,
rookies,
kocak.
right? All of them have had some
Yang
form
nggak main
of
tuh
experience
GE.
here or there. But again, I mean, it's that first match of the season. It's the first match in this meta with maybe some new things that you've prepared. And can you just make sure? Because my eyes actually are on Elmi more, right? He's another player who started to have these slow starts towards the later half of 2023. Even at
Endok
kickoff, you just
Invi,
can't have that when you're trying
Uncle,
to get these every so
Jeremy Teti, sama Borax.
Known quantities here for the most part on the side of Team Secret. Like you said, NDG shaking off that first match. Can he come in and have a stronger performance? Time will tell as the coaches make their way out onto the stage.
Anjay.
Get ready for the fist bumps and get ready.
Warbird mau bulking dia bentar lagi. Anjir. Kira mau dicipika-cipiki kah?
As now players can go into their huddles and get ready to take their seats. We know where we're headed. Breeze to come through.
Toge lumayan lah.
Versus Genji.
Tapi kalau dia role kan smoker ya. Gila tato ular sawah kayak itu coy.
To cook things up a little bit longer in the oven as they were waiting for
Oh,
Masters
udah,
to
Bora.
pass them by. Have they brought anything new? How did
Woi,
they
Bang
look?
Re.
I mean, quite frankly, I think Breeze is this type of map that
Kacau
kind of
lu,
suits
Bang Re.
Secret well, right? You kind of hang back, you
Sure.
get the info, and you can go for these retakes, etc., etc. Whereas RQ, they always like to try to put a little bit of that extra spin on any map they go to. Obviously, they're one of the teams that did bring out the Yoru at kickoff. We'll see if it happens again here today.
Breeze. You know, one of those maps that we go into, we fully anticipate that just
Si Adel jadi TI. TI?
feels the most at home.
Yes.
So expecting to see
Nobar sendiri ya.
critical util coming.
Ayo, mau tebak-tebakan Pak. Pilih dulu tebak-tebakannya sebelum ditutup masuk map ya. Gelo dapet.
Not only are you just playing for position, playing for your pride for your fans, but you're also playing for those ever important championship
Iwan.
points to try to get qualified for champs.
Jadi BA T1.
Look at the compositions. No
Nggak tahu.
shots from the side of Team Secret whatsoever, but for RQ,
Gelo Bani.
surprising, but
Lihat, tukeran.
what that is actually
Lihat tukeran tuh.
shocking for
Ujung-ujungnya Hagai main Sova, Estrella Viper,
which is now in the
XV
hands of
si
Elmore,
David
who
main
also
Sentinel.
is playing
Ah,
the
7i aja mending ya.
I mean, it's not musical chairs with the roster, but it is
Kocak
musical chairs
beliau.
with the agents here, which these are definitely not the common picks. I mean, Estrella, sure, he's flexed around so often throughout his career.
Tipe
That's
bro,
probably
sorry.
the
Aman.
of this. But
Yeah.
that's very curious because the reason I had my eyes on Elmi more is that he's always been that sturdy lurk for RQ. But if he has a slow start, that really
Puasa
big
kocak
part of
minum.
their plan, of their playstyle. Now he's going to be core to
Jadi bilang,
portion of the team.
inisiator
And
tuh
Square
yang
also
harus
has some of those clutch genes. It's
ngomong
gonna have to open up the other
komsnya
side of
lebih
the map
bagus
for
tau gak
RQ.
lu? Waktu itu kayaknya keganggu karena bahasa
bahasa
kayaknya.
Will they pay off? Will it result in a victory? We are about to find out as we go ahead and jump into game number 1. Breeze, the battleground between these
Kalau
two
Bani
squads.
clutch
We
kita
jump
joget
into Team
telur-telur
Secret
lagi nggak
versus
bang?
RQ.
Anjir. Ayo, tutup ya. Udah mulai ya.
The second
Ya pasang ya
in his
udah lah ya.
entire career that Xferro
Oh,
has ever
bocil
picked up
lagi
the
banyak,
Cypher
cuy.
in an official match. So it's a little bit of experimenting for sure, but I'm curious if that helps him maybe gain a little bit more confidence off the get-go. Lets him become a
Aman
little
ya,
bit
fokus ya.
That will do huge things for them, which of
Udah
course,
100%.
Breeze, if you have a Cypher that can really
Bisa
take
dia
the
bahasa
other side
Inggris.
on their own, that
Nggak,
is
maksudnya
miles ahead of the other team.
harus koms yang detail gitu loh.
I'm a little bit
Yeah,
more
that's the
curious
one. Yeah, I'm
about.
also trying to check that as well.
You got setups there on the Cypher, but Elmi Moore, I'm curious to see how many lineups he knows. Especially here on Breeze, because you got some pretty huge ones, you know, cross map, recon.
Oh, David dikasih Cypher.
Secret.
Kalian aja tuh.
Defensive start.
Au. Ya. Wah, untung nggak mati.
Not going to be found. Wire for now holding NDG at bay over at elbow. Him also set up as the plant's going to be coming in for RQ very swiftly.
Yeah, but there's a far further lurk right now.
Agak jadi planter manja kan?
Does have his eyes set on it, but it's two people. So they have to start to make a choice if they want to maybe push out of the site on another side.
Nah, di bokong nih.
Gives up window with flip shatter, able to find an opening pick. It's Jesse
Info, belakang.
Untung
Untung dapat satu.
It's going to be good for one before Jeremy's able to take him down. Now
Wah, Hagai dengan pantekan tipis manjanya, coy.
So opening pistol round goes the way of
Jangan
RQ.
lupa nge-vape. Nggak bisa kocak. Lawannya Pina jadi nggak boleh sampai kalah. Pride banget nih. Itu loh.
So far already stuck behind the wall, Estrella decides I'm just gonna take one with me. And the real surprising part is we got so used to Elmimore playing the Cypher that we kind of forgot that he's played a lot of Sova as well. So I mean, it's just a matter of trying to get back into the grind, which I'm sure he's been doing as they were waiting for VCT Pacific to return.
Lancar. Rivalitas sampai di semua game ya sama Pina ya, makanya.
Of course, Estrella now kind of playing those
Cici yang kemarin kemana bang? Bisa nggak tahu.
Empty stack over here towards the A site. Looks like Jesse just going to be cutting it back across over into Nest. Taking a peek out in the mid. See if he spots
Lagi
anything.
pergi kayaknya, ada
Push
urusan.
once again all the way through halls. Set up right around the corner. It's just going to be classics in hand. So I mean, if they get close quarter combat, those right clicks certainly could deliver some results for them. As Borkum going to get tagged, and he should have been spotted once again there, right at the back end of that drone. Baron out.
Ya.
Yeah, they're gonna have to start backing out once again. Once again, RQ in a bit of a bind, right? They do have to fight one side or another.
Woi. Ya ampun. Jangan sampai kena ikut dah. Jangan aneh dah. Oke, Bani bos. Pakai vandal manja bos. Buh. Wih. Buh.
Finds himself a third, looks for the fourth, no.
Ban.
Take him down, so fairly costly in the
La.
end. Vandal can be scooped back up here.
David sibuk pasang kamera.
Into the next round, but
Ini lagi nanti ketemu PRX nggak bang kalau sama-sama aman?
Yeah, I mean that type of
Harusnya ketemu semua ada nggak sih?
Breeze kinda more or less secures this next
Iya,
round.
ini live terakhir.
Now because they did still save one person's creds, they're gonna try to buy up a
Abis nobar ini gue harus packing dulu. Kalau misalnya packingnya cepat, gue bisa live lagi lah sampai jam 3-an subuh.
On your choice here, yeah, just calling for the gun down as well, and it looks like the energy there for RQ. They've been waiting for this moment to return.
This is what I was going to say, though. You could go for a bit of a softer buy with that judge because Flips does have the ult available, so does have that now in play. Able to pass that
What?
across, so.
Welcome Hendra Hermawan, gelo udah close sudah. Balik ke Pekanbaru gua. Balik gua flightnya jam 6 pagi. Jadi harus ke bandara dari jam 4. Sudah beli bang cowok, mantap Hendra. GG, lancar terus rezekinya Hendra. Itu atas. Ini beliau nih. Ban! Ban, buta sendiri ban. Yang bener aja. Rugi dong. Masa nge-flash sendiri, buta sendiri. Untung teman-temannya gokil. Magang nih flashnya. TKU di mana ya? Di kotanya.
RQ seems much more fluid as a team, right? My eyes were on Xfero. He already had full elbow control by the time they had set up for the execute. Then the Euro goes in. So as the Euro pings people out for the main forces to enter through main, if they need it, Xfero was ready to pounce for a pinch. If not, he can always stay on the lurk. So overall, a very good bonus. And we talked about how it might be difficult. Well, they make the correct choices with that ultimate, and now it's a 3-0 lead for RQ.
Gokil gondrong dekil.
Inversion. They go into the anti-eco, they drop 3 guns there, and then they go into the bonus, and they do manage to convert it, but incredibly cleanly.
Yes.
Not something that you see all the time, and I mean, so is that. A smile there on the face of Jemkin.
Jemkin's voice and expression on his face? That's incredible.
Maybe they've been whittling away the stoicism during the Madrid downtime. Now, see, very weak purchases, just that one.
Hey, woi, bercanda terus.
Marshall in the hands of Borkum.
Teman lu udah cross, smoke-nya telat. Jalan Rio, wah dekat itu. Mungkin habis dicukur orang Korea cuy, gokil emang jadi orang Korea dia.
Not quite ready for it, but Indy with the counter swing does manage to trade that back, so it's going to be Estrella on the floor. Weapon not really recoverable for anybody
Malah,
else.
Bani udah di sini nih.
Be able to try to find it.
Hasn't heard the drop.
Gelo.
That's going to be the free sight. Now that does mean they have to let go of
Udah
that
ke aja.
drop near elbow, but it looks like Team Secret, they don't have the leisure to go all the way around to pick that weapon up just yet.
No, they do not. Now from here, let's see if they can do any real additional damage, but flash out by it.
Bani coy.
Gets the spot there on the
Gelo.
Oh my god, the headshot is
Bani duelist is back ah.
8-3 now on that Yaru. Flips having a hell of a start to this map.
I mean,
Flips MDG now all on his lonesome to see if he can do any additional damage, but he cannot.
Flip seemingly gaining a lot of inspiration from the, finalist IGLs of Madrid, John QT and Munchkin, the fragging IGLs of Masters, because Flips is doing a lot
John
of work.
QT and Munchkin kata dia.
Think about it, the Euro
Bani juga IGL ngefrag, santai aja.
his own personal stat line wasn't exactly spectacular, but you can tell so often, no matter which agent he's playing, Flips wants to get into the thick of things to help lead the team as the IGL, to create space on his own, to make the calls, and Euro's perfect for that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just put it this way. He's 2 kills away from tying his record in a 13-10 Breeze map versus Gen. It was, well, I'm just saying, it was a rough go. They were able to still get that win, but right now he is just absolutely dominant. That quick from Jeremy, not going to be coming through. Ping not going to find him there. As the dash forward out over onto site.
Ya, ini ketahuan.
Jeremy able to find Gem, get around the back, and
Ya,
goes
rata.
down 3. Straight eliminated. Now Elmi more on his lonesome. As his tries to
Temponya
swing
langsung
out the site.
digas.
Will be able to take him out for his second elimination, and Secret get themselves their first round win.
Pas AWP ada di situ harusnya
the call there was they spotted the operator,
harusnya
right? They were
cabut
able to
sih.
push them back into the back of sight, and then you're trying to clear the other side with the Hunter's Fury and get in. But first of all, you get stopped with a poison cloud, and then a little bit of indecision.
Serem
Again,
melawan
bottlenecked
AWP.
right on the entrance.
Cari
That
nanti
might
nggak
be
usah
the round
balik
just to
dah.
give a little bit of
Gak ada
extra
yang live
breathing room
sahur.
for
Ya,
members
nggak
of Secret
bisa.
to get a little comfy.
Tiny bit of gun barrel sticking out through the Viper wall. What gives Flips game up. Nice to notice there from NDG. He gets that punish and very much shuts that down. They get confused.
Suara
Drawn
dong.
in by the chaos of everything that was going to be coming through main. Flips could have done an immense amount of damage, so very good awareness to spot that out.
1 point away from Estrella's Viper's pit, so if they're able to get onto the site, if they could have a way to get the pit,
Suara.
of course the operator is going to be very tough for the retake.
Ah, itu loh.
There we go. Just quick clear. That mimic. Flip's just going to stay tucked into the corner.
Look at NDG. He's already cleared everything. He's gone past the tripwire as well.
He is fast rotating. Is trying to hold the line here. Does get Flips. Envy going to be traded out. Swing off the corner. It's just too many players stacked up. Unable to find the
Penting dapat
elimination
set
there.
ada
Just get taken
ulti.
down. Man advantage now here in the hands of RQ as that pit gets invested as well. And now Jeremy gone. Into the pit.
Gila Hagai.
I think, yeah, NDG.
Oh,
You
man.
just arrived.
Ndok bokong, ndok.
Hightail it out.
Iya, ya Allah.
Dropped. Tuck around the corner.
Ndok kena bunuh Estrella mati sama Ndok.
High low on the back of sight as well. Gets spotted. He goes down, and that's unfortunate because again, NDG a very fast flank.
Mas, ulti di mana, orangnya di mana, Mas? Orangnya. Dimas bener nih.
RQ is picking up the pace a lot faster than Secret is expecting.
Yeah, the rest of the team not able to really stand their ground over on the site long enough for MDG to actually get into that position where he can take advantage of all the attention that's being paid to the site itself. So that's going to be a timeout called now from the Team Secret camp.
Bro,
Certainly want
I'm
to
too good,
intervene
bro,
here
kata
as they
Hagai.
find themselves in a 4-round deficit.
Yeah, and something they're going to
Time out dulu, time out manja.
Trying to decide because Team Secret, they've always been known to kind of play this. All right, we'll go for the typical 2-1-2 defaults. We'll get the info. We've got some lineups to lay.
Gelo. Ini loh.
That starts to fall apart if the opponents just push up the tempo, 1-2 beats ahead of you.
Ngap cogil dari Korea.
You're now down in numbers. The flank doesn't work out. Things like that. And if you're going to go for things like the flank, maybe you just kind of give up more of the site, right? Just make sure you're only holding on to yellow.
Nggak boleh, Rian.
Things like that. Just hold on to halls. And then make sure everyone's at their starting line of scrimmage before you start the retake. And those are the decisions that Secret's going to have to start making in these remaining rounds.
Cogilnya Korea aja.
Shields coming through here for Team Secret. Knives about to be popped by Jeremy. To see what kind of impact he can have. And it's Borkum for now situated over on A. Looks like it's maybe not. Not gonna. It shouldn't be the call. Invest the pit here with a heavy stack.
Yeah, but it looks like they want to go for a push out, and Xfero kind of expecting the halls push out with the cam as well. He's going to hear all the noise.
Flash
Fairly
and push
well
out. Creep up from Xfero. Himself tucked into the corner. Trapwire and cam set up to see if anybody does go on a very deep push all the way through. As it's just going to be, swing in from Flipshider, looking for the punish on the NDG. It does whittle him down to 36 HP. Now Envy eliminates.
Gelo, mati, kena caidak.
Ping reveal, spots him, and oh my god! What a crisp shot, Jeremy shut down.
Mampus di delete. Boh.
Swing out immediately, just nothing else to be
Wah, hampir.
Jesse Bash will be able to get his first kill on board, shutting down the Cypher.
Di delete.
There's so much work to be done.
Hilang tuh ya Jeremy.
Forward is DG does get the punish on the one. Jesse
Wow. Woi. Kok sisa satu orang ini manis? Wah, kacau. Coy, apa yang terjadi? Coy, dapat udah kill 3 anjir.
I mean, around that, on paper,
Ah,
RQ should
throwing
never
manja
have
kah?
lost. I mean, let alone the triple kill, but the
Bosoy.
initial calls and then the Cypher ultimate as well. Xfero just absolutely controls the entire map for his team. But they don't expect, I mean, what
Ya
a wrist swing over
ampun.
to the back of Pyramids. And Jesse Vash, he was so quick that entire round, right? The backup was quick to B, and then he's right there on A before they can get the spike into it.
Really big potential momentum swing here for the side of Team Secret. We'll find the win off the back of the timeout call. Now NV just looking to slow things up over in mid. There's been a good amount of pressure being applied here by RQ across just about every single round. He's thrown over the top, checking if there's any forward presence around this elbow position, but won't go deep enough to actually swing into B.
David jadi teh kotak.
RQ put some pressure on mid, right, just to make sure that they can keep control of it, and that
Udah
Team Secret
gigil
have
loh.
to invest a lot more to retain
Nih Borak
control.
mainnya di
During
backside
all
terus
of that,
deh.
they've already kept control of A main with the Euro.
Teh
They've
botol.
dug all the way deep into elbow once again with Xfero. Still a minute on the clock, so there's some options to go for rotates should they need it after this dimensional drift.
Drift out, leading the way.
Di
Hunter's Fury
ulti.
coming across here from Jesse Bash, looking to see if he can try to
Ban.
Two players going to be spotted. Borkum, however, able to shut down Chemkin on the entry, and that Hunter's Fury will be rewarded with a kill. Onto Xfero, swing out.
Ya, ada yang kena ulti. Nice banget swingnya.
But now Borkum dead. The site is broken open a
Ya
bit.
Allah.
Shock darts
Sok
landing
dat.
here at Elmimore's feet.
Ah.
27 HP. Does get pulled off that plant for a brief little moment. Taps it again. Now we'll go in for the full committal on this.
Recon berapa detik tuh?
More very much stranded on the site now. The reveal. Just go ahead and spot out where this Viper is. No deep rotations. Flanks coming through. One on site.
Dia smoke Emen, gas side, ya kan?
That's a good start. Triple face, they ready to come through. They all
Wow,
Estrella able to find two. Sends out the snake bite to try and delay. Jesse back.
gelo, Cogil Korea menang nih. Go.
As Estrella holds
Ini loh role yang cocok buat dia, Cok. Jangan main sowa.
Secret from chaining two rounds together, they get themselves in a firmer lead once again, out in front by 4. What a clutch!
I mean, screenshot that moments before disaster for sure. Everyone was thinking it when you were watching it. You saw the silhouettes. You thought surely not all three lining up together, but two are perfect for it. One's all the way back, not there for the trade. And I mean, just incredible plays back to trade rounds.
I just reverse engineer
Estrella
Jeremy's
tuh,
cloud
Cok.
burst. You see
Enggak,
how
biar
as they're getting ready to
RRQ-nya
swing
juga
over, I just put my crosshair
menang,
right there,
Cok.
and then they all just happen to swing right in front of it. Fortunate for Secret.
Ya, Bani
Bit of an
kecolong.
unfortunate start. Vash out from the tunnel, able to find Flipshiner.
Oh, this is a good adjustment from Team Secret, though. Recognizing the fact that they've been losing way too much mid control, that gives RQ all the time.
Boh.
But they get a little greedy
Itulah.
on that, trying to push out, knowing that there was contact in mid. So I don't mind it. It's a very logical conclusion to make, but losing that fight costs you a lot.
Aduh, timing.
1 for 1 for now as NDG on the push. A spot almost does get the tag. One more shot there into Xfero.
Ambil
Would have been
orb,
able to take
sabar.
down Cypher.
Alti.
Neural Theft back online. Instant investment.
Op,
Spots
Gobi.
them out, one mid, one home.
Smoking, wallap.
Towards the middle spot,
Bah.
Jeremy already going to be taken down. Push forward. That's going to be the plant coming in as Jesse Bash, work cut out for him now, is able to recover the Vandal. Looks like the call likely is just going to be the back away and save this one, give it to the cash. Not the best. Envy, though, still in a very committed position. He will be taken out of it as Xfero finds that elimination. Headshot from Bash, try to deal any kind of damage, but
Boh.
Coffers
Gelo.
built up. It's another nice triple kill coming
Uncle.
through here from the IGL, but doesn't get them any closer to a round win this time.
I mean, Jesse Vash definitely firing on all cylinders to try
Infi
to
gimana
keep
nih,
Secret in
Infi?
the game, but it's a rough going so far in the first half. And, you know, these veterans on the side of RQ, flips for the first couple rounds, Xfero some crucial rounds as well. I mean, everyone playing, you know, up to their peak potential, quite frankly. But I think a lot of the kind of controlling space, map opening up sites, things like that, the Euro and the Cypher are doing a lot of work for RQ.
I think shockingly for Team Secret, it's been pretty big absence so far from Envy. Just the one kill found. Somebody who's been very much delivering, you know, even in the opening series from Team Secret and the maps where they weren't really finding themselves with too many advantages, too many bright spots to talk about. Envy was that bright spot for them.
So they decide this time, since they're going to invest the pit as well, just give up mid entirely.
Suara maga
but
itu
make
ke
sure
Adik
that
aja kok mirip
RQ has to
sekilas.
go deep into the site, right? Same
Enggak,
thing
enggak,
with
enggak.
B. They're just both hiding
Dia
close.
dulu bareng
If it
aja
comes to
di
the
tim.
tunnel, they've got the cam.
Habis itu sempat nge-split.
Decent to hold the line there. Shots just inches away from finding contact there against Bork.
NDG siapa tuh anjir, baru dengar. Dulu dia di Naos. Baru itu ganti dubstep.
Strider looking to fake their way out onto the site now, pushing in alongside. Has a TP set up on back pyramid. As for now, I mean, Jeremy and NDG are still very much situated over on this B site. Rotation's going to have to come through. Just now starting, even though the plane is already in. Estrella, though, just outside of cannons here in mid. Pushing forward. Does he hear the rotations?
Estrella!
Not quite yet.
Dijepit nih Estrella nih.
Wah.
Wah.
Jeremy, okay. A little bit snappy with it. He's able to find the headshot. Takes him down. That deep lurk now. Gone. Oh, recon. Checking. Does get the spot.
Wah, anjir.
Dropping down. With that judge able to
Woi,
find it, but
jadi 2 lawan 1.
finds Elmi more than leaves Flip Shredder all on his lonesome.
No util.
Wah.
Doesn't interrupt the defuse, but there's still plenty of time remaining, so Team Secret will be able to get a third round. Chance.
Ente dah.
This back, make it a 7-5 half.
Jemkin orang
Yeah,
Rusia.
if they can get to a 7-5, it'd be great stabilization. And
Привет.
considering the map of Breeze,
Спасибо.
chance to press the issue on
Yeah.
attack. But I love the adjustments on this round, right? Trying to go for the aggressive contact didn't work. You also don't have exactly all full buys. You have that judge for Jesse Vash. So you just say, let's use the pit. Let's hold far back in the sites, because that means RQ is going to have to start to take contact.
NDG endok telur bani flip jeder. Iya, bareng dia.
And they're able to make sure they get those early kills.
Funny, still a little bit wonky, but no outlaws in play. Flash in, looking for the push
Gila.
forward. Borkum in.
Gila Borkum.
Still got Jemkin.
Woi, Borak.
Figured it out.
Borak gak ada akhlaknya anjir.
Finds that kill, but Hunter's Fury from Jesse Bash again delivering that elimination. But
Lari-lari headshot. Buta lagi.
all the way back over towards Bridge. Gets that kill. Now Jeremy. One side of the pyramids here is Xfero.
Yeah.
Against NDG, but NDG happily takes it. Envy now trying to get the catch there onto Elmi more. but he
Gede gak lu
decides to
digituin
back
Hagai?
away from the fight. Gets the spike planted. So we now go into the 2v2. 2v2.
Guy.
And gets the finisher, but Envy down low. TP across.
Wah, hampir.
The headshot cannot. Flips. Get them across the line.
Nas.
For the yard.
Ada.
RRQ.
3 orang. Orang Indonya 3 orang.
8-4 maybe, but I think they're going to be hungry for a 9-3.
And with those ultimates,
Jemkin belum menyala aja nih.
even the blade storm giving a little bit more extra mobility if they need it on the execute, things like that. And of course, if Xfero is able to get another pick off on another part of the map, the Neuro thefts will be huge.
Itu dia ler.
The Hunter's Fury as well. And you know,
Telar jadi mokcur gini.
you've got everything.
Jadi
Now, no
mokcur
command. The
dia.
timing of that on Envy is going to be very important, but the weaponry just lacking for Team Secret.
Langsung shock that.
Not going to be able to find that trap wire. Still set up, but Hunter's Fury now open here from Elmi Moore. NDG going to be
Buset, rusuh.
quickly.
Uncle mau kemana, Uncle?
He'll be eliminated. Xfero
I know exactly where you are. Itu loh.
taken down by Estrella, who wants
93 kurs memento kah?
so much work to be done here. Just Envy and Borkum alive. The weaponry weak versus multiple plays. That needs to be a headshot. That needs to be an elimination. Pop flash coming through. Gets
Ya
the
Allah,
ding, gets the kill.
sedih banget.
But Borkum dead at the same time. Leaves Envy all by himself. Hold at the ready.
Only 11.
Up and recovered, but they know exactly where he is. They hear it. He finds one. Can't quite line up the
Wah,
second.
ini langsung di
Elmi Moore will
headshot.
get the last shot across. And that's going to be 9-3. Locked in on the half for RRQ.
93 guys. Apakah keras masih ada 93?
They were able to execute it to fruition. Team Secret, I think the biggest thing is perhaps not expecting as much mobility, as much proactiveness, as much aggression from RRQ. Like even when they got contact in the site, they just didn't let go. Because those are the moments actually, if you think back, where Envy used to shine, right? He would never let go of the site. If someone presses it, he's there to fight 1v2, 1v3. He's still re-peeking. And RRQ this time ready for the trades. Also the lurks, a lot earlier, a lot more fluid. And Secret just not quite aware of that. I mean, they started to get a hang of it right around, round 6 and 7, halfway through.
Full artisan ya, gila. Rata-rata mousepad artisan sih.
Of RRQ. We'll see if Team Secret can flip it though with the pistol in the second half.
Gila orang Indo nih.
Yeah, this has just been pretty brutal. I mean, we've seen runbacks, you know, from positions like this in the past.
Lawan Secret.
Not being able to get any consecutive round wins for Secret. All of these rounds have been so far separated. They need to start things off with a pistol. Otherwise, I mean,
Please buy Secret bundle.
Side of RQ. You feel like it would just be done and dusted from there. So we'll see if they get it done as they do move over onto the attacking.
Banre. Marah-marah.
Just goes mostly across the board here on both sides, of course.
Dili jauh ya sama
Long
Jepang.
distances of breeze. And Team Secret looks like they really just want to try to get the information first from the get-go, even on the pistol. Not going for a bit of a Hail Mary, not going for anything straight out of the playbook.
Jepang nggak seru coy.
Decent little spread. Looks like maybe Jim can
Line up manja kah, Ban?
Does have that ghost in hand. It looks like he'll want to challenge all the way down halls potentially. He's watching, see if there's going to be any kind of forward pressure. Smash does have a drone. For now, just doing the rope peek. We'll just back away from that.
Yeah, no drone on the side of Homimore, so he is going to have to just keep his eyes on mid from Nest the whole time through until they get other information. And if they do want to empty it, they're going to have to make sure that they're careful about how they move around the map.
Jangan main slow terus.
So
Secret
Jemkin trying to make sure that he continues to
ngambil
keep control
kontrol.
as well. So far, I mean,
Dia
RRQ,
dulu slow,
they
mau mid
feel
ke A
confident,
nih,
right? They
mid
haven't
ke
seen
A
any
ini
crosses
pasti.
that indicate where the attack's gonna come
Gangguin
through.
checkmate-nya dulu.
You see that poison cloud activating again, that gives you a bit of a signal.
Mid ke A nih abis ini nih.
Expecting the pinch.
Wall.
Now coming through.
Wall
Fine
miring.
descent just to try to slow up anybody. Doesn't
Ah.
get caught. Jeremy able to
Benar
find
kan?
that kill. Door now opened up. Recon will hold him at bay.
Untung ada Bani.
Moment as Flipshot is able to
Oh,
find
balik
one
dia ke
engagement.
base
It's
sekarang.
Team Secret gonna be outside of B, and that is gonna be everybody making
Ndoknya
a
padahal
call.
mati loh
Rotate
ndoknya.
over. Orb gonna be taken here. Sparrow.
Woi, rame.
All just gonna be pushing in through tunnel. Just has to back away, give up the sight. So plant.
Wah,
can't come
CT-nya
in.
diambil.
Secret, bit
Wah.
more take, much more aggressive
Waduh,
and keep
threat-nya.
position on the backside of the site. It does reward them with 2 kills.
Aduh ini bahaya sih
I
Borak
love
nih.
that they're regrouping towards back of side as well. Right now it's back to a 2v2, but you expect the rest of RRQ to be split 1-1.
Borak dapat posisi nih, Borak.
Might have caught sight of Flips as well.
Kan?
And now it's a 2v1. Great adjustments from Secret. What looked like it might be a rough round, they're able to turn things around. Decision making from Jeremy
Bau-bau
towards the defender spawn.
kurs anjir.
Tap onto it. Spots them both. Will get taken down. Pistol round goes the way of
Sumpah,
Team Secret. That's the
bobo
first step of
kurs.
many to try to right the ship and get themselves back on track here in this map. Solid start for them. See though.
Bani nggak clutch sih anjing lah.
Moving forward here into the anti-eco because we have seen some wonkiness so far.
Yes.
Pacific.
Yeah,
As far as
there's
people
definitely...
struggling to close out those second round wins.
I mean, maybe that's going to be the continuing trend. It seems like it builds up more and more. But that round, as soon as the execute started happening, a lot of good stuff from both sides. A great counter recon from the side of RQ. But once they were down in numbers, Jeremy pushing out through the double arches to make sure that they create space to dwindle the numbers. Again, great decision making as well. Now
Heard
the
the
outlaw.
cam.
Yep, the cam just out in the middle as well.
Spots out multiple.
Bom.
Swings back in. Looking to try to put that guardian to use. Against a couple clashes.
Bani bukan kesel karena nggak bisa mudik, Bandre. Emang dia senang nggak mudik.
Just go ahead and peel away. Gate crash now expiring though.
Orang dia ada kesempatan balik ke Indo aja dia nggak balik.
Or just really trying to stick to their guts because they had to kind of give up that A main control. And oftentimes when you show a stack on an eco, you kind of expect the other team to rotate around, but they immediately just hold default. They hear nothing and they're regrouping.
Aku suka Korea, aku suka Korea kata dia.
For RQ to move away from the site.
Tersayang.
Jemkin does get caught on that push down halls. Ball now set up.
Iya Indo ini Bang Farid.
Going for it, Rando does manage to find a kill. Envy going to be taken down. A bit unlucky there for him, but still 4v4, the weapon advantage.
Lah.
There you go. Pop flash in.
Lah.
Sparrow unable to find the kill. Just
Nggak apa-apa. Mati satu aman.
He will claim 3. Team Secret will be able to close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, the great timing from Borkum there with the toxic screen. Kind of lowers it to make sure they have members ready for antis. They have members already peeking past the screen as well. Because the thing is they cleared the back of pyramids, right? And they're like, well, nobody's here, but they were here, so surely they've rotated around some other part of the map. Good reads from Team Secret on that anti, and they're able to carry over quite a few good weapons into the next round as well.
as I believe everybody right now from RQ is coming into this with half armor. And that outlaw is still in play. Jeremy has that in his hands right now.
Kayak plastik.
Back pillar.
Tolol.
He swings out. He could very well be a dead man.
I mean,
Jangan
it's
kena
tough
bonus
at
dah
these
nih,
real
jangan
games.
sampai
Since
kena
you
bonus
just,
dah.
You know, are some of those buys really worth it in terms of utility, sheriffs?
Apakah ini dicumbak manja, guys?
And right now, because of that outlaw RQ, they're gonna have to wait for some of these trap plays.
Ambil trapnya.
What a
Ya.
It's Jesse Bash.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's also one of those things where it's like there was probably a simpler way to do it, but that one just looks a lot cooler as
Ambil
well. and a lot
trapnya tadi
safer,
enak
so-
tuh, sumpah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing,
Across the map.
yeah, but we will talk about that though, because usually you'd expect that trip to be
Guy?
clear and
Nggak
close.
kecek.
So you're not expecting them to be this ready so fast on the A side.
Yeah, Melmy Moore's drone is not an ambi-turn. It doesn't look
Ya,
right.
guys.
Now with a push coming through double doors.
Guys.
He ends up getting flushed out.
Ada
So now
endok
RQ
lagi. Aduh, si
rotating
endok
everybody
bokong
across
terus anjir si
huge
endok.
backstab
Dapat
position.
satu.
Working his way up through nest flips, watching this for the moment. NDG trying to take his time. There's the push
Oh,
out.
mampus lu endok,
Bit of
ketahuan
damage
lu
here.
ya.
Sends out so much there on the flip. So 89.
Aduh, bahaya nih, guys.
I mean,
They
he's
get
done
ready to
his
go for
job.
this, but they have to constantly be looking behind them. They know that Cypher is still going to be in that position. First shot on the outlaw. Not
Oh,
finding it.
mampus
Up over
lu.
the top, Jemkin getting the jump.
Wah, endok dapat dua, maju lagi endok.
I mean, they just
Wah,
assumed that it would
bikin-
take them a lot longer, and on top of that,
Ah,
the way
bikin
they
rusak
lined up
nih.
next to each other, kind of perfect for the Bulldog, which
Jadi
is really hard to
saving kan
control.
gara-gara si endok.
And with that, I mean, that's just going to have to be the call to save now. Here from RQ, so it's going to be yet another bonus converted, but this time
Endok
for
versus
Team Secret,
Eggman.
as they will very much shorten this
Kalau
gap.
mau main Valo, layar harus sedekat itu kah? Enggak, Bang Farid. Senyamannya aja itu udah yang dekat banget itu gua nggak tahu sih.
From NDG. One of the things that
Kayak dia
people
mundur
look at for rookies
mundur
is
berapa
how they
milimeter
play
aja kayaknya nggak kelihatan langsung dah. Lu lihat nih, endok kuning banget tuh.
Stage one as well. Very passive, very
Endok
quiet.
kuning banget,
But the
Jir.
fact that he's willing to take
Digital
the use of
vibrance-nya
time to
200
get
kali
it
ya.
done. Then he says, I'm going to still press the issue. His job was quite frankly done, right? He could have just stayed there and played, you know, to stay alive, played for time.
Iya, keras
But he
kayaknya main.
decides to still press the issue because they realize that RQ is going to start to push away from him. So just good reads, good comms, and great confidence from MDG in that round.
What reality am I living in? Where, okay,
Nice.
now Xpera able to push up, gets the kill on NDG, spots another, grabs the weapon.
Wow.
Win it out, doesn't manage to find it, looks for a
Wah,
third. Can't quite make it happen. Borka
udah dapat
doesn't
dua
get
nih.
down. Rotation now
Udah bagus
has
nih.
to be called over as Elmy Moore gets himself situated on B site, but that is a
Woi,
huge
dapat dua nih ya.
off the
Sfero.
back of Xpera's aggression. I was gonna say, what world am I living in?
Mungkin
where
turu
Jeremy is
gini
playing
oh.
attack operator.
Makanya.
I mean, I'm glad to see it. I really was
Oh, for
hoping
sure.
that this season Jeremy would pick up the op a lot more,
Bukan baru.
confidently. But you're right, it's not a common sight, at least not since VCT Pacific. Now, unfortunately, this round is not going to be the round where there's a lot of hope for it to find its use and value. I mean, you saw that Jesse Vash was
Ntar pagi, nanti pagi.
well, just given that they've already lost all control.
Trades it out to get a rifle. It is just going to be a Bulldog. As they get the spot.
Itu.
Yeah, that's not a fake out. Does buy a little bit of time though as he does send one in.
Oh,
Back
oh,
to
nice Gemkin.
dancing just on the opposite side of the wall here as that goes down.
Woi.
Jeremy gonna be able to find one. Bork
Masa
gets
iya?
the other.
Woi,
Straight out, quick turn in towards window.
Es
Finds the kill, though.
Esteller bokong.
Spike can be planted. Knives.
Mau
blocked.
dihajar nih.
Swing onto the corner.
Wah.
Gonna be able to get that transition across. Borkham will.
Wah,
pick up the
Esteller.
bloody
Bokong
brawl between the two
Imnida,
teams.
guys.
RQ, having not fully invested, it's
Tadi pakai
a
senjata apa
for
dia?
them, but it is still Secret getting closer and closer.
Well, the world where Jeremy buys you off on attacking rounds is really weird because he actually helps close things out with a weapon that's picked up that's not an operator. Of course, a very necessary call there since they're fighting in much closer quarters. I also love what they did with the Blaze Storm, right? Activate it, make
Pakai
sure
Vandal dia tadi.
reacted. Now he has so many more angles to check. Lower the screen, swing out together.
Speaking of Blade Storm, Jemkin.
Ah, Gemkin turun. Apu, bliat.
Plus that recon invested.
Kata dia. Tadi komsnya.
Poison Orb just going to be holding everybody at bay there at A main. NDG, Miner set up over towards B. Camera set up an elbow. It's going to start trying to take some space here and scale up into mid.
Yeah, what we saw from RQ was despite the setup, you would take deep control of elbow, but here it's different for NDG, right? You still take a little bit of control, so you have more mobility from mid. You can still check for elbow, and that way you don't have to invest too much extra utility if you ever want to rotate back.
Recon. Nah, mau di-shock dart lagi nih B-nya nih.
Look like they've made up their mind to create a bit more of a move here.
Well, I think that one wasn't necessarily what was intended.
I was waiting for something really cool.
Uncle kepencet manja, double click mouse Uncle.
5 feet away.
Well, that means they'll have to just try to take a little bit more contact and mid.
Ayo Estrella, nanti kamu kena hashtag Estrella out.
I've given
Kepencet
up
itu,
for new
kepencet.
lineups, man.
Habis ini kalau kalah TO.
You have to know at this point.
30 seconds
Getting
left.
ready, getting antsy, goes for the swing, has a quick dash.
Ya Allah, mungkin. Ya Allah, mungkin. Pause manja kah guys? Pause fix, pause. Time out.
Dangerously low. Does he even?
Our defense is problem, guys.
I mean, with just the overall situation right now, I'm gonna guess not. Right? Sure, you can.
Our
try to
defense
go
is
sneaky exit, but
bosoy.
your creds aren't exactly all stable. The rounds are getting way closer as well. The risk seems a bit greater.
Defense-nya
Perhaps just
belum
taking this
dapat
time to talk things
poin
through the
satu
round,
pun,
and
coy.
maybe even a timeout afterwards, because one thing I'm noticing is things have flipped. RQ's the one that's starting to play a little scared. Secret continuing to push up the tempo, just creeping
Dapat
up
satu, endok.
at a time.
Mampus kau
A
endok.
little bit patiently, see if anybody else is pushing
Banyakin
alongside
lari-lari endok ya.
NDG.
Bisa ada recon loh.
Yeah,
Lu lihat,
Vash, where did that come from?
Gee.
lu lihat. Orangnya di sini, coy. Tadi berempat. Ada recon di sini.
We know how much
Uncle.
time Jesse Vash spends trying
Gak
to figure out
jelas,
lineups. It's definitely
jinjing.
a lot, probably more than 50%
Tuh recon
of
dari
his
mana coba?
It's insane. I mean, you give this guy a bow, he can just get an arrow to any point of the map. It would seem.
We should do
Granted,
things like that
He
where
did mess up the shot.
Real gap,
Sure,
curse.
but you
Pause,
have,
pause.
like, a agent station
We
on
need
a random
pause,
part of the map, you have
man.
to throw a recon and land it on their head and stick it
Hey,
to 'em.
it's like an Olympic sports. Whoever can get the dart the closest to
Exactly.
this little circle. That could be a fun game mode.
Yeah. Jesse Vash definitely up there, but there's the timeout surely from the side of RQ, I would assume. Because right now, for one, they want to
Jamkin jadi orang Korea sih rambutnya.
where they want it, right? It just the team looks a lot different than the first half.
Mana
A lot more
tembakan
passive, a lot more
manjanya itu?
reactive. They're gonna have to take some more control of the map if they want to continue the lead.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times on Breeze, we do see, this trend into the attacker
Oh,
side.
cogil nih, cogil.
RQ, I don't even think this is necessarily like
Cogil.
a side difference. This is just Secret have started hitting their shots. I think that their calls have been a lot cleaner. They've been a lot faster to react and make these pivoting moves, whereas RQ have been very much lagging behind and getting caught off guard. We'll see if this intervention from Ewok get them back on course, but to go from 9-3 to now being separated by just a single round, that is a very dire position to be in here for RQ.
Bandre nggak ada otaknya anjing kalau ngerosting orang. Untung lu nggak puasa ya. Kacau.
You also have that null command potentially involved there from Envy. Just get that
Kacau nih
one
Bandre
kill.
nih.
Neural theft available.
Udah kacau keterusan nih.
All right, so the call is just take a little bit more control of mid. They're able to hide away from the recon as well. Flash out the ready.
Poison orb.
Now, Team Secret seemingly expecting perhaps a bit of a fast push with the Blade Storm as well, right?
Oh,
Whether it's from
lihat.
top and mid.
Di saat kan tengok nih, di saat RRQ mau do something,
Still a lot
lihat
of
tim
time for
Secretnya
Secret.
nahan
They could
doang.
regain mid if they wanted. They could still send the lurk all
Emang
the way up through elbow and RQ. Now it's up to them if they want to
emang
play
ngeselin,
this
Cok.
with the way they've started. They
Cara
can
main
still
tim
clear all
Secret
the
ntar
sides
di
speed,
drone
because
nih.
You've even got Xpharaoh starting to lean towards halls now.
Gate crash does get sent. Flip Shatter ready to make a quick exit. Should it be necessary. Dark going to go a little bit wide there. Strange is clearing out the cam. Looks like he's going to take an even more aggressive forward position as well. As Elmi Moore gets himself situated.
Well, this
Wah, nge-split dia tahu dihancurin, diinin, split dia jadinya guys. Nih, nih kunci nih, si David nggak boleh mati, minimal bawa 6 lah. Bunuh tiga-tiganya. Woi, masih menang ternyata.
Has the mask available.
Santai ban, santai ban. Ah, ulti manja duluan.
Knows that he's going to try to have to stick to this spike plant. Pulls off of it, and that is going to be the round one.
Gak ada waktu ban. Nice.
Measure, but even if he had died, all they needed to do was have Jemkin stay alive.
Dia mau kabur itu. Harusnya perangin aja, Pit. Udah kejebak gitu mah, Pit.
Built up here for the side of Team Secret. They now get themselves up to double digits.
And it's a good adjustment. Thinking back to how are we able to win on attack, other than the fact that, of course, attack may be slightly favored on Breeze, but a big part of that is also you're going to have the numbers no matter what. You're going to have a clear numbers advantage, more so than some other maps as well. And they were able to just clear out mid, plant Jemkin on the lurk, and then it's 4-man stack ready. And sure, the pet throws a bit of a curveball, but they still have way more numbers than Secret expected.
They get that round win. They get those 2 ults out of Team Secret.
Akhirnya guys, defense dapat 1 poin.
Dash here for, Borkum and DG. They've got enough stacked up, but another heavy investment as attack operator once again in play for Jeremy.
Take flight.
Trying to hide that off.
More, yeah. Just have to back away. They're just going to stay tucked behind the box.
Ya, nggak ketahuan anjay. Bahaya ini. Cek dong tunnelnya. Waduh, kena dong Bani kan. Gue udah bilang timingnya begitu, cok. Enggak, itu nggak nyampe si drone-nya. Aduh, sayang banget. Angle setipis itu mengganggu posisi RRQ. Di flash, wah gila, pakai sorti manja. Kok enggak Hage dapat 2 tuh fix. Ayo mana? Yang benar, lu uncle. Trap kena 2 kali cuek.
Yeah, I mean, you can still try to stabilize some way or another in that next round here with the Blade Storm. So,
aduh, saving dong kalau gini.
The longer actual map win for RRQ, and when it was
duitnya
one on that site on B side.
Duitnya Secret banyak, coy.
Both sides, good calls, right? I mean, the Cyber
Udah, mau nggak mau saving.
Trying to fill that for Elmimore. He sends a counter dart as well, so he knows that they would have to funnel into him. But then it's a Cloudburst and the shorty to counter from Jeremy. So both teams really getting into comfort zone individually speaking.
Gila Jeremy.
He can take away this op.
I don't think anybody's going to push this far out. They're already away from the explosive radius, so can just stay tucked all together just outside of window, and Jemkin not going to go aggressive enough to actually be able to get a punish here or get picked off. So it will just be those 3 players protecting their weapons moving forward here into round 20, but Team Secret keeping things neck and neck, still just 1 round
Split predict Bani pakai agent apa? Bani pakai Viper kayak.
They got to do something about this operator, right? It's allowed Secret to slow things down a lot more, play for that op contact. He's always got someone to support him as well, so he's not just going in blind, going for those drive.
Ayolah, like dulu nggak sih guys? Like dulu nggak sih? Nggak mungkin Bani pakai res, nggak mungkin. Dia mungkin pasti.
Jeremy to get picked off from afar. A bit of an off angle. The Blade Storm activated. Secret starts to back out just a tad bit.
What? Belum hancur itu drone. Like manja nggak sih manis? Kita ngabuburit nobar nih. Woi, itu udah melayang aja tuh Jemkin. Oh, dapat nih. Wih, low 2. Ya, di counter ulti. 2 low kata Hage. Ya, masih ketahuan dong di B. Masih ketahuan. Terakhir itu ya masih di B soalnya. Di drone. Nah, ini loh guys. Guys, cek manja nggak sih? Masih di B, awas ya. Ada ulti aja sih Fas ya. Wah, disuruh split B kah? Oh, si Borkum main dulu, Borkum. Wah, gila, kena lagi cok Estrella. Sebenarnya ya yang dilakuin sama tim secret itu simple, Cok. Tapi najis tau nggak? Tapi menang RRQ. Ternyata, yeay. Awalnya udah busuk itu side ya. Untung ada Bani. Berkat Bani nih. Bani dan David. Bani flashnya kena sendiri terus. Iya, Bani kenapa ya? Oh enggak. Aman. Flashnya aman. Ngedip doang, aman. Ayo ya, closing gak sih? Waktunya closing. Lah, mau hancurin trap. Lihat nih, najis.
It's like first round where we're actually gonna maybe have some op as Jemkin does pick that up here.
Acu udah like Bang, mantap. Like lagi nggak sih? Tambahin nggak sih? Minimal guys.
Jeremy sticking with it on this attack, trying to see if anybody goes for an aggressive peek in towards shot.
Lihat mainnya lama. Chill. Nunggu agresif dari RRQ. Gak ada. 1.15 nggak ada, dia baru main. Atau 10. RRQ harganya jadi cari info. Jangan 2 kali kocak. Weh, Recon. Alah, siapa boy. Tukar.
Take flight.
Flips, he has to have that trigger ready on that gate crash.
Untung hancur. Wah, di split A. Nice guy. Guy. Hampir. Mantap RRQ. Itu loh tiki-takanya anjir. Jemkin kena caidak. Itu namanya tiki-taka.
Still suspects the Yoru just because the drone gets taken out way too quickly before it's able to get past that orb on the poison cloud. So they're thinking, all right, we want to swing this. We've already got members from mid coming in through double doors. Let's pressure that, create the chaos. Then we'll have our own flash to the back of sight to set you guys up. The unfortunate part is Elmimor gets that first kill initially, and then, you know, both sides getting flashed seemingly by the KO makes that fight drag out too long, and the main forces from main not able to come in quick enough.
Well, now
Ndok ucingnya, ndok ucingnya. Kayak Bani nggak sih sekilas? Sumpah, ndok.
What does the economy look like? How do the players look when they're put the task? Need that to give us our second overtime so far. Pacific, they have been eluding us. Finally got one of them last night, I believe.
Yeah, actually. Well, the thing about this is it could end up just being a story of you gave one too many rounds in the first half, right? I mean, you talked about the 5-round win streak. That's one more than RQ had at the start of their attacking half, winning the pistol. So obviously both teams understanding how to take advantage of the map itself and how to play that side. But you started the second half 9-3, and it's always going to be an uphill battle at that point. Team Secret yet to be able to overtake them or tie them even. Always.
Ayo nih, ngapain nih? Mau kohol manja kah?
Right. Knives popped. Jemkin with a warning shot.
Ya, nggak ada Recon.
Went flying up in towards halls.
What's this?
This is a completely unassailable position for you. Let's rotate back down now, joining in alongside Estrella here on the site where any kill, that pit can come into play.
Well, this is a very aggressive repositioning here from RRQ.
Wall in, knives at the ready. Jeremy swinging around the backhand side, does manage to find, or does get taken down rather by Estrella, but Envy trades it back quickly. Keeping the numbers evened up, but shot dart right there at Mash's feet. I mean, will get taken down, and he runs himself a second one, but it was good damage dealt. Mash and Poker both gonna be tagged up, and now Envy in the third. Finds flips, Jemkin. The op shots.
2 lawan 2 nih.
There's still more targets. Xfero just now getting ready to arrive over.
Wah, endok bokong coy, endok.
Time is not in favor of RQ because the thing is they have no idea where NDG is. They were partially waiting for that. They suspect it.
Woi.
But he moves.
Wah, miss.
He thought for sure he
Mungkin
absolutely had that
miss
one down.
nembaknya, coy.
And now we'll
Mungkin.
just have to make the call to go for the save.
Ya, saving dong mungkin.
Could
Coba
buy another
mungkin
one, but
tadi
instead he
bunuh
had to
tuh
hold
endok.
on to this and allow for Team
Udah.
Secret to get the round
Peluang
win and get
dua.
themselves up to double digits.
Man, it's one of those rounds. RQ off the bat, sure you have the open halls, and then he's just holding from bridge. They just want to hold on to yellow.
Wag
Right?
aja.
That container in the
Dalam
back
ul-
of side on A.
kalau
and they
Yoru
have the
dalam
dimensional drift.
ulti,
Everything
terus
was there for a
kayak
potential
ulti apa
retake
kayak
on
Yorunya
A.
atau
Now,
keluar
obviously
dari
not the
enggak.
best way to play that site. You want to put some pressure.
Kayak
But then
Yoyo
credit
itu
to Envy,
ultinya untuk yang
understanding they
belum
wanna push out
menggunakan
in case
utility.
that there's an
Nah,
early regress. That's what's been messing them up on Team
kalau
Secret.
kayak gitu
RQ
nggak
always
enak dong
one
Yoru
beat
pasti
ahead
ke
of them.
counter.
And Envy this time counters that. The perfect bodyguard for Team Secret.
Kalau
Brings
udah
home
yuk
the 10th round win.
ulti duluan,
Hit available
util
for
duluan
Snare as
enggak?
well, so double ultimates. Obviously not exactly the best pick for the retake.
Buta.
But we'll see where it comes into use.
Iya.
Positions, able to get the catch.
Iya. Ayo coy, 5 lawan 4. Estrella, Pak. Oh, itu loh. Closing.
No kills found, no way to invest that neural theft. They desperately need to do something now to keep themselves in this round, in this map.
Kepiris langsung hilang.
Scout, Envy pulls back.
Kalau yang kayak ulti
Not impossible here.
yang nggak ada durasinya gitu,
Insult to injury, pit invested. That's
Apa
gonna be
sih?
the dimensional drift as well as
GG nggak sih menurut gua?
one of the chase forward.
Endok! Endok, kamu yang bikin tadi saya miss ya. Kelas.
13 and 10, the opening map of Breeze. Team Secret's pick, but not their winning spot.
Kelas.
RQ taking that away from them.
I mean, definitely a close game. And Secret, they seem to catch on to things just one round too late in each half. But credit to RQ, came prepared supposedly for this draft because they were swinging right out the gate on that attacking half. A 9-3 lead sets them comfortably up to eventually secure it 13 and 10. RQ, it's a little bit of an extra buff here today. We saw on social media the CEO buff
Extra
coming in
buff
for
today.
RQ, and so far it's worked for map
Oh,
one.
Pape nonton langsung di sono ya?
Split on the horizon, things that need to change here for Team Secret. Haven't gotten a win on that map since Paper Rex. The start of last season, but when Benkai was still on the team, so
RRQ.
we're up tidings ahead of them. But we'll go ahead and hand this over to the analyst as to break down the action for Breeze.
Game 2, game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And after 265 days of match losses, RQ is one step closer to finally getting that match win against Team Secret. Now, that was, it looked very dominant in the first half by RQ, but Team Secret started climbing back in the second half before RQ took it home.
Yeah,
Iya, nonton langsung ke
unfortunately, it's a bit
sono ya.
too late. I mean, you could see that both teams had a pretty good read on their attacker side. Especially with that Yoru in place for RRQ, that makes things very, very
Pape
difficult
ke
for the
Korea
defenders.
sekalian nego
But
BA.
what concerned
Anjay,
me
kelas.
for Team Secret was that when they played this map the last time, it was their defender side that was really powerful against Gen G, and probably why they're leaning into this map. They could start on that side. You know, you're going to expect your opponents to want to go attackers, but it just didn't work out. So that's kind of heartbreaking here because it looked like maybe they had a comeback in store. They ran, what, 5 rounds off to begin that second half, but still wasn't enough.
Worth noting, both of these teams actually defeated Gen G. I know Gen G is now, you know, the crowned kings of Pacific at the moment, and both of these teams dominated Gen G on these maps. So to face up against each other, probably, I mean, we've got some of the best Breeze players here.
Yeah, I think Team Secret just started off a little bit slow on this one. You see that overall, you know, 13 first kills compared to the 10. They did pretty well in that one. The post plants were a little bit less solid, and there was that one clutch from the side of RRQ that kind of put an end, I think, to the big streak that Team Secret did have going. I think they just got started a little bit late and maybe, you know, not feeling themselves early on, but at least they were able to show that, okay, they are strong on this map, they are strong on the attacker side, at least it seemed like it this time around, and, you know, get some rounds back. But at the end of the day, I still feel like RRQ kind of dominated the majority of it. You see the Yoru, the Flipsider, was doing it the most for the team this time around.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried here overall for both teams in a way. I thought RRQ on their defender side left a lot of space open in mid. There were a lot of crunches, either through B link or through mid doors towards A, you know, that were kind of unaccounted for by RRQ. They were able to kind of stabilize and just based on some of their raw mechanical abilities, get over the line with it. So that is, I'd say, the deciding factor in the long run in terms of that second half. But it is concerning for Team Secret. We're still seeing the slow starts. We're seeing the same problems that not only do we as talent see, but also Warbirds literally sat here.
Map 2 split nih ya, bisa closing nih, harusnya 2-0 nih.
Also worth noting, Team Secret had more first kills than RRQ, and you're absolutely right, Paper Thin. Despite that, the raw firepower coming from RRQ was enough to overcome that. And with the Euro, I mean, it was always really interesting to see Euro on the breeze. I mean,
Ready 3 tim lolos Shanghai. 3 tim ya?
A fake out.
Kayaknya Paparex deh, Paparex T1.
Hoping for the fake out.
Atau Genji kah? RRQ lah. Kalau RRQ bisa menang lawan Genji, RRQ dah yang lolos.
How teams, I always watch for this to see how teams check the fake out, if they respect it or if they don't, if they just ignore it. But I saw mostly Team Secret was clearing it, so no opportunities for this time, but I'm hoping someday somebody at least tries it.
Would be nice to see it someday. I think the mental game, even if you just get away with it, and you like get one kill and you immediately die, it doesn't matter because you kind of fooled your opponents. Didn't get it this time around. I mean, flip side around, the Euro did get the majority of the kills and was kind of the MVP of his team this time around. But yeah, a lot of the early part of this map was RQ on the attack, got a very substantial lead. It was 9-3 in the first half, and it was a big comeback from Team Secret. I think they're strong. A lot of these executes onto A were very nice from them, but just wasn't enough. I feel like that very slow start and the fact they got so far behind, it was just too much to make up, especially against such a strong team like RQ, like Jemkin coming in with the op there towards the end was just kind of insane. And
Split manja.
Just needing the 4 rounds they got there in the end.
I mean, this is a good sign for RRQ. Nice start. And Split is the next map. Team Secret has not shown Split at all.
Defnya nih, defnya bagus nih, RRQ nih.
Played a bit of Split last year, even defeating Paper Rex on it. But this year, RRQ is, they also haven't shown Split much. They won one, lost one, and the one Split they won was against Global Esports, so it wasn't like a Gen G type of a match there. So how are you guys feeling going to Split? I mean, Team Secret hasn't shown anything.
Yeah, it's kind of a coin flippy map sometimes, especially for Team Secret. It seems like
ada yang tahu ini nggak?
Like really good at it.
Kelakuannya Speed.
So I don't know what to expect.
Dia nggak pernah, dia belum main Split kayaknya deh, makanya nggak kelihatan.
Coming in here, having to play 2
Ini
matches.
Speed kenapa kayak orang tolol lah?
You're even kind of the favorite team after how well you performed at the end of kickoff, and now sort of those expectations have been ripped out from underneath of you. So how do you feel like, how are you going to be able to mentally recover? So a lot of pressure going to be on Jesse and Warbirds as the leaders of that team,
Kenapa dia kocak dah?
back into it here. RRQ looks
Kenapa
pretty
dia pengen di
proud of it,
RKO,
especially
Cok?
so I think
Kan
this is gonna be
RKO
really
ngeri
tough.
ya.
RRQ loves their great
Leher ya.
It's gonna be
Walaupun
tough.
dia pakai pengaman juga, mau di settingan juga, tetap aja Cok.
It's definitely not a map they're going to be feeling too comfortable.
Tetap berasa sakit lah itu.
And I just feel like, as you were saying,
Emang Speed
Paper
kocak
Thin,
banget
the mental
anjing.
game is going to be huge coming into this one. I think that RRQ, I was very curious to see how they were going to start off. They came out really fast out of the gate, and now I think they have that confidence behind them to just say, okay, we can move into game number 2, we can move into map number 2. It's very confident for us. We should be able to take this one down. And kind of expecting a 2-0 after watching the way that map map 1 wins.
I completely agree with you guys. Hopefully not the case, but you know what? Here at the Analyst Desk, I'm always happy to see teams reveal new maps that they haven't played in a while. It's always really exciting. And what else we're going to reveal, your first time playing this game, it's called officially it's called the Guessing Game Poll.
I don't feel like anyone could catch Aserai at this point, but we'll see. He's dominating.
He is dominating. And today you guys get your rank. We all start at gold here. And we have this question, and if you get it correct, you get to rank up. If you get it wrong, you rank down. Very simple. The question is, which team will get a thrifty first on the second map, which is Splits?
Which
What if
is
there's no thrifties?
Split.
That
Then what happens?
is a great. Then we all rank up. I
Yes.
don't know if that's the
Re-rank.
official.
What if I vote for
Yeah.
no thrifties? What if that's my vote? Do I get to rank up twice? Because it's like in roulette when you like get on
or
one of the
double
numbers.
RR,
Yeah.
where you like,
I think
you
it's
know,
just
jump ranks.
the next vote you get double the rank, right?
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
well,
I
anyway,
say yes
if
now,
this one
and then
doesn't
productions
happen,
with
you know, the next
he
vote,
stopped making up
the next
rules.
game, yeah.
Okay, so we have our little things here,
Oh,
so
yeah.
you guys can think
So we
about
gotta
this.
pick a team?
Yeah. Wait, who's
It didn't
going
take me
to
very
get
long.
Thrifty? Like they win the Thrifty, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hard because
Team will
both
get
teams won their
Thrifty
bonuses on
first.
that last map, so I don't
On the
even
second
like
map.
know who to go for. But
All right. Well, let's show it in 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay, so what's your
Wow.
thought process, Valdez?
Well, I mean, they have
Biar
they
3
want
map
to
ini berarti.
use a sheriff and hit people in
Abis
the
ini
face.
apa ya?
Okay.
And,
GE
doesn't need money. Doesn't need
DRX.
tricks to get wins.
Ya nggak sih?
So I think in terms
GE
of,
DRX.
you know, not even based off of what we saw on map 1 or anything like that, I think it's just like this team is better at getting thrifties. I don't know the actual stats. It's just kind of my gut feeling. So it's kind of why I went for RRQ.
And how about you?
I feel like right now RRQ is the better team. Therefore, Team Secret's going to be on the thrifties more often.
They have a higher
it's
chance of getting them.
more
Yeah.
likely, exactly.
I have the same thought process. And, you know, Team Secret, they get fired up when they're on the down. We've definitely seen that happen over and over again. So I feel like those thrifties are going to be Team Secret side. And hopefully I rank up because Achilles and me, we're still stuck in gold. All right, we are going to see the Asian picks. Surely Team Secret has figured out something. They did let this map through after all. And here we go. For a split, the Asian picks between Team Secret and RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not going to be super out of the ordinary. Oh, okay, well, Team Secret actually quite a bit
Tuh, Bani pakai
with the breach and the
Bani
Fang.
pakai Viper kan?
That's well off of what they usually run. I mean, usually you got a Sky in there for them with Jesse.
Age full
Maybe
initiator kah?
just go standard and say, okay, we really need to get some like solid ground underneath us, like get some foundation. But yeah, definitely going with some interesting picks that you don't oftentimes see. Whereas on the side of RQ, it does look pretty.
Gila main Fade. Lah ini juga tukeran anjir.
I can't wait to
Biasanya
see
ini gantian nih.
just go
It's a
nuts
great race.
on the raise. Yeah.
It's a great race player. He's usually that's where he's like really putting up his damage. Actually, Breeze was pretty rough for both of the players.
Kalau ini ada mafianya nggak?
Envy and Jemkin kind of
Kalau
a
ini
little
ada
shaky
mafia.
on those maps.
Gak
So
tahu gua.
definitely gonna need
Harusnya
both
nggak
of
ada
those
sih.
players to really step up and Envy on that fade. Really interesting to see
Mafia
this
yang
choice. I mean,
dimaksud.
expecting some it feels like close quarters battles for the side of Team Secret. So we saw that a lot on their attacker side on Breeze, right? A lot of shorties, a lot of stuff like that. So maybe they can kind of snowball that.
Well, we are going to see what's going to happen on this map. We've got Will, Cho, and Achilles. And Will, I mean, do you still love our
Live stream next kapan lagi? Nggak tahu ya Hendra ya. Paling
Wow.
Like,
we're
not a game-related question necessarily.
kapan
just,
ya?
do you love RQ or
Well,
what?
this is
Paling
it's
pas
just
sudah
such a
kelar
loaded question, 'cause
libur
it's like, first of all,
lebaran
you're
gitu.
asking me to maybe be biased on an official guess, but then on top of that, that has nothing to do with my predictions.
Masa iya ke
But
warnet
listen, I'm
live
not gonna
stream
say
coy?
anything yet. We'll wait
Yang
until
bener
the podcast is
aja.
over before we say anything about the predictions. But the fade pick, let's talk about that a bit more, right? Because like
Let's
the
talk
Death
about
said,
all
Close.
not a very common pick for Envy. In fact,
Gila,
only
bocil
kind of 12
RRQ
times, so it's not
merajalela kah?
completely rare, but not the usual go-to.
Iya,
AKA
gua hampir
not
seminggu.
the flashes. It's Jesse Vash.
5 hari sih sebenarnya.
So Envy surely trying to gain a little bit more of an advantage on that info with things like the Prowlers.
Okay, well, there's the fault line looking for a catch as Prowler does go chasing.
Ah, balik Bani, balik.
Little back up the rope.
Gila di GB.
Out towards safety, sends
Wally.
a snake bite as well to try to stop any forward pressure coming out of ramp.
Bawa
They're
webcam
out there.
satu buat
Not
apa?
gonna be revealing too much of anything, but it's going to be a large amount of space taken by Team Secret. Estrella at the ready, just holding on to this paranoia,
Iya,
ready to send
libur.
that over towards main, but full heaven control
Lebaran
now
soalnya
here
guys.
for Team Secret. Tell me more.
Lebaran
Smoke
latihan.
anticipating. Ready to
Dikasih
swing up the board.
jatah
Ooh.
untuk
Oh.
halo guys.
Bad, but no,
Untung ke
Dave
stun.
gets the slow across, so he is
RRQ
gonna be
pernah
protected. Punish cannot be found. Now Pop
stream
Line
lawan
coming off the corner.
RRQ
Barrel
pernah.
able to find one. Takes out Jeremy, but now Envy will be able to
Waduh,
claim two.
jebol
It's gonna be
gini.
a massive advantage
Waduh.
here in the hands of Team Secret. Jemkin
Ada
now
Jemkin.
on his lonesome, looking to try to make some texture.
What? Wow! Jemkin gila lo.
4 kills.
Red Bull Clutch dari Jemkin. Gelo.
Indeed.
Ke warnet. Ngapain ke warnet?
A little reminiscent of some sick.
Udah dibilang kalau ada yang
Genji, of course, in the past as well, but
ngasih
saw one of the members low, and Jemkin just
5
doesn't
juta,
miss the
gua
opportunity.
stream dulu
The
ke warnet.
movement here is so good. The constant left-right jiggle as he's repositioning. That keeps him alive, even if his teammates are all just hyped about it. Jemkin
Gila,
can't
Jemkin.
believe it. But it's things like that, the micro movement, it's the left-hand movement that oftentimes
Gara-gara
makes
ada
you
yang low
shot.
1 lumayan itu ngebantu
That is,
ngeboost skill 1.
oh, that is just a kick in the gut right there for Team Secret.
Gue cepet.
Such a great start for
Masa
them.
gue harus live
And a
di warnet
1v4.
coy?
As Bren would say something about
Cara ke champion gimana sistemnya? Oh, sistemnya harus juara apa? Ada poinnya gitu.
push out now on a Raptor.
Woi, di
Still not
trade
gonna be
kill
able to
gitu
be found
coy.
there. Borkum does manage to find the elimination. Quick turn away from the
Nice
foul.
dodge
Dodge that
bro.
one out, but then does get
Unlucky.
punished.
Ya,
Recovered
baru
spec
juga
reuse.
senang tadi guys.
3v3.
Di Iko kah? 3 lawan 3 masih winnable sih buat Secret, cuma kita nggak tahu nih. Dicek dulu nih. Ndok lihat tuh najis tuh Ndok, jauh banget Ndok.
Checking about who is going to be able to get the first thrifty. See if that comes into play now as Paint Shell's out in being a rough position. Takes another chunk of damage there, down to 36 now.
Lihat Ndok, gara-gara Ndok agak low. Untung aja. Mati sih sama Jemkin. Yuk,
Spike being held to half.
diloncatin dong.
Pulls off of it.
Wah,
Tries
gila,
jumping
untung
right.
aja.
A solid attempt there from NDG, but Xparrow will be able to hold the line. Still very costly.
Ndok aja, hampir aja Ndok nih ya bikin masalah.
On a lot there, but
Iya, mahal
good
banget.
read from Xparrow at the end as well, right? Here's a drop, so he's 6.5 and expects him to have to run up for the right click. Just goes for the pre-fire immediately.
Aman, aman. Aman kata David, tapi kok gembel gini Pit. Aman-aman.
Much they will just want to stabilize for round 4.
Aman-aman kok pakai
As good of an opportunity as ever for
ghost
TNT.
manja gini
Like you
Pit.
said, the pistol, I mean, they had a great setup and a good read even in the mid rounding. So we'll see if they can regain themselves here with a full buy.
Setup going through. One of the things that we didn't really get to touch on because the pistol round ended up being so crazy. It's just straying away from using the Viper here. We see just about every single team in the world going for that Omen Viper. You know, maybe occasionally the Astra Viper set up here on this map.
Ban, cabut ban.
Very different.
Well, it does feel like, you know, the way they're playing it so far, what they had for the pistol, you look at the comps, everything. You know, their interpretation of how do we make sure we gain more of an advantage on the attack.
Sikat, buset. Gila Hagai. Oke, lah kiri lu. Lah. Waduh, gak kecek loh. Hagai udah maju. Kok maju sendirian sih Hagai? Gak dibantuin coy. Ah, ini miskom ini coy. Coba kalau semuanya tiga-tiga yang maju itu. Bantai itu. Dukung mana Araki?
30 seconds left. Find you.
We'll be able to get a weapon, it seems, as well. So 2 rifles, Jesse Vash very low. Orb
Itu
secure.
Hagai
I mean,
solo
Arcu already
jatuhnya.
decent amount of value. Now, if they can take away a couple more weapons, that'd be huge. And
Ayo Pit. Low itu Pit.
low health.
Uncle low.
Coming off angle,
Ayo
though.
Pit. Waduh, pas banget.
Identify the position of one. Suspect the rest of the players are going to be here on the site itself as NV nearly peeking out from back pillar. Jemkin with 1 kill would give him a showstopper, but still would be 3 more targets to try to play through. Stray with the spot 1, just going to be swapping out the weapons there, grabbing the Phantom up now. Backs away, looks like widely. RQ ready and willing to concede this round. Not going to go enough.
this is
That's going to
good.
send them out in towards
lumayan
Jemkin,
kan?
so we'll be able to find those kills. Just looking
Cabut.
to get as much value as they possibly can, as much hurt put on the team's Secret, but the round will be theirs all the same.
I mean, well played with what they had for RQ, right? Obviously, the round had already crossed the line.
Lumayan dapat 2 dari 4.
Estrella constantly putting pressure on. Doesn't get spotted by any of the utility, doesn't go for the aggressive peeks off of the utility, and that forces them to decide, okay, we gotta go somewhere else. These guys are set up outside of B main. Couple extra kills here for Jemkin. He's got that showstopper online now for round 4. And I mean, sure, seems great. They'll take whatever they can, and Jesse trying to get the team a little bit more energized. But
Still,
for now,
feels a bit rough, a bit
Yeah.
forced.
Exactly. On RQ is They're in
Kesel
good
banget
position
liat
to
mukanya
try to
Ndok
take back
pengen
control
wasung-paling
of
pakai
this first
klepon.
half, try to keep that lead.
Jangan marah-marah Hendra. Ndok tuh baik loh Ndok.
Jimkins playing it patiently here. Somewhat long gone are the days of the aggressive.
Bani,
Jeremy's
wow,
trying to do that.
gelo Bani.
Side had that
Lah,
judge in hand. Showstopper not gonna
Ay,
find
ito.
much. NDG
Lagi
get
mana?
out in front of that one. Does catch Xfero off guard top ramp. Jimkin though continuing to try to hold the line. Paint Chills up to try to further delay. The push forward though.
Wah,
NDG in front of
Ndok
that one,
sih.
finds himself a third elimination. The neural depth now invested.
Ndok sih bisa bunuh loh
Big
Ndok
reveal
loh.
here on the two remaining players, but everybody low HP. Not even a single 100 HP bar between the three remaining players on Secret, but in with a chance to tie things up at 2-2.
Hampir ya, ini Borak kalau digigit meninggal ini.
The Nightfall, they're aware of the location.
Face your fear.
Prowler on the hunt.
Face your fear. Apa
More
tuh?
having to look every which
Eh!
way. Trap wire now coming through.
Aduh, cogil. Cogil Korea. Nggak denger ada trap coy karena budak.
Swings it, gets it, NDG
Gila.
ace.
Ndok S coy, Ndok.
Tied up at 2-2.
An incredible ace from NDG. First of all, gets past, all the way up through
Ndok
ramp,
S.
despite the showstopper coming out. They take out the cam, and they're already one person ahead of it through the cyber cages. A great setup with the paranoia as well. That sets them up, goes past the paint shells, and he knows at this point he has to be the one opening the site. And just good positioning, good utility for post plan as well.
Well, if you want to
Gila, Ndok.
jazzed up, that is certainly one way to
Si
do it.
Ndok ini ya.
Xfero still holding on to his own
Ndok nih ngeri juga nih Ndok.
stack here in mid. Jimkin just staying tucked around the corner. Two rifles here for RRQ. Otherwise, Stinger, Sheriff, Ghost.
Hard sell on that sound fake as well from Flip, so Team Secret still wary of it. Now, the real question is do they suspect Jemkin at any point? Or, obviously they don't even have to press it, right? Of course, it's going to be a weaker buy from RRQ. Team Secret rightfully choosing that they don't want to take the risk, that they just, you sense something fishy. It's just not worth it going into such a tight space like Vents.
Yeah, even if, they don't necessarily have the read that Jemkin's going to be tucked there in the vent itself, but they could still suspect that there's going to be presence in mail. Just don't want to try to push into that one. Pull off the camera there. Sphero
Nggak ada yang. Kena nih. Kena trap nih. Ayo, siap. Awas trap. Ya, kocak, Borak. Itu yang maju pertama aja nge-trap. Si Borak. Borak selonong boy, coy. Mampus. Mati sama siapa tadi? Estrella ya?
Yeah, and a good push out into screens as well since they gave up full main control. Sure, the trip was there, but they didn't have Heaven either. So Team Secret, instead of getting caught,
Abis ini DRX ya.
push out and eliminate portions of the site. Jeremy now taking the lead.
Nice guys. Wah, dibantuin sama Jesse Fast orang side-nya. Wah, gue dapat 2 tuh.
Now they have Rolling Thunder as well with the Showstopper, right? So it's another round where they can shut down the buy.
Oh, a new turn special? Double blast pack into the push forward off the Rolling Thunder.
Man, that is some memories right there.
Back to 2021 Reykjavik.
Holy cow. I mean, if we see that, I give all the props to Secret.
Oh, sure. As long as he doesn't, as long as he gets some value out of it.
They're ready for it. It's definitely going to be an A hit, that's for sure.
Ras A lagi kah?
So that they can get set up.
Dinaikin temponya guys. Ya di Uber dah guys. Udah nggak bisa dah. Trade kill. Ban sabar ban. Mungkin dapat 2 itu. 4 lawan 3. Lah, kena terus muka itu. Apa ban yang keluar ya? Waduh, di triple pick 1 orang. Di trade kalah, trade. Wah, tanda-tanda nih di farewell nih Mas Astral kalau tetap gini nih. Kayaknya dia kayak nggak nyaman gitu main smoker dah.
From behind the screens and elbow as well. High low setup still for the crouch as well.
Karena dia tadinya initiator player.
He seems to be taking things by the rein here on split for the attacking side. Perhaps just a little bit of that extra warm up that they needed on Breeze, and they're able to strike back on RQ's pick a split, even drawing out that first time out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is certainly a position that RRQ
Suruh main cadangan aja kalau
for them to be in.
gitu.
Just given, I mean, Secret, the win percentage.
Bandre emosi gini.
This is also a map that they have not played.
Iya.
You know,
Menurut gua kalau misalnya mau controller mendingan 2GE dah yang main.
I think it's like 17 times. This would be the 20th time all time.
Si Invi mirip David ya. Gua kira tadi David, Cok.
True. Yeah,
Sumpah, karena dia pakai jersey tim Secret. Oh, Invi deh.
And RRQ perhaps trying to identify the weakness.
Kira David tadi, coy.
Suspecting that, you know, what are you gonna do, right? The double duel is no longer an option. Obviously, we haven't seen it since NDG joined. And
kalau dia
that,
coper
okay,
kacamata
double
mirip
duelist was kind of
Hagai,
your go-to,
siapa?
so couldn't figure out what else
Invi.
you wanted to do with the meta. And now, what's going to be your option? But Team Secret, their own take, you know, on this aggressive setup, and of course, still a lot of trap play setup as well for the defense. So I like the flexibility. We'll see if RQ's figured out the answer.
Now things gonna be a bit slow. Is okay. You know, quick little swing out from Flips. Gonna go unpunished, even though it was a fairly wide peak. Does manage to back away.
So one thing that we're noticing is RQ,
Kenapa
even
jadi
after the
buy
timeout
out
and before it as well,
push?
they don't want to give up mid control, right? Their positioning, their
Tanya
reactions
AE
are
lah
always
kalau
about
itu.
trying to keep mid control. But also, their utility setup, etc., on the sides of the map aren't exactly being respected, just because there's so much pushing power from Team Secret.
Smoke.
So this time, at least a quicker rotation, and
itu loh.
Secret being a bit more cautious post timeout.
Sparrow taking a very aggressive position here. This Rolling Thunder gonna crash across, not gonna spot him though, and that's just gonna be a
Nah.
big Sparrow. For the final now, it's gonna be full flash,
Waduh.
covering fire.
Wois, mantap.
Protected as Vash will fall.
Ulti kemana tuh, Uncle?
Players remaining. They will clean up those Seekers. This round is very much gotten away.
Kenapa jadi
from
buyout
Team
coach
Secret.
AE?
So much
Bagus
patience
itu.
from Xero in that. I mean, he was
Posisi
as close
David
as you
bagus.
physically can get to that smoke. You saw the aura around it on his screen. Cross it
Buset,
over
buset.
to his weapon.
Ada 4 lah di sini katanya.
Get that orb in, V.
Yeah, that's
Rambutnya mirip David, mukanya kayak Hagai ya? Beliau ya?
Over top of this smoke, but they're not giving the sight lines out. Triple stack up. We'll just end up falling. NDG, last one now alive. As they go rushing forward, orb can be taken.
Kok nggak Prowler dulu dah? Nggak tahu, karena dia mau nge-hound kayaknya.
yeah. I mean,
Let Ndok.
these are just picked up guns here for our.
They
Okay.
didn't see him.
Jangan Dok, nggak ada duit Dok. Ndok mau loncat itu si Ndok.
I mean, RQ definitely could have tried to go for the ults, right? I mean, those are upgraded weapons, so maybe getting that ult online, but also all of them 1 point away is huge, and just the absolute patience. And then the Cyber Cage immediately afterwards to cover his escape. Meanwhile, his teammates are there, not getting hit by the other utility. A single-handed
Estrella
setup
suruh
from the
bangun.
Cypher brings RQ back.
I mean, and look at the ult economy right now. You know, the showstopper there, the Rolling Thunder was used by Jesse in the last rounds. They got that out of him. To no avail. The pit. Even a stray is all
Nggak kecek, untung aja.
nearly built up here for RRQ.
And once again, mid-control as well. This time the Trips trying to help cover ramp on top of it. Because that toxic screen, again, hasn't been respected too much. Obviously, it still finds its use on retakes, but you've got to be alive for that. So
Got the spot on the 2 there. Flip's just going to force them back with that snake bite. And Pete hoping and praying that he swings out a little bit wider.
Astra nggak dipakai karena Oman punya flash lumayan.
Continued smokes coming down.
not much more utility to hold on to mid, though, unless you rotate some people over, right? All snake bites are now gone.
Thinking about what he wants to go for, Jeremy.
Ditungguin 2 orang loh, Jeremy.
He's there to protect. Showstopper out. Xero has already claimed that kill.
Lah.
Can't quite flush him out. Pushing the corner. Shots flying. Jesse back.
Nice banget.
Xero will be able to come away with that kill. Now Envy is all on his lonesome. Does manage to find Elmi more despite the paranoia. Into the
Nice.
Pushes back up on top of the rope. Jemkin will go ahead and
Streaming nemenin gue yang lagi sakit 2 hari ini, sehat selalu BG. Thank you Pimet. Aman ya, udah sembuh kan? Sehat-sehat ya Pimet ya. Jaga kesehatan. Ntar kan ada Ascension ya, terus satu tim ke VCT Pacific. Berarti ntar total timnya jadi 12.
Yeah, the aggression
Iya,
happened.
iya,
That's
iya.
exactly what happened. They got baited for sure.
Jemkin's just playing bodyguard.
I mean, that's getting him 12 kills so far, so I'm sure he's happy to do it.
Estrella ganti Ior. Gas Kaniki, kasih tahu orang RRQ Kaniki.
They didn't have to do as much on that jet in the past, but it's looking
Orang sakit nonton
good
stream
right
lu
now
jadi
on this raise.
bukan Bang Re. Kan dia lagi sakit. Dia harus istirahat, dia sambil nonton gua gitu. Ah, lu mah. Lama-lama gua ketemuin sama cogil Korea lu, Bang Re.
He was a great anchor, a guardian of A-side on Heaven. Getting a lot of value just knowing that they haven't pushed up into ramps just yet.
Ayo, clearin yuk. Ini si Endok nakal nih, si Endok sendiri. Ayo clearin gak sih? Skill epic lah. Aduh, siap boy.
Spraying through, he does take an immense amount of damage. Manages to stay alive and get that opening kill here.
Itu ceking gini dipaluin sekali muntah darah si cogil Korea.
Thrifty online for themselves.
So Secret's gonna just stay in the site, right? Not much weaponry. They didn't want to risk pushing up through ramps.
Oh iya,
They have this Nightfall. They
5
just send
HP,
that over
Cok.
towards screens here. That could very much be a major deterrent against RRQ. Snake bite down.
Ada.
Yeah, he's so far in front of this one.
Ya Allah, ada trap. Untung aja dihancurin. Wah, ini Jeremy sih anjing loh. Wah, Jeremy lu lihat. Ini orang sih binatang, cuy. Teman-temannya jadi bad, dia semua yang ngekill.
Even though he's not able to clean up the kills, the fact that he peeks out and draws a crosshair two people completely ruins the pinch that RRQ had. RRQ thought they had Team Secret absolutely trapped. All they had to do was spray and pray. But it's going to be NDG that draws away some of the backup, and that allows Jeremy to catch the picks. I mean, look at him
Gila nih Jeremy.
back and forth around the map. I mean, it's actually it's a fun contrast, Jeremy versus Jemkin, right? The reactions are somewhat similar, but also very different.
Oh, it's great.
Yang franchise aja mampus lu Jeremy skuy. Nice banget guys. Wuh, gila Hagai. Sisa Endok sendirian Endok. Endok mau ngapain Dok? Colong dulu X-Fero-nya Endok.
I mean, you know, they only pushed out once so far in the first 9 rounds, and that was just Elmimore.
Loncat gak sih Endok? Cok jadi itu kenapa sih? Kenapa lagi kan Niki? Sumpah Sindok mukanya nyebelin. Lamka. Sumpah baik dia coy. Sindok.
And it was a good one, right? Crosshair already set up the flashes in play as well. Good cover from each other, and Elmimore picks up the triple.
Baik dia.
Well, it's 30 seconds to think about the next round for Team Secret. Start putting the game.
Endok nih sabar banget orangnya.
Listen, you already have the 5 rounds.
Nggak boleh PC.
So far.
Sure. Anything else from here is just a bit of
Emang
bonus.
iya kan
Yes, you know, the conversation
Niki.
again, it has a lot of power that you can utilize to promote the attack here on Split, right? Kind of cover some of the weaknesses that the map offers. But again, if you have good reads against your opponents, the trap plays you can set up with the breach and the fade that pairs along with the raise, even the paranoia to boot as well. There's a lot of ways that Team Secret can regain control of the map on the defending half.
I think that kind of surprised me the most is that RQ are not.
Sen makan dulu nggak sih kita?
They have an immense amount of money.
Setengah
They
5.
know that he already has the ult online.
Sen makan yang sejam. Setengah 6.
But, I mean, this is just a fantastic
Buat
punch.
berbuka.
Everybody, you know, watching the corners that they need to be watching the angles that they need to keep tabs on. And it works a treat for RRQ. So now in a position to maybe take the lead for themselves. Secret by a little bit wonky once again.
One way manja kah?
Guardian looks like Jeremy just going to be playing with a sheriff and a showstopper.
You just got to watch out for that full send ultimate here on the side of RRQ. See if they're prepared for it. Just going to trade the snake bite for the Prowler, knowing that the weaponry is an advantage.
Ya, mau libanin salah mantul manja. Impostor kah? Ban. Injek sendiri, Ban.
I wanted to bank that off the wall rather than an in towards mail, I believe. Let's just drift across that one.
Cerita dan Cok. Cerita apa lagi kan Niki?
Positions, and we'll be keeping Secret guessing a bit.
Jangan ngada-ngada lu pada,
Well, Secret, if they're able to take control of mid here, and then slow creep up with the cyber cages,
Standar mana tuh?
them know that Vent's been taken over. Now, no opposition. You sense that this is going to be a far back.
Buset dah, itu trap nyilang kia.
Showstopper come out.
Okay, well, there's the boom bot. Bounce out onto the Raptors though. Jemkin position for now, still masked. Noise.
Ya Allah, benar-benar depan mukeh itu ya. Ya, Bani marah, Bani marah. David ninju meja, cok. Lihat nggak kalian tadi? Kata dia. Sabar Pit. Borak emang kayak gitu dia. Ada aja hokinya si Borak.
He'll get traded back. 3v3 now.
This choke point. They will get topped up a little bit by Elmimore.
There's the first challenge for Borkum. Good for it. NDG now going to be noted, but Borkum continues to hold there. That elbow swings back around the opposite side to get himself a 4K and get Team Secret up to 6.
A big round. And
iya lagi timing dia, gak ready. Parah sih menurut gue. Tapi nggak boleh marah-marah ya, Pit. Chill ya, Pit. Si Borak nih bener. Dulu Borak. Kaniki ini bagian menggoreng, Cok. Memberikan isu-isu yang aneh, coy. Kaniki ini bahaya. Jadi gini Kaniki, gue pengen belanja nih di Tokped. Ada nggak sih diskon-diskon? Stinger.
I mean, if they'll probably check main with contact here. Well, Guiding Light might have to change that a bit, but I was expecting they might just check ramp with contact and then use it to push out of screens once again.
Anjay. Ramadan Extra seru hanya di Tokopedia. Insta trade kill. Strela mau Kamehameha manja kah? Itu musuh udah terbang di depan komuk. Kamehameha. Bani harus bertahan hidup. Untung ada David. Kita sambil cari makanan untuk berbuka ya. Makanan apa ya yang kayaknya soto nggak sih, guys? Yang nggak ada minyak manjanya nih, bahaya nih. Sop. Sate. Makan teman.
Of course, again, considering split overall, sure, Secret gonna be okay with that. A pretty solid scoreline.
Makan teman sabi ya.
But again, I wasn't expecting this comp. I wasn't expecting the game to be this close at the moment. So I think that this is still positive trends right now for the side of Team Secret. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get over that finish line. Because again, they have not gotten a win on this map since they played against PaperX week 2 of last season. Before something had
Salat manja kali.
Yeah, where Jesse Vash gets that knife kill with the Cypher. That was a long time ago.
Bandre si nggak sih? Makan endok kah?
Even then, you know, since then I think they've maybe only played it 4 times.
Yeah,
most recently.
Beli kebab ya lah kali ya.
Zeta in the LCQ.
Which I mean, we saw right
dia
from
ya.
the stats of RQ's
Kenapa gitu?
win record so far. Even LCQ was a while ago. So Team Secret trying to turn a new page here in 2024, and so far, I mean, I'm liking the comp and the idea. We'll see what reads they have, though, because the way you got to play this on defense, you got to have a real good read on RQ setups already.
Yeah, don't have that double control.
You don't have
Viper to really try to slow up the other side of the map. Curious to see what this approach ends up looking like.
Masih bebek
Shots out. Jemkin
enakan bakmi GM nggak sih daripada gacon?
slow going.
Emang gacon enak cuy.
His camera's still there on ramp.
Yeah, that camera staying alive, the trip staying alive, all of that is a lot of information for Secret. They already have main control as well, and again, this is what you gotta do, right? You gotta be a little proactive. Jemkin.
Mi Singapura gue cok mana kan iki? Gimana cara belinya?
Rushing forward, just ready to charge through that cage. Not still in a fully committed position, still just lingering right here around mid. You draw some
Gacon di compare sama bakmi GM. Gacon minyak, gacon enak di harga, tapi gacon murah sih. Ini apa nih?
That's going to make Secret a lot more
Apa
confident.
udah
This does
ada
end up going towards A. Only more on the drop down. NB able to find that kill, swing it out. NDG just running and gunning, comes up with the goods. Elimination found. Jemkin. Here at elbow spots him.
Jangan yang goreng-goreng nggak sih? Waduh.
Okay, that's
Tar dulu deh. Abangnya dari Bekasi sampai apartemen lo tipes. Gue pengen kopi lu sih kak, jujur ya. Kopi lu gua dengar gokil sih. Pane di bokong. Aduh, kalah pistol lagi guys. Lihat coy, Estrella nembak apa coy? Kentut nih Estrella nih anjir. Nembak apa dia?
Jemkin 17-8-1 doing the line.
Estrella nembak apa dia guys?
Frags for RRQ, but they just couldn't. I love how the way they played the map though, right? They drawed a lot of the util. They drew the fault line a second time. But at the end of the day, they just can't get into the site. It's going to be Envy and NDG bugging them up, gunking up the entry from heaven. They'll take a little too much of their casualties.
Kentut naga itu coy.
Just gonna be heavy stack and push here. Oh my god.
Sakit.
Jemkin and Estrella taking quite a bit of damage there. Heals not available. Elmore does not have those.
Sumpah kalau main smoker kasih aja 7 ida yang main.
Fix any of that. Jeremy will be able to find one before getting taken out by Jemkin. Classic claims him, but that's gonna be a judge picked up. The HP bars continue to suffer as Xfero as well now whittled away at down to 56.
Yeah, if Jemkin had full health, sure, you can try to blast back with the judge.
Mangking gubeng aja bang Kaco, apaan tuh? Apaan tuh?
Back around towards Ellie's side, get himself maybe pushed up onto the side. Looks like he's gonna play this one out patiently, wait for the approach to come in as the fault line now goes across. Swings out, finds one, Borkham as well. Down Estrella, Smash will find a second. He was just Xfero all on his lonesome, the weapons out of reach, and his position noted. NDG will go ahead and finish it off. It's just one casualty here on the side of Team Secret as they now move up 8-6.
And a really good setup there on the double team between Jesse Vash and Borkham, right? Once Jesse Vash is back in position to help with the trades and the crossfire, you send the paranoia out to buy time as soon as you get an inkling, and then you're hiding, making them think that they can.
Oi, masa iya coy, map 3 janganlah.
Immediately capitalizes on the paranoia, and then it's just a crossfire, clean and set up with better weaponry. So while once again RRQ, they do what they can to make sure they have a numbers advantage, the weaponry, etc., the utility, all in favor of Secret. So far, we're seeing the positives of this comp. They're playing it to perfection, taking over this aggressive
jujur gue udah nggak tahu lagi mau berbuka pakai apa sih. Gue pengen ketupat, pengen lontong sayur, pengen lote, pengen nasi padang. Ya lu sih. Balik Pekanbaru langsung habiskan semuanya. Lote tuh kayak gado-gado gitu, tapi lote lebih enak. Coto, kenapa coto? Ya Allah.
Oh, it's set up just too perfectly. Gets a weapon as well.
What happened? Miso Arifin di Pekanbaru, beh. Miso, mie ini ya. Yang Malang itu ya, miso ya. Miso sih sabi sih, Mas Bob. Palu basah sop saudara, itu Makassar kocak. Kan baliknya ke Pekanbaru. Ntar kita makan itu ya. di Arifin Ahmad. Oke. Noted, Mas Bob. Woi, diikat manja dong Estrella. Estrella. Disuruh duduk Estrella pulang ke rumah dekat nih di Korea juga. Makan keripik. Oh iya, keripik jariang. Anjay, emang mudik balik gua ntar malam Mas Bob. Flight pagi.
He expects someone else is still going to be in main to create that crossfire. Takes out Xvero. Then he tries to delay. Gets to delay once it's on the second plant because of time. I mean, yeah, you
Hello,
know
kata
it's
dia.
going to be a 1v1.
Waduh, bahaya nih.
And then the C's immediately
Estrella, ntar lagi Estrella dibikinin klip anjay kayak Karigan. Cemilan juara lah. Jambu nggak ngirimin coy. Kenapa marah-marah? Estrella. Jujur gue nggak tahu mau makan apa guys. Real ini mah. Kan bakmi aja kali lah.
Tuck away there from Flipshider.
Team Secret, they heard this. Obviously, the trip gets broken as well. Trying to weaken up ramp, and it's
Kacau bayarin. Lu lah kok sebagai owner Persija Esport. Gila lo. Kok nggak ada beritanya ya? Dead Lily ini nge-kick CEO Persija Esport. Kenapa jadi aku kocak? Borak menahan sendiri. Waduh, bengong manja. Hey! It's okay, tahan napas. Waktunya pause dulu. Chill. Tarik napas. Buang pelan-pelan. Relax, reset guys. Reset, chill, masih bisa menang. Beda 4 doang. Lu tau kan Doge klip Karigan? Nah, reset dulu guys. 10 detik untuk tarik napas dan buang.
They feel like they're taking the control of spaces that they wanted to, right? You're able to push them out of main. Now that you've identified that they push early, they get early control of main and garage on B. You push them out of there. You have that control. You clear mid again. You have vents control. What is going wrong? We tied them up in ramps. What in the world is going wrong? And that's something that Coach Eo is going to have to talk about. One of it is, of course, you're not drawing out all of the important util. You draw out a fault line, sure, but then there's still a Seize, still a Prowler, another Haunt, another Paranoia. There's just a lot in the bank.
Estrella minta di... Oh, ini kalau Estrella masih kayak gini lagi ya, ini kan ada Pak Ape ya. Pak Ape datang. Misalnya ini kalah RRQ, misalnya Amit-amit kalah dia. Estrella, ini kan rumah lu di sini kan, di Korea. Udah, lu balik aja lah ke rumah lah. Udah. Mohon maaf nih ya. TGI balik ke line up aktif. Estrella pulanglah ke rumah lah. Udah langsung aja lah. Mumpung dekat nih. Mumpung dekat. Disuruh mudiknya dekat. Buset. Semua flash keluar tuh, Uncle. Wah, gila si Invi. Dapat timing nih. Jemkin. Ya Allah, lompat Jemkin manja. Estrella kalau dipecat kerjanya di toko ayam goreng Korea. di restoran ini kah? Kimbimbap. Jadi jualan gochujang.
Oh, look at Jeremy's position on the minimap. He goes down. I mean,
And there you go.
Ya.
Cleanup is going to be
Ya,
good.
busuk
Just
guys.
lost in the fight. Team
Saya
Secret
guys,
up
map
to
3.
11. As it's again another 5-round win streak going into a second half.
yeah, 5-round lead as well off of that. Of course, tied 6-6, but a great position here for Secret. Not only do they get, a happy amount of rounds in the first half, but everything coming to fruition. And we talked about, again, the kind of high risk, high reward that this kind of comp can bring to Split, but so far the reads are on point. And the way they're cycling a lot of their util, they always have kind of the ones that don't refresh, like the Paranoia. It's always in their back pocket.
Udahlah guys, gue pesan ini lah.
So much
Nasi
util
bakar aja lah.
spread out across
Gak tau mau apa lagi, cok.
these next 2 rounds. Very slow going here for RQ.
Waduh, di ulti. Ya Allah, jemkin kena.
It's going to be raises taken down on both squads.
Yeah, but the raise
Nasi
down
kuning,
on the
nggak ada
single
nasi
goal is
kuning,
for
Beb.
RQ, and it's not,
Udah, ini
anything
aja.
that can really force the site open either. It's just a sky right now for the
Minumnya yang
initiator.
manis-manis.
Things are looking rough. The only thing they can hope for is Xfero on the
Juice.
lurk, but he doesn't exactly have control of the site just yet.
Creeping their way over now towards this A site. Trap wires still there, still not dealt with. Trailblazer can try to spot him out, but just a couple shots in. That's more down to 5 HP. He didn't even have the reveal on him.
Woi, Bang Rey,
Heard the
kocak lu
moving
ya.
forward.
Kamu jadi nasi kentut, kocak.
Trailblazer now trying to spot things out. They have identified that NDG.
Gila, ongkirnya malah banget dah.
It's still going to be a completely
Gak
different
wajar
task.
anjir.
Arriving up to heaven.
GG guys, map 3.
The round is Secret, looking absolutely dominant here on Split.
Philip Jebe harusnya main ISO nih, bener.
And I love it because they bring out their own interpretation of a composition and they're using it
Map
so
3
well.
nih,
Right?
guys.
It's not just that they're fragging out.
Gila,
but the way they're
65
changing the
menit, cok.
utility, the way they're understanding how to create space
Gua
on
ambil
take space, the
buka
way that they
langsung ya.
understand on defense, we're gonna have to push out on the early rounds to take control of a
Yeah.
portion of the map. I mean, all of it clearly shows us that this is not a result of we don't know what else works, let's try this one. This is a result of a goal
Hilang
was
poin gua,
met
Babi.
during the
Mampus lu, Langka.
scrims. We
Itu
came
kursnya
into the
gara-gara
game,
lu,
and
kocak.
it's time to show RQ what it tastes like.
Mau TP.
Feels like 6 rounds in a row. Even though Secret have done just that. Right now for RQ, feels like an impossible task.
I mean, look at the ults as well, right? Both Nightfall and Rolling Thunder online. These Secrets aren't going to mean too much.
Buset, terbang tuh.
Sparrow does get tagged up a little
Wah, I think it's GG already nah.
bit before NDG just fall.
Woi,
Util now taken away.
ih, hoki banget Jesse pas di satchel nggak jadi mati, cok.
On the side itself is able to find Xfero and keep them very much in a winnable position. They look to close up this map. Flips about to be jumped here from behind. Fault line set.
Let's go,
Finds
Ban.
Pulls off the angle, but does he realize that he's being hunted? 2 more players behind him.
Ya, nggak keciduk kayak ini.
Oh, this is a cheeky spot.
First line of defense. Here's
Ah,
the
Estrella nembak.
Gets one. They can't comment fast
Sabar,
enough.
sabar.
And we're taking
Sabar,
down
sabar.
Warcom.
Sabar, kita koreksi dulu bentar ya.
The
Dikit aja.
closer. 3 kills for
Dikit aja kita koreksi. Kita buka dari YouTube karena ini nggak bisa di rollback. Apa yang beliau lakukan ya guys ya? Apa yang beliau lakukan? Sabar. Nih ya.
Satu pemain yang
Lihat dulu.
Memotong sih.
Set.
Potong yang dipotong ini mah kalau kayak gini Borkum. Di hell.
Dia nembak AP. Mana orangnya, cok?
Ini siapa yang ngemotong sih? Potong yang dipotong ini mah kalau kayak gini Borkum. Di hell.
Coba dia nggak nembak. Sumpah, coba dia nggak nembak. Walaupun lu feeling dia di sini, lu nahan angle aja udah, cover temen lu. Kalau dia misalnya nggak nembak, lu pasti bisa bunuh Borkum. Sumpah, ngapain coba dia nembak-nembak seakan-akan ada feeling aja tuh, kocak beliau ya. Beliau ada main sih guys. Rungkat siapa yang rungkat adik-adik? Gila. Siapa nih yang masang TS? Gila TS.
Similar ideas I thought to what we saw in Breeze with A lot of
Yang santai
mid-pressure.
poinnya
In that
mantap
last
banget
round,
itu.
Or the second to last round of the first half, RQ found a way to deal with that, where there was a showstopper available for Jeremy. They get ahead of it.
Siapa yang 15.000? Emang ada?
But then they get over to the defender side, and Team Secret just ran him over. I mean, it was
Siapa?
how strong.
Gue pengen tahu dah.
Yeah, it was pretty beautiful. I mean, the defenses they had on the top of A was just like, there was just no getting in for the side of RQ. It was like, had every angle covered, and then on the
Emang
opposite
iya?
side, it just felt like the
Jadi 15.000.
from the side of RQ weren't that great. So, kind of falling apart there was 6-6
Ah,
half,
iya, kelihatan
but
dari mana?
just the flawless one side was just too much for them to
Iya
handle.
dong.
I think there were some little warning signs early on, Valdez, when you pointed out too, when we saw the kill count, and it was a little bit too heavily skewed towards Jemkin and Elmi more very early on.
Ini poin buat
Yeah,
apa
we
ndak
knew
ada di
every player 6 kills
deskripsi.
apiece, and it was 12 and 11 respectfully for those other two players. So definitely felt like there was a little bit of carrying going on even from the beginning, and then once they got to attackers, it was just kind of lights out for them. They had a decent amount of first kills, but look at the post plants, 0 out of 1. Like, they didn't have post plants.
Well, that just goes to what you're talking about, right? Like, just doing such a good job of controlling the pressure points on this map, not giving them the opportunity to get there.
Ente dah.
Envy really popping off here. Borkum had a great game.
Siapa yang masih percaya dengan RRQ guys? Map 3 bisa nih Icebox. Waduh, Icebox lagi ya. Icebox kita lihat ya.
Especially on the defender side and the attacker side, to be honest.
Kita lihat Icebox ya.
Quite good on split generally. You'll take that most of the time. So really everybody stepping up big time. Yeah, Jesse may not put up huge numbers, but the breach util
Kita lihat dari kedua tim.
for delay. They did a great job. One thing that I really noticed with Team Secret, especially on their attacker side, was the way that they cycled their ults. They were staggering them. They were only using one at a time. Like, you know, the casters were talking about it. You could see when you have the
Harusnya menang RRQ sih ini jauh.
at the same time, you could, you know, launch the rays with the rolling thunder, but they didn't need
Waduh,
to. They were just like, we're just
4-1
gonna use
lagi,
one or the other and then save the other one for the next round, then do that. So really smart
terakhir ya
game planning here
7
from Team Secret.
11-13 loh.
Jeremy, you know, stepped up. He wasn't
Menang ya?
looking on his best form the other day. So and honestly, the last
kalah
map. So seeing him on this map, starting to feel more comfortable. I mean, when you're on the race flying through split, you need to be confident with every decision that you make.
Yeah, it was
Udah
kind
lama
of funny
banget
too
nih,
because this map started off with RQ. You know, they won the pistol. I think it was a
Bisa lah
4-8.
guys, bisa.
Just like lining them up, it was crazy. And then for some reason that after that, it was, you know, it was very even in the first half. Obviously,
Ayo
going
kita
back and forth,
kita
but
predik juga deh.
Ace from NDG was
RRQ.
looking pretty good, and you know there were some nice comeback moments for Team Secret. Kept it close, and then really, you know, it just felt like a totally different map once we changed sides.
But you could see some of the ideas, like with this double initiator comp, it puts this like kind of like pressure on you.
Ini tebak-tebakannya
as RRQ to have to
Tim
worry
Secret
about
12%.
being caught by it, getting tethered, because it's a lot easier on
RRQ
split
87.
sometimes to kind of like track those angles and deal with that. And then even, you know, throwing in the judge in there for Jeremy, you know, catching them right outside of B main. Just everything so well thought out with this composition for Team Secret. So, you know, we talked about earlier today that it's hard to come into this stage and know what teams are going to do, what maps are prepared, what agent picks are prepared, and now we're seeing that, you know, finally a team has come and cooked something and it's actually come out well done.
Aduh, boy,
Like the whole cooking process there. I really just enjoy them.
I'm
Ooh, that
definitely a
sounded
chef,
delicious.
yeah.
He's not just an elevator guy, he's also a chef. Does this change your predictions at any point? I know, again, infamous flip-flopper here, just in case with how things going.
Yeah, I'm infamous for a reason. I do kind of feel, you know, before we started this segment, I'm like, maybe Team Secret take this actually. I mean, going in an Icebox, I think they should be pretty comfortable, and RQ did look kind of flat in that second half. I think that was mostly just because Team Secret playing so well, and they really shut the door on them, so as long as Team Secret keep up this level of play,
Gecko Bani. Ya, Bani pakai Gecko ya di Icebox ya?
So, I'm not going to change my pred.
Ayolah, bisa nih.
New leaf for the new year.
New year,
I'm
new
gonna stick
you.
with RRQ. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm not. You know, I'm willing to say that okay, there is a pretty good chance that Team Secret take this anyway.
Very happy with the growth of Valdez. Definitely, you know, no more flip-flopping. I'm gonna stick with RRQ, but I think it's gonna be really darn close on Icebox. I mean, obviously, seeing both of these teams earlier this year. Both of them had to play Gen G on it. They both pushed them basically to the limit. I mean, there was the overtime, right?
Kita lihat ya perbandingan dia ya.
Close to the overtime, so I don't know.
Main
I
smoker.
still think RRQ probably has a little bit more firepower and those kind of things. that's where I'm gonna
Harbor
lean.
dia
I'm gonna stay
oke.
with RQ.
Okay, I will share my thoughts on that after we address the guess in game poll result. The question was who's gonna thrifty first on map 2, and because there was
Siapa
no
namanya?
thrifty, both of
Tuji.
them manage their economies like actually really well. Nothing happens. We stay in gold.
TGI udah berapa udah berdebu kali ya.
I could have bet on no thrifties, yeah. I wish I could have bet on no thrifties.
Yeah,
I was
then-
denied.
Ini padahal dia udah punya
Bet on that though. It's
Yeah,
not
right.
very common
smoker
that you
pasti
see a
loh.
thrifty, right? So.
We did have record of you saying that, so I think, you know, mentally we know. In terms of how this is gonna go for Icebox, it can go both ways, especially with performance like this coming from both of these guys. I think if it was because it's a
Aneh banget yang dilakuin Jeremy ya.
I know how strong Secret can be on
Dia
Icebox, so
kasih
I'm actually now
love
completely
gini
up there, but I
tapi
will stick to my prediction
kagak senyum, Jok.
because it's a new year, like Felda said. We're just
Turn a new
gonna-
leaf. Yeah.
We're just gonna stick to. We're gonna commit.
Jemkin kenapa nih? Biasanya ngebantai-bantai
So
Jemkin.
here, Jeremy, Jemkin. I'm again, both of them.
Apakah Jemkin harus kill 20 awal baru ini?
Killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, I think, you know, the defense we've talked about a lot on that second map, but it just feels like everybody's pulling their weight on the side of Team Secret, whereas even in the beginning of the map for RQ, it just felt like kind of a two-man show from Jemkin and Xfero, and the rest of the guys eventually caught up, but yeah, it just felt like a better team performance from the side of Team Secret, so... And the fact that Jeremy also hit 333 ACS is pretty good. On top of everybody else performing
Kalau
really
pakai dua
well.
smoker harusnya Bani 7i udah paling bener.
Well, so.
Lu protes lah Lamka,
I think
katanya lu
they've got the hot
ini
hand right now, and
Asprinya
I think
Pape.
wouldn't
Gimana
even
sih
be
lu?
surprised
Gila,
if we go
lu
to,
di
like,
mana-mana ada Lamka ya?
on Icebox.
Di Riot iya, RRQ iya. Gelo, emang Lamka coy.
That is very highly likely. We are gonna go to our agent picks now for the third and final map of this first series of today between Team Secret and RRQ.
I was gonna say
RQ
Jesse's playing Sova. I can tell you that right now. Like before that even came up, 100%. But okay, Envy gonna be on that KO. You're seeing teams kind of lean into this a little bit more with that extra space on B. It's a little easier to flash behind yellow and things like that. So teams are going into it. But then RQ going with more of what we're seeing globally on this map now with the Gecko, some kind of double initiator, but it is the Sova, so you're seeing this kind of interchanged. It's either that or the KO usually, and it is going to be...
Ayo, wala win, nol.
I think this has been kind of a story
Fix
of
ya, berarti nih HG sama Masternya ganti role, iya.
able to sort of have
Enggak lah, bertiga lah.
come into the map and play their best.
Xfero,
Saw it on Breeze with RQ.
Elmimor, Estrella, ini ganti nih bertiga nih.
Statistically, this should be very close.
Ini kan yang tadinya Xfero, ini tadinya Estrella, ini tadinya si Agai. Ganti bertiga.
We really don't know what the outcome of this. This is going to be a very exciting third and final map, and to take us through it, we have our casters, Achilles and William.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go into the action. Icebox to see who's
Ya,
going to be
ya,
walking
close
away
dulu
with the win
guys.
with that crucial championship.
Bocil RRQ masih
Both
banyak ya.
teams have put up some strong performances on this map back at kickoff. RQ playing it twice versus Gen G.
Yep.
10-13 score lines both times.
Yes, exactly. Getting very close to that overtime and potentially.
Sabar
win,
Cuk,
but
baru
never
ngetik bet.
quite. They
Lama
didn't really
lu.
have what it took
Mikir,
to
banyakin
just keep
mikir.
up the round-to-round adjustments near the end. We'll see if that's a different story here. Of course, Team Secret, they were playing the Sage back then. They were experimenting with it. Now back to the KO for Envy. And
Baru juga pick agent, ini udah masuk game.
one of the best highlights we've had through and through. for
Buruan
Team
pasang
Secret.
nih, buruan pasang
All
gua kasih
for the
nih.
first season of Pacific
Buruan
last
pasang,
year.
gua kasih waktu nih. Sampai
Ooh, Jimkin, okay.
menit 1.
Timing there.
Buruan.
The angle moments before he would have had the line
Ah,
up.
lama nih.
Punished for it though.
Menit 1 ya.
Just being drifting away and actually getting himself very much situated in mid. I mean, he's quite spotting out quite a many few people. It's widely the site
retake
seen
A.
here by RRQ, looking to just play a full retake. As Team Secret
Sampai plan, sampai plan.
last year
Itu kelihatan badannya kocak.
going in, not gonna find the connection there, but Jemkin able to find two. Envy and Jeremy both gonna be taken down there by that Sheriff.
Woi,
that gets traded
udah
back.
menang orang loh.
Jesse Vash gets one of
Woi.
these. Lee Moore playing out at screen.
Wah,
Seeing that
Jesse
Sova,
Vash buta tuh.
with the help of Helm, we'll be able to just go
Udah
ahead
ya.
and flush him out. So it does get that elimination.
More's quite low, but gonna support with the dart for the time.
2 lawan 3.
The site itself has been cleared out, but you gotta clear out all the
Whoa.
you gotta stick the defuse.
The second headshot
Ndok.
from PG is monstrous, and now it is all LB Moore up on the ropes, 9 HP.
Wah, gila. Ndok. Ndok lebih GG daripada telur.
Great mid-rounding from both teams. Team Secret, they get the initial contact, they recognize that the Jet has given up pipe, so they immediately press the issue, trying to push forward as a death ball. Now, meanwhile, RRQ, they're not able to stick with it anymore, but just so they can bring flips back over from B side, they decide to group and cover mid. Right? Just
Good
to
shit,
see
boy,
when they
Ndok.
rotate, and that way they can still try to push the flank or at least put pressure on it. And initially it looked like it was going to work.
Ndok di sini mengklaim siapa yang lebih telur ya daripada Bani. Ya Bani kalah telur ya Ndok.
Absolute. Basically zero investment for the most part here for the side of our
Kepancing manja ya kan. Dia nyangkut hampir aja.
Couple shots. Jeremy knocking him down to 38.
Lu bisa bahasa Jawa? Enggak.
Got the outlaw for Jesse Vash as well. So everybody in dire danger here to both the Guardians and the outlaw. Of course, buys across the board for
Ini tim Secret ini selalu kayak gini, Cok. Kalau dia menang pistol, nahan.
For all the future rounds. And that's also kind of why they're playing.
Nggak pernah buru-buru dia. Ngecil dia orangnya.
Just with a pistol, anything like that. You want to be able to stick his 5, keep as many of these weapons going forward.
Recon at the ready. Only more waiting patiently.
Timing of this will be so crucial.
See if he gets anything at all, any kind of inkling that they're moving forward. Catches a good timing on this one. Yes, okay, drone over the top.
30 seconds left.
No delay, does get darted there. It's push into the corner, into the instant headshot there on his barrel.
Wow, Buddy. Ya, reload. Nice. 2 lawan 2.
Jemkin with covering fire will be able to take him down. So already, very bloody here. The Secret suffering more losses than they certainly would like to have on this approach. They find more.
Waduh.
Back, able to take him down, gets both kills collected. The Guardian and Bulldog held on to. Maybe swap out for different guns. The pings.
Wah, Ndok, itu Guardian Ndok. Pinjul Ndok.
Decent damage dealt, but still a 2-0 start for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, just because it was buys across the board, it's going to be a little costly, like you said. And while the recon bolt was delayed thanks to the drone, they just aren't able to check. 4 flips, right? A little too distracted by Elmimore in the back of sight. And so a lot of damage done. Now, we saw initially, considering a couple half armors here and there, but eventually everyone will buy down to the full armor. They'll give up 1 piece of utility each to make sure that happens, recognizing that the Outlaw is still a threat on the other side from Team Secret.
Ayo, udah Byron nih.
Checking, watching over there.
Gila nih, Borak udah di sini ya nih.
Time, double push up. Jesse Vash, Borkum investigating over towards B. See if they can spot anything out.
Kenapa orang punya wall bolong terus ya?
Nothing seen. We'll just go ahead and back away.
Yeah, but this alarm bot's getting so much value for RQ as well. Right, able to just deny Kitchen, now the turret as well, so relatively safe in mid. Now they won't spot anything with the drone.
I saw his shoulder just a bit there.
Yeah, just a tag right at the end. Now, of course, they're also still holding on to green. You've still got that 1-way, so no reason to over-rotate from RQ. But the question is can you hold on to the site? Because if the execute's good, it's a bit of a pain here on A.
Dah.
Not wanting to reveal his position, because Sesat allows for that knife to go off as
Oke, itu strategi yang gak ditembak. Berapa orang tuh? Masih ada 4, 2 yang habisin ya, nggak apa-apa.
And that decision not to shoot out the 0 point, that made the difference, right? Not able to spot out Jemkin, he's able to cover for his teammates.
Duit masih aman dari RRQ.
And then of course dashed on right from Jeremy, but Jemkin still there to cover all angles from above like a hawk in the sky. Buys enough time for Xfero as well. The crossfire.
So easy guys. Siap Bani Eggman nih bos.
Well, that's just the bonus round, so now it's going to be full firepower, full shields on the opposite side of Jesse Vash. The Hunter's Fury as well. He's used 2 so far and gotten kills off both of them. Got the ping there on the Jemkin, but given that it's the Jet, likely not worth trying to open up with that Hunter's Fury, so we'll just keep it pocketed for now.
Thrash on the side of Flips. Hasn't used it yet, so we'll see if it gets used at all this round. But they get spotted immediately, like you mentioned, so that means they have to give up pipes control. So no reason to try to push out for even more info. Trying to just hide the position of all teammates, just keep Team Secret guessing. They still got that alarm bot once again.
Recon.
Covering, you know, both parts around tube with the turret.
So not fully committed here. Double creep up. Pushing their way now towards yellow. Like what they're seeing over here on this side of the map, it might just be able to rotate back.
Apa wala emang bolong ya? Emang sengaja bolong ya?
Suspecting the Viper's going to be alone, but
Borak. Gue bingung nggak banyak loh orang pakai bolong.
Shifted over, and looks like they're going to leave Jeremy in a forward position over on this A site. See if he can come up with any kind of backstab. A little bit of damage there. Otherwise, spike now planted.
Oh, so well set up for Jeremy.
That turret obviously not going to spot him either. Just gonna go
Gila ada flank lagi. Aduh bahaya nih. Tinggal delay doang dah ini. Jeremy dapat lagi. Gak kelihatan. Molly nyut-nyutan. Wah gila, kirain bisa ke divis loh. Wah. Waduh busuk.
Not worth trying to play through this one, just has to hold on to the weapon, will rotate out. See if Jeremy can get
hampir loh, gara-gara molinya kayu, coy. Wingman-nya mati.
Stay tucked away. He'll hold on to the weapon, but Team Secret will continue moving up.
Yeah, ever so necessary save there from the rifle, just so you can make sure that you have some
Aduh, kenapa nguap mulu ya? Padahal udah tidur yang lama loh gue loh.
Now, Strea trying to abuse the kind of tip of that toxic screen against his opponents. He'll get the one kill, of course, the trade. But
Gak lama juga sih, cukup lah. Karena
begadang
begadang nih,
they still
kotak.
use utility to tie them up in A, and then they still leave the lurk. That gives them that option that you will get the flank.
Let's go
right?
Team Spirit. Kenapa jadi Team Spirit?
As soon as the spike goes out, because that's when
Banyakan
RQ
gula,
starts
betul.
sprinting over. Just a kind of
Oh,
multi-step
kelo.
plan. And now he's online.
Harus
once
kurangin
again,
gula
here
ya guys ya.
Certainly feeling it. He's lacking a bit on Breeze with the Jet. The Rays looking very much reinvigorated on Split, but Jeremy
Sama olahraga.
is kicking things off
Wih,
gorgeously here for the team.
gila tinggi banget Jing.
Trying to avoid that drone, does eventually get tagged, but before he finds the kill onto Borkum, he's still in a very rough position potentially, but Sparrow finding one. Envy going to be taken down.
Nge-vape kan nggak banyak.
Now trying to peel away, but
Makanan yang penting. Oh, kelas.
gets rid of the enemy Jet.
Kelas, endok buta ya endok.
Flips with 3. We'll get RQ
Endok buta ya, kena
So
bucat.
far, it's been A site every single time.
Nice,
Sure,
itu
I mean,
loh.
they eventually rotated over to B, but it's been the A pressure every single time, and they don't stop at pipes. They will always try to get some form of control right up to the site. Now, I like what Team Secret's doing, right? They're denying pipes control. That's great. But at a certain point, perhaps, you know, maybe after this round,
So easy ban.
slow things down, maybe gain a little bit
Puasa nggak
of
puasa?
maybe a little
So
bit of
easy
breathing
ban, bilang
control.
gitu ban.
Just commit to it, but you got to put pressure.
Knives pulled, sick pressure looking to be applied. As first it will just be the clear out there on the turret. Jeremy drops down off the top of tube. Sparrow in position. They're in kitchen, not really wanting to peek out, but you know, we'll get the mark. Note that the Jet is going to be rotating away from tube. RQ can breathe a little bit more easily in regards to mid now, but it's A that's getting ready to receive an immense
Gila
amount of
nge-walk
pressure.
terus kan.
Set up here by screens.
Walk.
Still online, decides to pull back even more. And that movement right there could have very well saved his life.
I like it. It's a good timer right in the back of his mind because he's got that thrash. They already emptied the site anyway for a retake.
Spike planted.
So you little homie.
Thrash now coming in, hunting for a target. Borkum still playing forward on top. Noted that, just given the trajectory of that snake bite coming through.
Buset tuh drone sih tinggi banget loh.
Drone searching for a target. Flips does get noted by that. Borkum now repositions just in front of the
Ya nggak siap kan?
coming back to try to get that dizzy.
Dijagain. Waduh miss.
Get a quick peek, trying to find the shot.
Aduh,
Can't make it happen. Borkum stays
kebok.
alive. Does get pushed forward,
Oh,
just
nice.
flushed out as the Strays
Nice
are
guy.
More training went back. Jesse Vash will fall.
Boh,
Now,
boh.
value is Jemkin will get that elimination, and now it is all on to Envy. The
Woi.
hold's coming through, but they're so
Wah,
down low,
hampir.
Jemkin will be able to keep it protected.
Untung aja.
Two members left standing. The op retained. RQ tied up at 3-3.
I mean, nice
Udah
try,
ditutup,
both
udah
teams, but
ditutup.
RQ
Nggak
comes
bisa
out just a couple steps ahead.
predik
I
lagi.
mean, Xfero, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it almost looked like he had found a way to get around that turret. Maybe just found a timing. Didn't keep my eye on the lurk entirely, so I thought that was
Nice.
going to be the difference maker. NDG was wise about it. Still checks it on a timing, takes out the lurk, but by that time, RQ had just slow crept in one step at a time. Sure, trades all the way through, but they're able to approach the spike, and that's what mattered. Of course, they cleared a lot of that utility early as well. That was a big part of it, ruining some of that post plant.
Right there.
Wah,
Post it up.
mampus kau Jerem
He's gonna be
Skui
going
ya.
against
Banyakin
weak
nge-walk
buys.
doang
He's
ya.
gonna hold his ground, gets the opening shot.
Gameplaynya ngantuk.
Just waiting to see
Enggak
if
sih.
anybody peeks their head out in towards
Aman
the
ini.
nest. Looks like it's just gonna be a ground approach here.
Nah, sekarang ngedrone kan.
Zone will stay low. Will get the tag here. Flipshutter can back away.
Nah, aduh.
Ooh, wide peek out. Jimkin able to find the shot there. Sends another one moments before. Jesse Bash would have likely swung in to his cross.
Ban, balik ban. Sabar ban. Molly dulu ban.
Just tags here onto the members of RRQ. The spike can get planted.
Gotta play it a little bit safe. Yeah, wait for that retake.
Oh, Jesse spotted. They know that he's
Satu
gonna be
side.
stranded forward
Nah,
now.
ini sih Rit.
RQ very much wanting the lead for themselves, and it's going to be locked up on the opposite side now. Invested.
Mampus
Xfero pushing
kena
forward. Jesse
recon.
Bash unable to find the headshot. Does end up falling. As lockdown had been destroyed. Now in holding for the defuse. They get it up to half, and they just take it the whole time. Xfero with a quick little second glance. Spots Borkum, takes him down. Fragment from Envy. Will find
Mantap.
one, but ultimately it is going to be RQ.
Siapa tuh yang kena
coming away with
molly?
this round victory.
Bani.
In a row for the squad as they take the lead.
I mean, again, it's just that ace side over and over again, and yes, Secret is famous for doing that against certain opponents, and it's worked in the past,
It
but
was on Haven, though.
it was on Haven, first of all, with 3 sites, and second, it's just, you know, the Killjoy setups in mid, they just haven't been disrupted much at all, and sure, you've been able to pressure me a little bit here and there, even in the first round, but for the most part, yeah, they can just kind of chill there with the one-way, right? Estrella can buy so much time knowing that he should be comfy. So perhaps after all these times, right, it's
Jeremy sering kok pakai jet.
their retakes are now starting to work. They also know how to anchor depending on which utilities used first. You add the op now, so Team Secret, they're gonna have to decide if they want to switch up the default at the start of the round.
Can't be undone quite just yet. Still just a single round separating the two
Apakah
squads.
ini bakal ngalahin mengambil tahta telur?
Yeah,
Go
very
ahead and
neck and neck.
equalize very quickly.
See what the adjustment is, because of course after a timeout, surely the operator gonna hold a different position here, whether it's going to be green or mid. Could be that push out from tube as well, but it looks like it's gonna be a commitment over to the B site. I mean, this would be the round where Team Secret says, you know,
Keep going,
sure,
yeah.
surely we don't go in again another time, right? And then they go again.
And it looks like RRQ are kind of biting on that. It looks like it will be, okay, rather, Estrella will rotate over to at least be lingering a little bit closer by.
Okay.
Not quite as dire. Previously looked, and okay, just going to be the nano cleared out. Alarm bot's still standing. Second nano now set up there from Xfero to try to slow up the approach should it's very much, you know, end up coming over to A, which right now it looks like it is.
Yeah, and you got that pit ready from the Raptors as well. So RQ, they've got things in place, right? They've got a little bit of mid control. They could go for the flank at any point if they wanted. They're still ready for the potential lurk. They have no reason to rush things out. Alarm bot's still alive on A. You'll have the pit.
Droning
And you still have screens control.
seperti biasa.
They can avoid, okay, I was
Di
gonna say the null
ulti.
command that is available here from Envy. So Pit comes out first. Arrows popped.
Udah sekarat aja tuh Estrella.
Jemkin in the meantime gets the catch on the Borkum, who's lurking over
Yang
outside
kedua
the
loh.
green.
Jemkin sama Xfero.
So love to try to get a pick through the pit here. Try to shut things down on Evan, but
Dan
he can't. So
atas.
they'll get the plant. But it's going to be a very tough post plant to hold. A lot of it comes down to Envy. Holding.
But he finds Flipshot.
Lah, Bani mat.
Take him down.
Oh, untung aja
Players
di
getting
trade.
blinded there by the Dizzy. Eventually he will be found. As
Boh, Hagai.
Jeremy can only find Jemkin. Otherwise, the cleanup will be swift. 2 kills there for Elmi Moore as Xfero will sprint to try to recover the operator. The defuse can now come in. RQ will counteract, not allow for that timeout to lead to a round win. So now they stretch the lead very slightly.
Mantap, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games are in place for sure after that timeout. Trying to guess where the op's going to go. Say that maybe this time is the time that it works, but didn't quite account for the pit. And of course, RQ, like you mentioned, it's not just the pit.
Woi,
I haven't heard Elmimore taken on after flips.
guys, nggak boleh gitu, guys. Nanti kena warning, guys. Perkara ngomong gitu, guys. Masuk lagi kan? Guys, jangan, guys. Nanti kena, guys. Kalau aman nggak apa-apa, guys. Lanjutin. Ngomong sit the kucek
on the turret. They're keeping that operator disguised for the moment.
down.
Position where he may just end up getting caught. Try to rotate around, and he actually does manage to make it across unscathed. So now can get into position, drop this pit here for his squad.
Yeah, they'll have to get there fast. But the question is how do they hold the flank, right?
Anjir.
No longer there, and that's a great
Jeremy
move
dari
from
wah
Jeremy.
gila nih beliau.
Yeah. And Elmimore whittled down to 2 HP as well as they just sat there.
Ketahuan dia.
Spotted, but Jemkin, they've got nothing to really flush him out into the open. Snakebite eventually. It's only low enough that it gets the kill itself.
Kocak.
1 found, but still so much more to work with. And Vash is in a very disconnected position with a Hunter's Fury online.
Or couldn't get the timing for the
Nggak bisa
kill.
recon lagi sih ya, Agay.
Away. Did they read?
Ya, nggak dicek. Ya,
No, they did not.
aduh.
NDG.
Ndok.
Sheriff in hand. Now, Elmimore trying to
Aduh,
escape.
kena
Will not be
kena
able
half
to do
buy
so.
kah?
Team Secret, a great reply. Dropped the round after the timeout, but come back in with a much more
Woi,
solid
yang
play.
benar aja lu yuk.
To see what exactly went down in mid, because it felt like Borkum should have been dead to rights, given that line
Aduh.
being held by Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin might have been kind of peeking back and forth, perhaps through the tube, trying to make sure that he also doesn't get caught out. But all props to Jeremy here for making that happen. Opens up the site with the setup that he's received. NDG holding a great close
Nice,
angle
Ndok.
to turn things around.
Si Ndok nice.
Trying to tie things up again. And here's the scary part. So now RQ has to focus on A side again, right? They tried to take some in control. It didn't
Wah,
work.
gila. Dia
And Secret's
expect.
ready for it.
I mean, he had the shot ready to go, but Jeremy just
Gila
a bit
sih
faster.
Jeremy sih.
Flip shot now in a very committed position. The drone coming up over the top will spot him out. He just has to try to exit, but there's a Hunter's
Ya
Fury.
Allah.
It won't
Gak
even
bisa
be
kemana-mana udah
necessary.
si
Jeremy will be able to just go ahead and
Bani.
get the headshot.
Ya,
Elmimore
diperintilin
creeping forward,
satu-satu
looking for
coy.
more, ends up getting taken down. 5v2. And a call to just completely abandon the site. Team Secret. Then we'll go ahead and get this plant. We'll wait for that spike to detonate.
I don't know if he'll be able to carry over these weapons, though. We'll see. I mean, NDG might try to get a cheeky extra lockdown going here if he can try to find a couple extra kills.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of reasons to hunt. Xfero, the one person you probably don't want to come across, given that he's a little bit closer to having the lockdown, but only a few more rounds to play. Looks like widely Team Secret will just take this patiently, take this safely. We'll just hold on to all 5 as they get this flawless round and tie us up at 5-5. The desk was talking about it, you know. They felt like it was going to be likely that this ends up going to overtime, and right now, given how inseparable the teams are being, it does seem like that could very well be the case, but we kind of thought the same thing on Split.
Well, and we also felt that way both times that RQ played Gen G, and they never quite made it to overtime.
That's a good point.
So we'll see. But right now, Secret right back in command of the round-to-round pacing.
I'm the hunter. Woi, gimana nih guys?
That time RQ reads it, but then they go for it again. RQ thinks
Sudah saatnya King AE turun kah?
And looking to just go ahead and, you know, burn some of the cash that they've been stocking up on.
Ayo dong, 75 nggak sih? 75 nggak sih?
Bringing another attack operator into the mix here.
Yeah, with the Blade Storm as well, so might as well try to even things out. That'll make the tempo change a little bit unexpected for RQ. But again, whether they go A or not, Secret has command because RQ's the one left guessing. They're denied pipes control. They're denied some of their early util. And if they don't push out and clear that turret early, they're denied mid control as well.
Everything grinding to a halt, the silence filling the arena here.
Emang tim Secret emang mainnya gini dia lama, nyantai, nunggu ada yang agresif, ntar dia diam-diam regroup. Walk.
Yeah, that should give them a better idea of where things are going to be coming.
Over the top, knives now pulled. Jeremy rotating in, but doesn't read it, but oh, flips. Not able to nail this shot, but eventually will be able to get it done. More in the meantime, finding it.
Bani hampir aja nggak bunuh tuh.
Throwing the double swing out. Borkum doesn't manage to find Elmore, but now he's all on his lonesome. The spike outside of the pit. Recovers it.
Serem aja tuh Bani tuh. Tembakannya kayak kentut naga barusan.
Try to utilize. Does eat a little bit of damage from Astraeus. Can he clutch this? For the rush in and oh,
gila kaget gua. Mamam lu kena right click ya.
There's right clicks for the headshot. An RQ, they will move up to 6.
Untung tetap dapat secure kill.
But either way, great pacing there from the duo that remained alive from RRQ, not wanting to give Borkum a chance to reposition and play the mind games in his own Viper's Pit. They'll barely hang on to the lead. We'll see if they can catch it. But things look dicey from Flips. Eventually, though, he gets the jet. That's the important part, so it doesn't keep flying around the site.
Yep. Just a tiny bit of gun.
Gila Bani. Benar-benar 25 peluru tuh. Satu orang. ATJ 5 ya.
Kind of hoping that it's not going to be that A hit. You know, they'll be prepared for the retake with the Thrash and the Hunter series. They can afford to play a bit of a weaker A site this time. And Team Secret, a bit of a change here. Just allows for the dart to ping out. They want to get ready for a pinch on A.
Feels like for maybe the first time, and we've seen some sidelines drawn towards mid, but never really a push like this from Secret. So a bit of a change up here. Just how committed to this they're going to end up being is a little tiny bit of damage there.
Gotta watch out on this.
Dia tahu Killjoy-nya udah ambil turret. Ya. Wah, mati turretnya Cok, bisa nge-flank dong. Waduh. Untung HG yang menang. Wah, mampus lu Ndok, ketahuan ya Ndok.
Very much makes Jesse Vash second guess this plan position.
Nice.
Elmore finds it. Hunter's Fury not necessary.
Now it's a deep
killed off. This very much changes up the game plan. Have to commit in for the stick, but that gives him the tag. Borkum trying to escape. Final shot from
Borak hampir.
to find its mark. V forward spot needs to open things up here for the team.
Wah, Invi dapat lagi.
Does.
Woi, sabar. Hold on. Nice.
His contributions not needed. RQ with 3 members left will be able to close out this first half 7-5.
Yeah, the mid kill onto NDG was huge because we saw that the Killjoy was nullified, so that turret wasn't going to have much value. It still gets taken down. NDG is trying to draw aggro out. So
75, apakah aman jaya nih guys?
Of course, that makes Xfero very well aware that he has to clear that flank before he's able to assist his teammates in any way, shape, or form.
Bisa sih menangin Pistolen, lebih mensecure gamenya coy.
For the Indonesian squad, see if they can get that first victory. It's been a long time, like the Desk talked about.
It's been a long day.
And RRQ, a lot of people wondering what really was the true power level of RRQ at kickoff. Sure, Gen G, they looked like they continued to improve, but could that have been RRQ, right? So many questions on a lot of people's minds. And if they want to prove that the potential was there, they got to make sure that they can close out a best of 3 first of all.
Sure. I mean, like Ewok was saying during their interview on the analyst desk, you know, we consider that we're still in 7th place until proven otherwise. This would be the first step in proving that. Team Secret have certainly test them and keep them as low in the standings as they possibly can. 7-5. Not much of a difference between these squads. Secret, 1 additional pistol round win so far. Let's see if they can add another one to the mix here. And just immediately cut that gap in half.
All right, Secret. See if they try to do a little bit of that aggressive push on the A site. You know, at the end of the day, the overall idea being the same for both of these teams.
Stuck manja gini musuhnya.
It's not going to be super aggressive like the KO Geckos. but of course you can still get a little bit of that early info control. Try to set up your jets for success.
0 point forward. I don't believe it got the catch onto anyone. And B, we'll just move up, grab that orb. In the meantime, chasing from behind. We'll get the tag on him.
They haven't checked for Jeremy though. Still
Aduh
hidden under the
sakit tuh
screen.
coy. Kena shock dart. Ada yang kena nggak tuh?
Could be a
Nggak ada ya?
very unpleasant surprise here for RQ. As, there you go, makes his presence known. Now they note it, but
Gila nggak turun loh Jeremy. Wah perangkah. Wallnya mana? Oh wall B dia. Nice. Oh, kalau ada wall makin enak lagi tuh.
Spike planted.
The classic, can he manage to make it happen? Snake bite gonna be thrown down, the wide swing coming across. He will be able to get the bite kill there onto Elmi Moore. Sheriff and a Ghost will be retained.
Nice, nice, nice.
They tie it up 3-3 in pistols across this series, and they stretch the lead even further.
Nice, nice.
This is as close as it gets. 3-3 on pistols is a crazy stat line. Really just goes to show, and I think everyone that was trying to predict this match all around the world, everyone agreed it was 50-50. It's just where you put a little bit more faith, right? What do you weigh a little bit more? Is it just the
Nice,
stats that we
easy
saw
ka.
in kickoff, or is it what you think is going to be the interpretation of the roles and the comps? And right now, I mean, both teams, I think, subverting some of those expectations on both fronts. But nonetheless,
Oh sama nih,
very
nahan
tight
dulu
match.
nih, nahan
But maybe
chill.
RQ can change that up now that they are on for the anti-eco.
Hah, kedengeran nggak sih?
Estrella certainly will have heard this. As a couple shots go his way, now he's going to look for the catch.
Ah,
He does
mamam
find
lu.
it. Nicely, patiently played out. What's up with the
Woi,
goods? Jeff,
woi, woi.
overwhelmed back yellow. Doesn't
Balik nggak sih?
fall.
Balik nggak sih? Balik nggak sih? Balik nggak sih?
Able to take out
Balik nggak sih?
Just
Wah, Vandal lagi.
pushing forward, gets the dig
Oh,
there. Auto Xfarrow, who can be finished off by
untung
NDG
aja
with a
Vandal
recovered
lagi
vandal.
dia. Diambil nih pasti
Very
nih.
scrappy,
Hai guys.
very dangerous here for RRQ. Selby Moore still
Waduh,
far
Vandal.
forward, getting hunted. Gets another weapon recovered.
That's what Elmi Moore wanted to protect, but yeah,
Dua
now
Vandal
they
ya?
have a choice.
Dua
Now your
Vandal.
positions are good, right? You've got Defender spawn, you got the spike planted. So Elmi Moore just has to play for time.
Goes the challenge. Recon quickly cleared out.
Whoa.
Headshot on the one. Can he find the second? Sends out a warning shot, but Envy continues the challenge. Finds the kill, but now he himself in a 1v2. Spike already planted.
Di Bali udah buka. Oh, dulan. Buka ya, Dava ya.
Fake tap there
Mahal
on the
lagi
rope.
nih, coy. Apalagi
Your point of the ready.
kecolong satu nih.
Stop some of this post plant util from coming through, but Bosch already thrown down. Wingman going to be cleared out.
Dua-duanya lagi
Suppressed.
ke
The Snake
detect.
bites can't come into play for the moment. Tap on the
Wah.
spike, swings out, finds one. Is he ready though for the approach?
Wah,
4 bullets.
makin mahal.
Such incredible efforts from the side of Envy, but Elmi Moore, like you said, had to play time. He bought enough of it, got that kill as a parting gift. And it just wasn't
Sangat-sangat mahal.
when they lose everything in the mix there. But Team Secret just knocked down another peg.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're an RQ fan, though, I would say that round starts to show a bit of the same concern, because that was a round where
Lu
there was
lihat,
almost all
Sheriff
on the same
4
page.
biji,
Were
1
they gonna
Vandal
back out or not?
tuh.
Are we gonna stand fight or not? You have the right
Agay
to
doang
get
yang
that over, and that starts to spread you thin.
Agay
It's
doang yang
gonna
bisa beli ya.
cost you this bonus round.
Gara-gara
Do
tadi
have
dia.
the Soul Vandal. We'll see if they can make a miracle out of it to try to keep the lead.
Oh my
Ooh.
god.
Oh, goodness.
Jeremy very much lucky to get away with his life there. Jesse Bash.
Kena outlaw
does find Elmi
manja.
Moore for his trouble.
Yeah, basically says, don't bother my son. Shuts him down.
Now just flush against the wall. Envy right there alongside him. Triple threat crossfire set up there on that A site. RQ though, not going out of the
Siapa
same
yang kena tuh?
playbook as Team Secret. They will
Oh, si
towards the
David
B
ya?
site this time. Wall goes up.
They can get the plant down. Will be the thrash available, whether it's this round or the next. Now they've got mid control as well,
Dimoli
trying to
langsung.
back out from the utility.
I like this though. It's just a tap on the spike. Try to draw out what util they can get. So, bite down. Borkum revealing that he is going to be playing back at Snowman.
So they have mid control, so they're
Lu
considering
lihat Jeremia
rotating
nahan
over
A
time,
tuh.
which I don't mind that in
Takut
and
ada
of
yang
itself.
rotasi ya kan.
But will they have the leisure
Dijagain.
to clear out the site? Because Jeremy
Nah,
is still
RRQ mau
there.
kemana nih?
Yeah, could still very much shut down all hopes and dreams of getting that spike planted as Estrella not going to be noted
Kena
by the
ya.
12, but by the 0 points. So they know that there's still some forward presence here.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of assumptions for RQ. They're hoping that their movement out has kind of made this site a little bit weaker. It's not going to be the truth.
Okay, well, flip shot are going to be taken down as the spike interrupted.
Mungkin
Plant
bunuh
down
mana?
for 10
Oh, bunuh
seconds now
atas side ya.
remaining. In the hands here.
Wah, Ndok.
DG, push forward.
Ndok kaget ya Ndok ya.
That's the spike planted. It seemed like it
Oh, jemkin.
should have been impossible for them to have that one come through.
Ya nggak dapat orang lagi
Together now,
jemkin.
Checking for mid.
No, they're not. Turn back, look towards kitchen.
Oh, ini
Jeremy now.
Jeremy ketahui nih posisinya.
Opposite side of
Bener
this
kan?
wall, and as Jemkin swings back through, he will fall. Team Secret able to close out this round. Bonus not converted here from
Main
RRQ.
lagi, nggak tahu kok.
Only
Bisa
2
apa enggak, nggak tahu.
overall. Could've
Karena
been
gua
first
harus
square.
packing dulu habis
Yeah, I mean,
nonton
on both
ini.
sides, right? Things could have
Kalau
gotten a
sempat,
lot
ayo
worse
main.
for RQ as well. You could have just
Pokoknya gua
not
jam
done anything, quite
3
frankly, on this
maksimal.
round. Given how the anti-eco went, still got the
Harus
plant down,
siap-siap.
still got the thrash online, got a couple
Ke
of kills,
bandara.
forced Team Secret to have to buy up once again, making sure they can't just start banking up all the way to infinity.
Nyut-nyutan Bani tuh.
Just the instant nade death.
Yeah. I think that
Mudik.
Team Secret will also
Pulang
have
ke
to
pekan
recognize they're
baru.
also getting a little antsy, right? Trying to just shut down the plant and then
PC lu
giving
bawa
up an
kagak
extra
lah.
kill here and there. So hopefully the players discussing that and coaches
Ntar
hopefully
mau
like what
dikasih
they're
sama
hearing in the
Kaniki
comms.
PC.
Gonna be that forward control. The ping won't happen.
Buat
as
di
the
rumah ya
doors
kan,
are too
Kaniki?
deep.
Yeah, not quite on the corner of the wall, so Jeremy can go unnoted for now, given the noise made earlier.
Ya, nggak kelihatan bagus banget, guys.
0 point just to cancel the rest of the
Untung lu drone-nya gak bisa di spot.
Well, that means
Has
that
had the
they,
drop off.
yeah, now they have to respect that thrash as well.
Pe,
right?
sebenarnya
They're
bisa aja
spacing
go
all
watch
the way up to
party,
the front
tapi
of
masa
pipes.
gua watch
Team
party di
Secret
warnet, guys.
either empty the site entirely or
Yang
try to
benar
flood it.
aja.
And that has left
Rugi
mid
dong.
entirely open for Jemkin.
Pakai billing, coy,
Nowhere to
mahal.
go.
There's a ping down on 2, but not necessarily sure if
Bayarin
it's
billing.
over
Mane.
itself. Either way, they have to be aware.
Duitnya.
There's somebody in kitchen. Crash now going to be coming through. For any kind of target, we'll just go back around over towards Flip so he can get the quick recovery.
PT-PT billing kentut
Oh,
naga.
the drone and the
Ya,
charge.
jemkin ketahuan.
Clear him out.
Okay, he'll just go ahead and clear both. Xfero take it down in the meantime. Trying to go on that deep forward push in towards the A side, but Jeremy very much privy
Pakai
to it.
baju AE
He's able to find that
warnetnya.
elimination. An advantage there for Secret. Is widely, I think they just have to wait for the ult to come back up.
Gak ada yang tahu sama gua, kocak. Ngapain?
Man gets the plant across. They have a chance at this post plant, but
Kalau ada yang donate 2 juta lah, 2 juta gua ke warnet watch party.
No command now going to be invested here.
Oh, that no command is going to be huge. The thrash can't be
Buat
used. You
billing.
just have to hold on to yellow with your guns.
Nice banget, Ban.
On the
Ban!
floor, Flip Shider
Ban!
trying to rotate around, get himself across the side of that fragment, but he just ends up
What?
flying to it, and it's a catastrophic
What?
mistake. As the res was in, and in the end, it's still 4
Bani
players
masih
alive.
bisa di
Taylor
kiri
left
loh.
for
Ngapain
the
dia harus
side
ke
of Team
kanan,
Secret.
Cok?
Just not able to get across that. There's no safety on that side.
Yeah.
Hah?
I mean, just trying to decide which way he wants to peek out for an extra kill, but like
Mendingan dia perang lawan orang daripada dia mati kena nyut-nyutan. Sumpah.
Tell me more, a little shaky on that last fight as well.
1 juta patungan gas ya, aduh.
It's going to be a timeout. Gotta imagine from RRQ.
Masa ke warnet gua, coy?
Probably hearing a little bit of that breakdown,
Gua
right? A little bit of the
Gua harus bawa
discrepancy
headset
of the
dong,
call
headset.
is, A little bit of discrepancy on, you know, what value do we
Headset.
hold right now? Do we want to hold on to yellow? We still have mid control from Jemkin.
Headset doang sih, biar enak.
Haven't seen
Bawa webcam, aduh
intervention
mager
from Ewok on
banget.
this map quite just yet, but they're back within touching distance.
Gak ada.
2 rounds
Eh,
separating.
warnet gua nggak ada VIP-nya, guys. Sumpah dah. Warnet gua nggak ada
Whatever is going
VIP-nya.
wrong on stage.
Tuh kan mirip David kan rambutnya.
Perhaps here for Team Secret. 2 rounds picked up in a row for themselves.
Jangan 1 juta.
This just about neck and neck once more. We'll take a look as we get ready to go back into this. What the economy looks like.
Gua cek ke warnet, Cok. Sumpah dah, belum penuhnya nanti.
Even with the wins, they have not been clean. And as we can see, the buy isn't either.
Yeah, it's just going to be a full half buy here. Or, yeah, just a half buy, I guess is a better phrasing for that.
500 pertama nih. Mau sekalian, buset. Masa iya, cuy? Dikontrak untuk watch party sama viewer kah? Bawa PC mana bisa, anjir. PC gua ya, gua udah ngangkat aja gua males. Bawa lagi ke rumah. Kalau pindah baru.
position himself to cover
Ke tanggal
both
berapa?
B side and mid.
Semingguan.
Allows everyone to be ready for a hit onto A. They recognize the half buy coming in.
You hear that dash? Heal out onto one there, but for now it's just blind spraying through walls. Looking for any kind of straight connections they can get.
Gue nggak bisa nonton VCT kalau bukan sama channel lu. Nah begitu.
Still gonna be found. Flips it straight up, both taken so damn low.
Buset, gue 500.
A very swift and dominant retake here from the side.
3 juta deh, 3 juta.
Single player, Envy.
Mudik kemana?
Unless you're dead.
Ke Pekanbaru gua.
That's gonna be
Sumpah Pekanbaru warnetnya
closing this gap.
kayak gitu guys, nggak ada
9 to 8. We have to suspect that
nggak ada laptop gua.
out is for RQ, get ready to come back in with a purchase.
Karena lu spesial kok naik.
See what value they can get out of it.
Cok, coba ke warnet tuh mager banget, Cok. Gue lebaran masa ke warnet.
So you can't really rely on the old cycles to be in your favor at any point. They're always going to match up against each other, so it has to be.
Waduh, ngomong-ngomong ngomong-ngomong. Ini kenapa 98 kocak? Minta sama Kodelwin laptop.
Now it's going to be that early push onto green. No lurk on the side.
Kodelwin laptop.
So a big commitment here.
Nah tadi 2 juta naik 3 juta gimana Wanco kayak nawar cabe sama tengkulak. Enggak.
Recon dart from Jesse all the way at top mid.
Aduh.
Ping out on the 2. So they know that there is a decent amount of players.
Justru kemarin gue bilang 5 juta Bang Hendra. 3 juta dah, 3 juta. 3 juta gue watch party gue. Buat Pasifik.
What in the world?
The man is just an absolute lunatic between the fragments.
Kodelwin laptop buat analis.
I mean, the
Kelas. Kodel mau dong laptop.
Absolutely destroyed, and that is not how you want your round to start.
You should run. Bani udah nandain itu. Ulti sini aja, ulti sini aja. Tapi David ultinya di situ. Bani udah nandain itu guys. Oh ini ulti Viper ya. Oh ya nggak keplan. Dia nandain apa tuh buat? Yesiva sudah gila kali ya.
We're out on the nanos, but Spike still not committed here.
The pit doesn't give you too much room to work with for the plant.
Mati lo kau Envy.
That'll certainly help. Yeah, Envy gonna be taken out. They could just try to go ahead and flood retake this one. They're gonna try
Wah,
to swing their way
mantap.
forward into the pit.
Kena pancingan wingman. Wek.
Just about every disadvantage they could have been handed early
GG guys,
on the round
RRQ.
without somebody dying.
RRQ got this.
Scrape by with that
Udah.
victory. They keep Team Secret.
Kalau kata netizen kalau udah 10 udah GG.
Once again moving up by 2 to get themselves to 10.
Kalau udah 2 digit dia yang GG.
Overall, kind of a good idea from both sides, right? Team Secret, sure, their econ's fine, so they wait for that last attempt to plant. If you can just take out the spike,
Udah, RRQ nggak usah ditonton sampai habis. Kalau dia udah 2 digit dia udah pasti GG. Langsung kasih pelanya. Langsung kasih slotnya.
Elmore, that's the second time he's gotten wall banged in that position while doing that same drone. Now he's down to 54 HP.
Gotta be careful where you activate those. Well, for now, at the very least,
Recon pantul.
Yeah. Now cutting noise for the time being, but nothing sighted in mid. So
di wall banget ya.
Shifted the op over to A. That side's well covered. Still 2 members on B to delay.
Alarm bot triggered there. Quite gonna be sent in. Wingman going for the plant, however.
Balas tembusan itu Jemkin. Lah Borkum mati nih kena tembusan. Borkum. Tai lu Borkum ya. Langsung ke Shanghai aja nggak sih? Kasih tiket ke Shanghai kalau misalnya emang nggak dapat slot di Shanghai udah refund aja. Wah wah Bani berkorban coy. Pengorbanan Bani berjasa banget demi menghancurkan lockdown. Tapi teman-temannya tidur.
Team Secret will continue to hang in there.
NDG gets both on the lurk. I mean, they try to send a failsafe there, and he just understands my job is to make sure that there is no flank. I mean, surely after
Ndok kok bisa dapat 2 ya Ndok ya?
somewhat aware of it, but How does he read the second?
Enemy remaining.
Just incredible.
How does it?
Nice, boys.
He read the
Very
second.
clean here. There you go, another time.
Another
Only
time
3
out.
rounds separated here from
Woi,
RRQ,
woi,
the
woi,
pressure.
itu kan Bani udah hancurin lockdown. Kenapa kalian belakang semua mundur? Kalian harusnya bantuin Bani. Kalau kalian mau ngancurin barang, ada yang jagain. Jadi kita nggak mati satu-satu. Kalau kayak gitu mah main sama bayi aja.
We got to talk about with the coaches during some of the timeout episodes. Didn't quite make it into the final cut, but was also about just how precious the time
Dua
is.
flank kena sate
You
pula.
don't get to just sit around
Di
and
sate kan
discuss
dicucuk
things.
kan.
It's about just sending a message, getting maybe one piece of feedback back and
Si
forth.
Indok ada feeling-feeling bawa tai gitu ya, ada kill dia ya.
And really set up your players for the mid-rounding, the round-to-round adjustments, everything in just a span of 60 seconds.
Tolonglah bantu dulu lah teman-teman kalian lah. Jangan ambil posisi masing-masing. Anjay.
Some teams just have it easier, man.
Let's see if any of it's lost in translation here from Ewok to the rest of RRQ. As, again, I mean, Alt Economy is swinging back around here for Secret at the moment. A couple crucial ones nearly there for RRQ. That Hunter's Fury, that Thrash, just single charge away for both those players. As, I mean, Jeremy, he's like, well, where's the drone?
Aman guys.
The wall goes up and then the drone
Smoke
comes
nyangkut
out.
apa
Where's the
sengaja?
drone?
Yang mana? Tadi nggak lihat.
Well, then 0 point also only
Angka umur berapa? 35 atau 34 ya?
plan was to try to pressure the operator, then send the main forces into A, then
Yang di atas B. Atas B sengaja.
get spotted out early. So you have to reset. Now it's just death ball into A.
Amin. Alter Ego masuk
No
franchise. Amin.
command available for the retake and the pit too if they want to use
Woi
it for
Raskal,
the
buka lu
defuse.
tuh ya.
So RQ, they
Setup,
can
setup,
decide
setup.
before they
Ayo,
go in. Are
gas.
they pushing out or not?
Gas,
How much
gas
time to
kan.
decide
Des.
afterwards?
Jemkin nih.
DG,
Ndok, ndok.
range of that mod.
Gue liat kanan lu, ndok, ndok.
Boy, here
Kata Borkum.
backside.
Waduh.
Like that one tap on the champion. Does get
Waduh,
blocked out there.
trade-nya.
Find the kill, but Borkum quick to reply. Playing up on the back Raptors.
Kill gue ada ulti kata dia.
Down, looks to take a much more aggressive position. Swings back
Waduh.
out. Able to find
Waduh.
Explaro. Finds Elby more, and that is the cleanup.
Waduh.
Timeout be damned. Team Secret once again just swoop back in onto the site. The fuse is theirs. One player lost. Cash aplenty. And now we are tied up at 10 to 10.
Once again, I mean, Team Secret, right? They had the things like the null command. Sure, you have the
Ente
upgrade
kah, guys?
side,
Nggak
but
mungkin
you have
lah,
the
RRQ.
everything is there for potential retakes.
Oh,
Buset, 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 ndok. Dibanting lo jemkin.
Because otherwise, Jemkin's position was
Itu
pretty
bukan namanya ngejing sih.
them time for a
Itu
good
emang
close
busuk
play
aja.
scenario. NDG,
Masa iya 3 lagi nggak bisa, guys?
now they've tied it back 10-10.
Nggak mungkin lah. Bisa, bisa.
Caution here.
I mean, the first time that they've had the lead since round 5 here. Team Secret.
oh, Jeremy. Couple shots across straight down to 85, but still alive. Noting a multitude of players there.
Ayo, drone dulu.
Hit now, just
Wah, di ulti sama Borak.
to make this B side of the map completely unassailable for them unless they go under tube.
I really like this pit.
He's lurking through this one.
Waduh, serem banget dah.
And this could be
Ya, baru gue bilang.
Players already down. Sparrow
Ayolah, itu Viper Speed.
entering spray, trying to
Tinggalin
find
nggak
what
sih?
he can possibly get.
Udah ke A aja.
Whatever reason. Spike now stranded. Does get picked up, Jeremy. Aware of this, sends out some shots, and Borkum, he'll find him in the end right as he exits.
Astaga.
Side. Jeremy would love to try and confirm his
Ini
or
group
not.
stage
Spike is
aman,
still on the
aman,
ground
aman.
if it's been
Kalau
recovered.
kalah ini
Just know
aman,
that Flip
masih
Shadow
bisa
was in the
lawan yang
radius
lain.
of that
Di
0
swing
point.
nih sama Jerem Squee nih.
In the garage here for now.
Phillips is just waiting for someone to peek out, but again, there's no reason to. So it looks like it's
30
just going to be a
seconds
save here if they can help it for RQ, but not exactly
Ya,
the position for it either.
ban Squee kena flash Squee, buta Squee.
Spots ahead of one. He's able to go ahead and take that down.
Kelas Bang Jemkin.
Maybe he has no idea that Envy is just on the opposite side. And
We saw-
Aman guys.
ready to push.
Biasakan nonton RRQ sampai habis. Menang nih, lo lihat nih ya.
Envy, but Borkum will get himself a third.
13-11.
Secret regained the lead, 11
Kata Antv 13-11 confirm.
Game
Gelo kan Iki langsung ganti foto.
We've seen teams in the past, you know, a pit comes down.
Tukar sama Ais, kasih tahu kan Iki. Lek raport. Lek raport Tokopedia nggak sih?
Yeah, I love the extra touch to keep Jeremy in there.
Woi, borak.
Viper's pick can still be
Oke,
safe. You
terus
can
lu borak.
still make sure that you hold a cheeky spot. And overall, they still had the killjoy set up all on A. They were ready to stack A if there was a rotate. Team Secret is looking better and better round to round. Multi-step.
Ini kunainya Jemkin ya, chill ya. Kunai Jemkin nih.
Coming through quite just yet. There's one.
Monster on dulu. Oke, cari orang dulu, Ban. Oke, balikin, Ban. Chill, Ban. Itu Niki pemain morg dulu, Bang. Kalau yang Niki ini Gelo ini. Head of marketingnya. Wah, gila lah. Ini bahaya nih. Yang punya e-commerce terbaik di Indo. Gara-gara ada flash sih, retake-nya bagus dia. Tuh 2 flash tuh, lihat infi tuh. NQ beda, NQ. Ini NIKKI. Wah, lu lihat tuh. Waduh, wise. Nice. Ndok ketahuan nggak di sini, Ndok?
It's a matter of whether or not he can try to clutch this one out, but time is going to be dwindling. Have to get himself onto that spike pretty much right here, right now.
Wah,
some significant damage, though,
gila si Ndok sih tembakannya Ndok. Tuh, gua udah bilang apa? Chill. Biasakan nonton LK sampai habis. Kalau kata bocil PRX.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Secret, I mean, they seem to have a couple extra steps to I mean, of course, they have to come a longer way here to try to retake the lead, or at least keep it tied up. So a couple extra rounds, right, where they're one step ahead, but not enough to stay ahead fully in the half. Now, Hunter's Fury still online for Elmore. That's
bahaya
huge
emang
here
nih map.
for RQ. They're also just 1 point ahead in terms of getting close to that lockdown. Now, you know, if you're RQ, I would love to see them still send the Hunter's Fury, as I was saying that. Regardless of waiting for a potential
Aduh.
next round.
Ngewok manja lagi, coy, kena AWP.
Flips dead. So much of your util, your corner checks gone. Your quote-unquote easy plan.
Ini match ketiga.
Something we haven't seen
Match pertama tapi map ketiga.
Clear out the util on B, get the plant, and aggressively push into B. Now, part of it, of course, it's not the KO Gecko. You don't have as much aggression, but that has made it difficult for both teams to try to hold on to this B side in a very stable manner.
Wah, Najis main delay plan nih.
Dart out, wall goes up. Welcome again.
Early lurk from Estrella.
Sakit anjir di delay.
Moves forward, does get the plan across it.
Wah, Estrella dapat, mantap.
That lurk, as you were mentioning, does come up with a huge pick-off. DG's been the one keeping the team honest.
Aduh.
Saw the gun barrel, but Jeremy still just continuing to swing out. Finds the
Udah
punish.
nge-spot duluan loh.
Lockdown does buy space and time here for RQ, but now a 3v4 to try to keep this defended. They don't have very much post-plant utility aside from Elmore with this Hunter's Fury.
You gotta rely on that. You just have to get to that match point.
Ya, ada ulti Sova.
Point out, there's Hunter's Fury on the back.
Disetengahin.
Held to half in be gone.
Nice.
Jemkin able to pick off Jeremy moments before. Sparrow goes in through this.
Wow, gua udah bilang apa, guys? Biasakan.
They get themselves up to
Ah.
match point.
Apa gua kate? Santai aja, chill. Kaneke, emosinya sabar. Beliau kenapa bisa miss? Punggung David berat, emang nih, kasihan nih 3 Indo nih. Perkara beliau. Woi, santai bani, woi, Ndok, belum kelar, kocak. Emang nih si Cogil Korea nih.
but it almost looks like it's Ewok's timeout. He's going at it on his screen.
Oh, I mean, at this point, both teams going to be giving it everything that they have. RQ, a good recovery despite the very rough beginning of that one, losing out on Flipscheider. Seemed like maybe that was going to cost them dearly. Got alert from Estrella, even though he doesn't get the, he does get taken down by Jeremy, he can try to keep that off a little bit more honest. Pick on the NDG, he's been the one that's been responsible for keeping track of those flanks coming through.
Jadi OT atau closing, guys?
Right at the end of the round.
OT or GG?
Needed this one here to push us into overtime. The desk was talking about how likely it is, but ults, none available for either team.
GG.
All of it used up. NDG just about the closest one. Of course, Flip's close to the Thrash as well.
OT or GG, guys?
Not something that you can really bank
4 lawan 6.
within the round. Not something you want to greed for.
Parah.
Sure.
Yeah.
GG kah? Bocil GG kah?
NDG could be there if he finds some solid impact. Now it's just going to be playing back, like you said, going aggressive, trying to hunt to be able to get those charges online.
Gak usah OT mau mandi, bentar lagi buka puasa, guys. Di daerah Jabodetabek bukanya jam berapa ya? Yang tahu 17 berapa ya? Apakah ada yang tahu, adik-adik? Teman-teman? Gue udah buka, emang lu gak puasa, lu lagi M kata lu kan? 17.58, oke. 17.30 oke ya. Udah buka nih, diam lu kokep. 17.58, gua menghargai anugerah Adi, Muhammad Fajar, Pau yang sudah jujur sama MDI. Yang lainnya kayak Lamka, Kentut Naga, Dead Lily, Kentut Naga, Bandre, Kentut Naga. Bentar lagi Siput juga keluar, Kentut Naga. Woi, baru keciduk. Woi, udah play nih. So you little homie. So you little homie. So you little homie. Lu nanya buka apaan? Buka puasa. Buka puasa. Ya, yang bilang GG siapa? Overtime kocak. Overtime.
Just the fact that you have full faith that it has to be this, because if it was a death ball, if it was a man, surely there is more action. Surely there's something more going on.
Secret.
That there just wasn't. They stopped at yellow. They didn't attempt the plant. They didn't attempt to drop.
Hierarchy secret.
So I will still stick around. My teammates still have utility to delay, and it pays off.
Jadi siapa nih? Kalian dukung hierarchy secret?
Tenfold.
Pausan 10, nggak usah mandi. Orang tuh mandi dari pagi, kocak. Mandi sore. Mandi sehari sekali. Nonton dulu ini. Wah, bocil secret kah? Pausan nanti ya mandinya ya. Nonton dulu RK sampai habis. Makan dulu, sabar Bang Hendra. Kenapa makan? Habis itu muka bedakan tebal. Habis itu main kelereng. Gue sih setia alter champ situ loh. Udah buka nih di Jatim belum Bang Hendra? Buset dah. Lama banget gue mau nyelam gua. Sikat nih.
Mins baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000.
Bang udah buka belum Mins? Bentar lagi Mins. Thank you ya Mins ya. Kayak mencium bau endok gitu kata si David. Pit, please Pit. Aduh. Tapi wajar sih David mau majuin. Karena apa? Udah 40 detik coy, nggak ada action dari Secret. Wajar sih menurut gua. Soalnya emang harus cari info coy.
Mosh. It's not gonna be enough.
Ya, ke plan. Ya Allah, Molly nggak ada tenaga gitu, Ban. Molly pakai tenaga, Ban. Lemparnya boyo gitu, Ban. Lemparan boyo manja gitu. Lemas kia, anjay. Wih, aduh, dihancurin. Nice. Waduh, Jomkin udah dapat 2 loh. Smokin gak sih? Woi. Wow. Gol! Jomkin. Ini bos. Level. Kelo S. One man army ke Jomkin. Penggendong handal isbak.
Oh, and from there it's just absolute focus.
Unbelievable.
Send that out. Let it be heard.
We were all thinking
S dari tas.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, what a bailout for sure, because they got played on the map. They just absolutely.
Ayo dong, closing dong. Gue pengen ambil makan nih. Bentar lagi buka puasa nih. Seret nih.
Everyone's been waiting for since they heard the announcement of Jemkin being signed. Things like that.
Waduh.
Secret, can they continue to push back?
Buzzer kah?
Tying this up once again, or will RQ finally be able to break away from them and get the first win
Woi, Bandre.
of the season?
Bandre ini kalau roasting sih kentut naga loh.
Backs away for now. Still no forward presence. This time though.
Cut nice dulu, cut nice.
Molly.
Molly nyangkut ya? Ya Allah. What? Closing. Molly-nya salah tadi si Bani, tapi oke lah, closing 5 lawan 3. Udah nggak ada ndok nih ya, udah nggak ada ndok, please lah. Udah nggak ada ndok nih. Nah, 4 lawan what? 3 lawan 2. Wait. Wow. Endok kalah sama telur. Telur nih bos. Pala telur lawan endok. Jiji, wah dipeluk. Wah Bani, peluk-peluk lu. Wah digendong lu Bani. Tuh lo Bani, nice Bani. Telur berarti real ya. Fauzan mandi cok. Fauzan akhirnya mandi ya. Udah bilang RRQ menang ini map 3. Telur lebih GG daripada endok. Juara. Udah nih langsung dapat tiket Shanghai OTW. Langsung. Mana ya? Master Shanghai. Loh kok belum ditaruh? Kenapa nonton Escarosi udah nggak ada kocak? Harusnya langsung ini berangkat. Di sini harusnya. Loh kok nggak ada ya? Belum. Wah harusnya taruh tuh.
Mins baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000.
Bang Kaca nggak main PUBG lagi, nggak main Min. Nggak ada temennya main PUBG. Buka dengan kemenangan RRQ.
It's pretty smart. Heck yeah. Yes. The overtime, the RRQ victory, he saw the lines, and it actually happened.
Nambah kocak, langkah kentut loh. Jadwal buka puasa hari ini. PUBG sama Mansan. Jadwal buka puasa hari ini. Tanggal 8 17.58. Gong main gak? Buka puasa dulu Gong. Lu bangun-bangun langsung buka puasa main. Sabar Gong. Azan belum, kocak masih 57. Tuh masih 57.
In some ways, but I still a lot to work on for RRQ. I'm very happy for Team Secret in the sense that
Sabar,
they
gua
bounced back really nicely here after a difficult first map, had a great second map, kind of lost a little bit of their grip coming into the tail end of this one. But my concern now is that after such a rough week for Team Secret, like how are they going to bounce back after this? 'Cause it's been a really, really challenging week for them.
Yeah, that's a great question, but we did see exactly that happen in kickoff too, and they do manage to find a way to bounce back, and they did with a vengeance. And I think the real question is, like, how do they get over that finish line? They do bounce back, but it's not quite enough to cross over, and I could say the same for RRQ.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think there's
Berangkat jam 6.
Yes, it's very close. They know each other very
Berangkat jam
well.
3.
There's still a lot of mistakes that I'm seeing that need to be cleaned up on both ends.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest match rather, to be honest, from both sides. I mean, even for RQ on that second map, which was their choice, it was like really rough on the attacker side. They really couldn't get anything going, and Team Secret really shut it down. That felt like the first moment that Team Secret were, you know, hopping into the lead, taking control, and we really thought going into this icebox that they were going to have a chance to pull this one back. Kind of happy that I didn't flip-flop, even though it was so close.
Ini baru azan, guys.
New me here for the new year still, and yeah, I think that it's still early on, still the beginning of stage 1, and you know, we have a lot of hope for honestly both of these rosters, but at the end of the day,
Ini baru azan. Lanjut. Gua ambil makan dulu bentar.
Yeah, RQ does also continue the trend. They did not let their team down in the championship point build up. So Omega team gets another point towards championships. And here we go into overtime. RQ loves their overtimes. I feel like this is just a little trend for them.
They do. And part of the problem that we end up seeing is that, like, post plants were really a struggle for both sides. Like, RQ is doing a good job against Team Secret. Team Secret is doing a good job against them. And that means that's a good thing. That means that they kind of have an understanding of how both teams want to get themselves into place. They're finding good timings, good flanks, able to kind of get ahead of ultimates or utility and stuff like that. That's fantastic, but that also means that, like, post plants need to be a lot cleaner on both sides. Because usually if you get that plant down, like, that's the advantage now on your side. And neither team really able to fully capitalize on that.
Yeah, there were certainly a lot of messy moments in the post.
Sabar ya guys, ambil makan dulu ya.
When Team Secret were going there over
Buka puasa dulu, buka puasa.
Sometimes they would hold it down and it would be easy, but sometimes it was just like all over the place. So
akhirnya buka puasa adik-adik.
Both the Jet players, Jeremy and Jemkin, and yeah, I think Jemkin really did a good job to top it all off.
Bentar.
Cheeky little ace there.
Kita ambil makan manja dulu.
Did a great job.
Ambil makan
I like
manja.
how Jeremy overall has been stepping up. We mentioned this the last map. We see it again here on Icebox. This is the performance we want to see from Jeremy moving forward. And, you know, just the rest of the team synergy. Really, they just need to keep their energy up. We've remarked on this in the past, that Secret can be a little bit of a emotionally impacted team. You know, I think this applies to all teams, but we've seen it from Secret. When they're feeling down, it really shows in their gameplay. When they're feeling great, well, you know, all the numbers go straight up.
It's hard to find an emotional leader because in IGLs, for the most part, in Valorant, you're going to have guys who are pretty even-keeled, right? And that's what you want. I mean, John QT, FNS, like all these names that you think of. Boaster's probably the exception to that rule, right?
Yeah.
The guy who's got a lot of personality. But when he's playing, he's different. You see it when he's in the server. So that's what you want. So you need another guy like we saw with Zelsis, you know, Sentinels, that someone who can boast you up. And Envy can do that, but he has to be popping off. And today was kind of an up and down day for him. So Jeremy, though, really solid. I'm really happy for Jeremy. I want to talk about him just a little bit because I was really worried about him coming into this year. He was a little shaky at times last year, and he tweeted something before this year that made me really concerned. He was in like Diamond in his ranked games or something, and I was like, oh no, I was like, what's going on? But he's looking great. He looks fantastic. I mean, he is a really shining light for this Team Secret team so far this year.
Yeah, and with that, though, we are going to go to RQ side, their duelist, and a couple of words from him together with our interviewer, Jen.
Thank you guys, and RRQ and their long wait for the win as they land 2-1 W against Team Secret today. I'm standing here with RRQ's Jemkin. Now, massive congrats, Jemkin. The team really wanted this win and needed this win, and it surely is nice to win, right? How do you feel?
It feels really good because in kickoff we had like 2 really close games, so we finally win. Even it was close, but still we're happy. It's our first win as a disaster, so yeah.
I want to talk about that ace on the OT because you know you're usually very stoic, but even you got excited after that ace. What was on your mind as you were popping people's head?
I don't know what happened. I think I killed 2 or 3, and I popped knives and I just killed 2 the smoke, 2 more, and I don't know, and it just happened.
Right, you just shoot what you see, and that's ace. Okay. Now, Ewok actually earlier today said, I'm tired of saying that we've been unlucky, and it's time for us to pick up the consistency when it comes to communication, and, you know, we need to win. And I guess that you guys put in great effort into grabbing and maintaining that consistency. So what have the players specifically worked on to make sure that that consistency is there, and you guys are communicating through thick and thin?
I think it just in scrims you're trying to focus on it specifically, so if you're gonna practice it, it's gonna pay off, of course, in officials. And in officials, they always try to remind each other that we need to communicate, and yeah.
So practice makes it perfect when it comes to communication as well. Now, Xfero and Elmimore, they had a role swap, but they were on the opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to the changes that they made. So whose idea was it initially to have that role swap, and what were you guys expecting from implementing this change?
It was player idea because I think they're gonna be more comfortable on this. So of course we tried it first, and yeah, I think we're gonna be even better with this.
All right, and you guys also have that match coming up with Bleed on Sunday. What's your mindset heading into that matchup?
Just perfect, any normal match.
Okay. All right, I love the confidence. Congratulations once again, Jemkin, and thank you for the interview. And that was Jemkin with the post-match interview. I'm going to toss it off to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we have Global Esports taking on DRX.
Yay, berapa lama nih guys? Apaan jadi pengen cubit saha anjay? Siapa yang lu pengen cubit coy? Langkah ini loh. Mencubit-cubit anak orang aja cok. Hello. Pada kemana coy? Gunting-gunting manja. Nobar DRX, ayo nobar. Nah ini sambil makan mau nobar. Jadi kalian mau nobar apa tidak? Kita ganti judul dulu. DRX GE. DRX versus GE. Nah. DRX GE.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Anjay. Yuk, Team Secret main. Langsung. Red Bull gives you wings. Buka puasa ini mau buka. Ini mau makan.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今、大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
Buka puasa, buka dulu sambil nunggu match. Ini udah kayak zaman dulu sekolah. Zaman dulu nggak sih? Udah kayak mau nonton TV habis itu, coy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tangan dulu.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific 2024. It was a really close series between RQ
Welcome
and Team
back
Secret
to
going
VCT
into overtime on that
Pacific.
great Icebox, but RQ closes it out for their very first victory in over 260 days. And, you know, honestly, that might have been just like bad luck with the draw. But let's talk about this next matchup. It's going to be super exciting. We got Global Esports here, and I think they're getting ready for an interview with Jen.
Lightning fast. I'm gonna talk to you for a second. Hello. Tough loss against Zeta, but no time to be sad. You guys are going up against DRX today. What's the game plan?
Oh, can't reveal the game plan now, right? I mean, it's just stay confident in ourselves and also just follow the game plan.
Alright.
Yeah.
Keep fighting.
Yeah, always fighting.
Alright. Winning. Okay.
First of all,
Makan guys. Itu loh. Ayo fokus guys. Bisa ini. Asalkan call fee-nya mantap.
Yeah, I know. Why wouldn't he share them? But he was fantastic as a Sage.
Makan ya.
Playing against Zeta Division. We saw a very a promising Global Esports.
Yeah, no doubt.
Kenapa lu bet GE dikit banget, Lamka? Lu nggak pede ya sama GE ya?
I mean, I know Blaze King tweeted afterwards that he was disappointed, but I thought he had some pretty strong showings. Lightning fast, probably the best we've seen him in VCT Pacific so far. So a lot to be hopeful for. If you're a GE fan, we may actually see them challenge DRX today. I know you talked about it earlier that DRX is in fact, taking them very seriously. They're very worried about their opponent today. That's how highly they rate.
Yeah, Lightning Fast was great. Russ was also fantastic. I think that might need a little bit more of a well-rounded kind of performance from everybody in that fact. I think that those two were kind of the standouts, but...
soalnya nggak ada Lord ya?
I think they have more...
Kalau ada Lord, lu baru percaya ya?
So far.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is a good first showing. There's a lot more to work on, but let's hear a few words from DRX.
Hello, Buzz. Just a quick question. Great game against Team Secret. Would you say percentage-wise, that's DRX at its 100%?
On the street, maybe 50%.
50%, okay. What about today?
And today, probably 49%.
You only need 49 to beat GE. Alright.
Maybe for GE, 50% is too much.
Okay. Alright, spicy. Well, good luck and thank you.
Gaya juga lu ya.
Oh,
Baik.
Buzz does not mince his words. But here is DRX's roster. Now, this was a bit of a surprise showing for us. Bane
Beli ya yang
roster
bening.
and did quite well on the Omen.
I was very impressed. I mean, the game plan, especially on Sunset, was not super aggressive with him or anything. It was very conservative, where they were just saying, stick in the back, make sure your util's good, back us up, play for trades, and he was perfect with all of that. But then on Lotus, he started to get aggressive with Buzz, trying to take space on A Rubble. So really, that's about all you can ask for in a debut from a player like this. You know, he's played in other regions and stuff, of course, as well, but he really stepped up.
Yeah, also I think in terms of debuts, it's really nice to get a performance like that under your belt where you're like, hey, I can play on a big stage in front of a lot of fans and I did my job well. I wasn't, amazing.
Kalau dia mau sama lu gimana lah?
Kind of doing his job, and everybody else also having a great performance here on the side of DRX. Maybe we didn't give them enough credit, but definitely look like a very strong team right now.
And we do have to mention Foxy9. He played the Sentinel role the other day, and that was a bit of a surprise. Also, how well he did as a Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, I think this seems to be a little bit more comfortable for him overall. You've seen him bounce around a couple different roles, of course, playing some KO in kickoff as well. So I liked it. It felt like he was able to kind of play for himself. He's able to make his own decisions a little bit more.
Bilang bini lu ya.
Trust his natural instinct, something that
mau
led him to some level of success as
mau
a duo.
nikah lagi.
Eventually, that started to kind of fall apart as DRX tried to integrate more and more with him. But as a Sentinel, you're a little more free to kind of do what you want, to control the map, to take the space as you please for the most part, and that seemed to suit him nicely.
Masa seorang
to be quite frank,
kerja di marketing Riot Indo
we're not sure how DRX
sama
perform. You could see it in our
yang punya hierarchy nggak bisa.
A lot of us had question marks, and
Bohong nih, Lamka.
it's not because we think DRX has, fallen from the graces of one of the best performing teams here in Pacific, but rather there were just so many changes happening. We weren't sure if they were going to adjust in time, but they completely proved us wrong in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think you keep the core together.
Gila, zaman monyet Prime nih.
Called up, they played well, so it's kind of like a win-win situation, right? The guys you expect to play well are playing well, and then you have the other guys to back.
Monyet rekor itu. Apakah tanda-tanda monyet balik lagi GE, guys?
Highlights over the course of their last matchups, DRX getting the better of them back then. We can take a look here at the stats between Lightning Fast and Bane as well. You can see Bane, in a couple of map wins, of course, is going to have pretty high KD, but overall, I'd say a start for him.
Yeah, and you can see that, Lightning Fast is really putting up some good
Foxinan
numbers.
bas.
That average damage per round is pretty solid. So both players kind of stepping up into their roles, having solid starts to the year. Yeah, it didn't go GE's way.
Kamu fans Askarosi?
I don't think anyone should be super
nggak nonton VCT Pacific ya?
Seeing that first match against Zeta. Zeta's still a really good team, even with 2 rookies on that squad.
Nontonnya Challenger.
They won LCQ in Pacific last year. Certainly with GE kind of completely changing most of their roster and everything, yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time, but definitely progression, and that's what you need to see after kickoff.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have progressed, and yes, is this so different than last year when we saw Global Esports facing against DRX? We still have question marks about this. It's not a sure win for DRX, who was nearly undefeatable early on in Pacific last year. And now we're looking at the data only from kickoff.
Dia punya jersey rame banget ya, GE ya?
Well, I think, it should be really interesting. It's, I think, a decently favorable map pool here for DRX. They've been perma-banning Icebox so far. Well, the one time, I guess perma-ban is a over. That's it's a bit early to be saying that, but they banned Icebox, so that seems to be if they're the DRX that we know and love, they're just going to keep banning the same map the whole split anyway. So probably going to ban Icebox, which is GE's map that they won over Zeta.
Yeah, and I guess the other question is, do we see the Lotus coming out again? Do Global Esports, give them the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, we're pretty good on this map now, and try to take it away? it's going to be another one of those maps that
Enggak
we will have
di-ban.
to see, especially as one of the maps that Global Esports has banned out a lot so far.
I mean, Paper Thing, you also bring up a good point that maybe DRX just follows DRX things and continues to pick and ban the same maps, use similar comps. Maybe this is what they need to change up. And now we're going to go into our map ban picks here. We got Coach Termi and Coach Spin.
Kind of curious if Sunset's going to come through again. Looked pretty solid overall for DRX. So look at this. Termi is not wearing a suit jacket. Mark this day.
Tumben nggak pakai jas?
He's here to
It's
play.
happening. Yeah.
Just looks.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Just looks.
Coachnya Derek.
I don't know. It's not what you would expect.
This is awkward now.
Jasnya kotor kan lagi dicuci.
Yeah.
It's like a glitch in the Matrix.
We can see his elbows now. What?
Oh, there's that icebox ban.
Yep. Okay, so Ascent. Okay, so GE, kept it close with Zeta on this map, but that's pretty interesting that they're going to want to lean
Basah ya?
into this again. To try to go up against DRX. Look, nobody's like blowing everybody away on Ascent in Pacific, but I'm curious.
Yeah, they choose the attacker side, and then DRX are going to go back to Lotus as the ban was bind from Global Esports. We saw they were pretty strong on this map against Team Secret, and they're going to give it another go on this one. So not too surprising there either.
Yeah, and I'm not shocked that you get rid of Sunset here. You saw what DRX is capable of on it. You don't really want to mess around with it. DRX doesn't want to deal with Split either, and it's going to be Breeze. It's that last map, really interesting one. You don't get to see it.
Yang
all
bener
the
kan,
time with
Lotus
these two
di pick
teams,
lagi.
So pretty curious if we can get there.
Ascent is an interesting pick for this first map, and it's by Global Esports. This was map 3 that they played against Zeta the other day, and they lost, but it was close until something went wrong with Global Esports, and it's almost like they're kicking themselves and they just want to redo, because they had that potential. They had that potential to win that match against Zeta, so maybe they're thinking, look, we need to fix that mistake last time on Ascent. And the last time DRX played, it was in kickoff against Talon, and that was a classic comp, and they did end up winning. So
Yeah, like they're good at the map. Like it's a map that we've seen them so many times throughout the years play. It's just the real question to me is it just going to be the standard comp that we always see with DRX on that map? Are they going to try something a little crazy again? In the past, of course, triple initiator and things like that, but that's a long time ago. Doesn't seem to be the DRX. The modern DRX doesn't really do that kind of stuff.
yeah, so as you can see here,
You're
it's a
excited for
very
your matchup, right? Like
mirror matchup with
Yeah.
the comp that we all know, the Ascent comp.
It's the Ascent comp, right? I mean, it's an old map. The teams have kind of figured it out. Unless they really want to do something crazy, as Paper Them was talking about, you're not pressured into
Siapa
really
yang menang
doing
nih?
anything crazy. But I do want to say that for Global Esports, this is going to be incredibly important because you got to get it started
Kemarin
off
Zeta
strong
kalah
on your map
berapa ya?
pick. You leave the Ascent, you go for it here as the first map, and maybe they're the ones to kind of mix it up.
Kalah
Or
27.
maybe, as you mentioned before, Victoria, maybe
13-8
they just
ya?
want to go back and kind of get revenge for losing on this one, where they felt like they were in a good spot. And I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see how they do look on this one against DRX, who are coming off a hot win up against Team Secret.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, it's so interesting now because during that DRX
Enggak,
Team
maksudnya pas
Secret
di
match,
Ascent.
a few of us actually had predicted Team
most of
Secret.
us. Yeah.
And we saw the performance today. We saw their performance 2 days ago. I think I don't know if it's just Team Secret or if it's DRX stepping up, some combination of both.
Yeah, it has to be a little bit of both. I mean, I think all of us were more of what Team Secret showed us at the end of kickoff looked really damn good. So we were banking on them to improve on that during their time off. Not necessarily that DRX had slid. It didn't help DRX that, Flashback had an issue and had to leave the team for a brief period of time. And you have to bring in Bane with literally just a couple days of practice. That plays a part in it, of course, as well. But you got to credit the DRX coaching staff. I mean, I think they get a lot of flack.
Pantas
online
DRX
that
ban
frankly
Icebox ya. Kemarin Icebox
pretty darn good.
dia
Good job,
menang ya.
especially with new players, getting them in the
Lawan
rosters.
Zeta.
Sometimes it's up and down, and you want to see them do better at international events. I get it, I do too. But you know, they're still a really good team and they still have really good fundamentals.
They do need some time to rebuild, and like you mentioned with Bane, only a couple days ago, he was just, or maybe a week, 2 max that he was inserted into this team, and that could come into play, even though they did well the other day. This could come well into play here against Global Esports. With that, we are going to go into our second series of today, DRX and Global Esports. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
All right, thank you guys very much for setting the stage for us here, going into the second series of the day already. Kicking things off, a 3-mapper. Will we get that one in this series? I do not know, but I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because obviously DRX, a great showing as Des talked about coming out, but the question marks are still there, right? Obviously, you know, Bane having to come in last minute, it could work both ways, but it definitely can be a double-edged sword, especially when you go to maps like Ascent, right, that are just age-old, and you really have to have everything drilled in. Whereas GE, I mean, if you're picking Ascent voluntarily against DRX, surely you feel like you've actually had a lot to learn from that match against Zeta Division. You want to clean that up a little bit more and see how much you can prove.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I want to see from GE coming into this is a bit more assistance alongside Polvi, because we know that this guy has the firepower. He has the ability to go in and just shake things up. But what we were seeing a lot from them versus Zeta was him just kind of going in by himself.
Global
Esports.
Esports.
No flashes, no nothing really to try to back him up. I think that if you just simply start giving him some more tools to work around with, to really empower him, that is where you can see Polvi start to take over. But obviously for Global, the odds are stacked against him. The desk talking about it. DRX, with the iterations that we've seen here, the changes in the team, they have always remained a constant near the top. This was the first time that we get to see them, you know, basically excluded from an international event. And, you know, having spoken to the team,
Anjay.
they took personally.
I mean, I'm sure, right? Obviously, when we had kickoff, Stax was in that interview saying, you know, for all the Korean teams, don't even think about doing anything as long as DRX is in Valorant. And then Gen.G thought about doing something, and they went in and did it. Yeah. Obviously, it's not a great feeling for a squad that was so storied in Korea.
Kalau pick map berdasarkan tim lu kuat di map itu karena tahu musuh busuk di map itu. Intinya kalau ban map, ban pick map itu tergantung gimananya persiapannya tim lu juga sih. Kalau lu nggak mau lawan kuatnya tim musuh, apa mapnya tim musuh, ya udah ban aja mending daripada gamble kan.
Again, maybe a little bit of that execution, like you mentioned, especially in terms of setting up their star duelist Polvi. Let's see if that comes into play.
And I was talking. Of course, I always run into Kanyang. He seems to seek me out, but saying, you know, last year, one of the toughest matches that we had was against Global.
True.
We're not taking any chances coming into this. I was like, well, it is a very different looking team, but it's good to have that approach, to have that mindset. They'll be taking a couple extra moments here on stage in the huddle. Make sure that everybody is prepped up, vibed up, and ready to go.
Yeah, and you mentioned the setup for Polvi, but I think it goes both ways. I think also important for Polvi to kind of recognize what the tempo for the rest of the
Jersinya rame banget sih, GE anjir.
If the comms aren't quite there, you can't just rush in and say, I'll create space, because sometimes, especially a squad like DRX, where they know exactly what angles to cover, things like that, going in alone isn't going to work. Even PaperX, they used to not be able to do that against DRX. It was only when they started working as a team that they took down the Giants of Korea.
See how they do fare into this one. As I think what we can safely anticipate coming into our opening map, which is Ascent, is that Polvi's going to be back over onto that jet going head-to-head alongside Buzz. Could very well be an explosive matchup to keep our eyes on as we go into this, but I'm curious to see if there's going to be any kind of differentiation.
You know, I do hope one of these days that Stax will bring back the Phoenix, now that Phoenix is starting to show up here and there, but
it's been like twice.
I know, but for the time being,
Mirror.
It's going to be the age-old compositions. Obviously, a lot of kind of new highlights just because of the roster and the role swaps here for DRX, and Bane will be picking up that Sova, so that was a big question as well. He picked up the Omen because he wanted to play double controller on both of the maps that they played in their first match against Secret, but now that it's just going to be the one Omen, Mako will stick to that. And Bane, I mean, Sova's the next role that he's played a lot of, so it's definitely not a completely foreign concept. We'll see how well he's tuned in terms of timings, though.
I'm sure that Stax is more than happy to not have to go for the Sova. Was looking all right at the back end of kickoff.
Mulai.
It was definitely rough around the edge, but here we go. We are ready to jump into the action for map number 1 in our second series of the evening. Global Esports versus DRX. DRX going to be first here on the attack.
Wow, yeah.
As the fans are here in the audience.
Yeah, fighting!
A lot of people filing in during that break. Now, one thing I also want to mention is Bane was playing quite actively, quite aggressively on that Omen. And sure, you know, while it wasn't all 100% clean, it helped create a lot of space. It helped create a lot of combos, draw a lot of aggro for DRX.
Yeah, fighting!
Now, when you're playing that Sova, you can't do that. It's not going to be as beneficial, especially on a map like Ascent. So curious to see if just the extra couple days was enough to get their comms in order.
Now, just flying down, looking to try to clear out any kind of KJ util that would be here in mid. Polvi, Owen popped, wants to go on a bit of an exploration mission here as smoke dissipating back over here on Cat. That's going to be Buzz taking down to Russ. Russ finds that opening kill, gets himself a second. Polvi now strong. Also finds that. Going to be taken down suddenly. It is just Mako. Does manage to find one.
Hampir ya itu.
Very long range. Spike now stranded. Let's see if Mako got a magic he can potentially work here. As does just only have that one paranoia right now as far as util is concerned.
Yeah, the positioning's pretty good for Global Esports. They've got, you know, a double stack. They've got the crosshair. Now, Lightning Fast is very low.
Very
so he
low.
gets taken out instantly.
Yeah, stiff breeze.
Yeah.
All that it would take, but yep. Just giving information to his squad. Mako now, I'm not sure if he saw both, but also they're right here around the corner. There's the paranoia. Tries to bait him out. Gets the headshot. It's Lightning Fast
Ada
gone,
smoke
but
lagi.
now, this is where things become a little bit more complex. Smoke down.
Waduh, ngeri gini, coy. Wah.
Noted and taken down. Global will find themselves a pistol round win, starting off Ascent with a nice little victory.
Nice.
DRX, I mean, they try to pressure mid, try to make sure that they're clearing any potential killjoy util. They pressure it to make it look like they're going mid. That means that defenders have to back out of market, and that gives them time to push up all the way up through Cat, near to tree. They even had the Sova on the lurk, ready to send an arrow and a dart in as well. But the call is just too fast, right? You hear a little bit of that utility, the paranoia is huge. The energy's there for Global Esports. And Polvi, he was calm this time. Didn't overheat. Waited until Bane showed himself. Provided a little bit of extra damage. Very good pistol.
All right,
udah.
0 point out. Buzz able to find one with Lightning Fast, claiming 3 for himself.
Betting has been close.
Just going to be scooping up that spike, but weapons.
Waduh.
Woi!
Woi!
A little bit difficult.
Woi, Polvi yang benar. Baik ya.
Taking an inch off of him there.
Masa iya nggak ada yang kena orang jalan doang?
Polvi goes for the reload, jump shotting.
Polvi.
A little bit of damage there from the recovered Bulldog. Next is just going to be looking to make the most out of this opportunity. Grabs that orb. What they do from here, that is the question. It's still a bit of a rough position to be in.
Di flash nih.
Passes the weapon over to Foxy despite the fact that he is lower in HP. Granted, I guess going into the Outlaw, yeah, wants him to be able to swing off the flash. 0 point won't get the catch. Scope in.
Nah, itu.
And that's what the Outlaw was built for. All in all, I mean, DRX, you know, on their end, not necessarily doing a lot of damage to Global Esports, but they were able to take away a couple things, right? A couple kills. You get the ult point as well for Stacks, trying to get close halfway there for the null command. So considering the round, not the end of the world, but Global Esports, the aggression that they have in mind, going for these hard reads off the bat, the round start, it's good for now. But again, you cannot go through a full map of Ascent with just plays like that. You have to start getting ready for those mid-round calls.
When we go to the bonus, let's see what Global can get done for themselves as Lightning Fast. Stinger in hand on a very far forward push. Russ there to try to back him up and spray across. That's 2 kills. Found Buzz and Mako both taken down. Looking for a little bit more. Stack's going to eat some damage there and doesn't offer that much else up in reply. Lightning Fast going to be there at 85.
I mean, this is kind of disastrous already for DRX, to be quite frank.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't really have any control of the map. Of course, you've given up mid entirely. There's the Outlaw. Now, Foxy9 does have full armor, so he won't get taken down in a single shot, but he will be at risk as he can't trust that turret just yet.
0 point out, landing, checking over towards market, nothing spotted. Polvi. Oh, not able to scope it fast enough. Great swing from Bane.
Kaget ya.
Shot does take him down, and that brings it now An equal count. 3v3
Waduh.
and now the advantage. There for DRX is Fox. It's a very
Udah
clean
menang
headshot.
orang
Lightning
diperintilin
fast
gini,
kill
guys.
control. Get himself situated over here on the B site. Now Swarm still in play.
Paranoia as well.
Benkai grabs that outlaw. Still wary about somebody pushing up into mid. In the meantime, everybody's just working their way past that Nano Swarm, and Lightning Fast kind of slipped the net here. He's going to find out very soon. And Spike does get planted. Swing in. Foxy will find that kill, but Spike needs to be planted now. Just a second to spare as it does go down. Now try to force him off the corner. Foxy eating a bit of damage. Down to 62, but Benkai not reading the timing. Solid round from Foxy 9, but still an even more solid one from Global Esports. Yes, they cannot
Mayan bonus ya.
but they still do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, 3 guns down, armor off of 1 extra member as well. Sure, you give up the plant, so the creds flow in for DRX just enough to try to have another shot at stabilizing. But overall, Global Esports, they should feel good about the default that they had, the ideas that they had. Lightning Fast going right up close against that one-way. It's just these kind of mini trap plays that they have prepared, and now they'll finally start to back off. You've got that alarm bot in market. You've got Polvi just peeking out in mid. Still sticking with the outlaw. Be a bit of a mystery there, though. DRX going to be worried that 4 members with full armor.
Weaponry-wise, though, it's just, you know, kit-wise, DRX still with a decent advantage here. I mean, half armor on everybody aside from Polvi. That comes back to bite them as Stacks will command online. Everybody from Global shifting over towards Cat. See warning pings coming down. Aware that there could be some kind of
Flash.
set up here.
Lu smoke dekat. Gua flash kanannya. Tuh kan.
Man buzz, if you can get that tailwind off just in time. Checks the rest of the site. Nothing going to be spotted. Door now shut. As Fragment denies any potential peeks, and Stacks is just going to be planting right here outside of Hell. Double pump. Oh, the jump. Polvi. Lucky to be alive. Void's getting taken down there. Very much have Buzz noted, and yep, spray through on the Odin. Bane in the meantime also down to 10 HP.
The lurk from Foxy 9 is going to be a crucial one as soon as that door gets broken.
Flash is sent up and over the top. Polvi does manage to entry for 1. Takes out Stacks. Benkai now finding Bane as well, just spraying into the smoke. He himself low on health. Buzz finding 1. Gets that kill. Swings back out. Stay on the spray to find Benkai. Tying things up at 2-2.
Polvi, a heroic attempt and a good setup here for the retake. They break the door, send the utility, and Polvi flies high. He's able to land on Jen and pick up 1 kill, but after that, of course, right by the door, it's still enough members of DRX to stabilize, and Foxy 9, he starts swinging as soon as that door gets broken, and that means that Lightning Fast can't come in for the extra support.
See, though, it's, you know, a scrappier buy into yet another one. Marshall picked up here by Polvi.
Kontrol.
Wiley just, you know, try not to buy down too low. Russ will
Niko lagi aja manis.
with about 1,000.
Lightning Fast getting pinged far back means that they should feel a little bit safer close, but they know that he could have crept up. And that's one of the things, while they don't have to use that play every time, it's done enough to force DRX to respect this one way a lot, buying them quite a bit of time at the early part of the round.
Flash in, nothing spotted there on the peak. Widely.
Shock that.
DRX just looking to pull away and set up a trap. It looks like they really just want to continue.
Hobinya ngancurin utility, Cok.
For Lightning Fast to, you know, try to scale up and gain some space here, but it's not biting on it. It's playing back here within the site. Yeah, patiently and allowing for DRX to come to them.
Creeping out now just to try to gain space on a, you know, on a broken round like this would kind of be the death sentence for you.
Udah berempat nih A-nya nih.
They do have the stack going on A.
Wow.
Shot. Russ, that investment so far paying off. Does find that instant dump onto.
Wah, balik udah dia. TP nggak sih?
Sand does need a bit of
Wah,
damage
Mako ada TP.
Yeah, picks himself up a bit, but now yeah, TP across the map. Polvi trying to get there in time to be able to intercept this one, but looks like he's just gonna miss the angle. Could have put that spike down on the floor, but the rest of the team very disconnected. Plant now coming through. Bane in the meantime. Very big lurk. Back over on that A site, hearing these rotations coming through is Foxy 9. Tagged, taken out. Polvi pumps there on that Marshall, able to find the kill, but now Bane looks to strike. Finds 1. Hunter's Fury coming through. Fishing, but I'm not sure if he's going to be rewarded for it. Won't even try to go for that
ngeri
final
banget
shot. Will
anjir.
just go ahead, put the bow away. Stacks in the meantime, moving around in main, looking around the sides of that smoke. Paranoia flying Mako's way, manages to dodge.
Whoa.
Lightning pass with a quick 180, turns back, gets a headshot there to take down Stacks. Mako now finds
Gelo Mako.
3K for him in the round for DRX to move up.
Ooh, DRX, they're able to stabilize. I mean, the multi-layered lurks there. They're using
sendiri
from
aja
the
Aditya.
shadows. And of course, Stacks still going the far way around the rotate. Bane still sticks around. And while it can feel like it's a little bit haphazard at times, they even had things like the Hunter's Fury coming online with the kill. So all things part of the plan at the end of the day. Even if Mako had been taken out, Bane, of course, arrives in time on stairs. So each of them understanding the win condition. But overall, I mean, GE, the reads they're having are correct. That should be the scary part for DRX. A couple more of these, and this could be, again, similar to that split that these teams faced off on last year, where it went to just so many overtimes.
Flash in. Russ doing all of that. Has to back away. And you can see, DRX very much just...
Kalian ini dukung mana? Bebas kalian mau dukung mana? GE boleh, DRX boleh. GE ada orang Indonya satu.
He's been cleared out with the drone, so they know that the ult door was taken. Should be wary of the lockdown.
Mau nge-split dia.
I like that they're trying to pinch onto mid.
Ya Allah.
Buzz. Strike a little bit faster.
Buset.
Onto the corner. Finds Russ as well. Lightning fast on trying to hold his ground. Does manage to get Buzz there on the tailwind forward. And Stacks will get picked off. Benkai rushing out. Does manage to find him. It's going to be a 2v2.
Bless King orang Indonya.
Spray across. Spike in the
Nih,
hands
nih,
of
nih.
Foxy. Will be able to get that planted just behind the gen. Benkai looking forward, but Mako privy to this, expecting it, now having it confirmed. Blaze King, what can he get done?
Trying to wait for Mako to refill the site. That's all.
But has been spotted.
Oh!
The spray down comes through. Blaze King, keep them in with an advantage. Mako now.
Waduh, 1 lawan 2 Mako lagi.
Just one out. Blaze King at 34. Benkai.
Ada recon gak sih Dustin bentar lagi? Waduh.
Shot comes through. Mako just standing tall.
Wah gila.
Snappy with the follow-up. A clutch here again from Mako. 4-2 now as DRX starts stretching a lead.
You know what you see though at the end of that round is this is the power that players like Mako have. Is
Halo,
start to play scared. They know the clutch is such a real possibility. It's a 2v1, and sure, one of you is low health, but you just send the full health guy to try to clear everything first. I mean, I get it. I get exactly what's going through their head, but that's just what happens when you've got a player like Mako who's able to clutch up any situation. They start to play into his hands just a little bit.
Nice, Mako.
Since we've had this,
yes,
Mako. We got some glimpses of it at kickoff, and widely, I'd say last year, we didn't have that same clutch prowess that we had come to anticipate from him in the past. This is a very hot start for the gentle giant of DRX.
To be fair, also Ascent, no comp changes, right? The map hasn't changed.
Emang cool dia orangnya.
Same style through and through, so it could
Kuli.
just be that regardless of which players are off the
Blessing
team,
Indo,
Mako
yeah.
knows exactly what his job is. It's a comfort zone for him at this point. As the desk talked about, very still awkward to see Termi in a jersey.
Yeah, I can only assume that he spilled coffee or something on his clothes.
Oh,
or the dry cleaning wasn't ready, something like that.
Could be.
Oh, katanya bajunya kena ini
Although
kopi ya.
Termi feels like the guy who would have like 10 of the same suit jackets and shirts.
Pantesan pakai jersey kocak.
Oh, which one do I go today? Beige or cream?
Well, GE again, the round-around reads have been fairly good. Just, the last 2%, 5% on the execution, making the difference here. Once again, early mid control. Now a little bit greedy on this one, but they've already taken their positions. That's the good news.
Russ sat ready, play anti-flash. Now turns its sights back over here towards tiles.
Posisi Russ penting nih.
Does he decide to strike?
Oh, Polvy's the bait. Polvy's the bait.
Ya Allah, rata. Tuh Polvy ngapain ya nembak-nembak ya? Posisinya kebuka banget. Kalau mau nembak perang high mid rada kananan dah. Jadi kecolong kan.
Yeoman the killjoy here from DRX. A bit too good. Blaze King now 200 credits. The noted in hand. He's just going to be keeping it that way. Set back now on the B site. We'll wait for that spike to go off.
The other thing to consider here is the fact that all of the good reads that they've had, the solution has been kind of these curveball plays, right? The bit of aggression, kind of these trap plays where as best as you can get them here on Ascent with the compositions that you have. And at this point, DRX, they're building a tolerance towards it. And of course, this is a team that is used to playing against things like that and knowing how to overcome it with basic fundamentals. We're starting to see the consistency come through for DRX. So I would love to see GE have a little bit more depth because, again, the reads are good. The game plan overall in the right direction, but maybe just a bit more variation. That's what could bring them home a couple more rounds here in the first half.
Well, now up by 3, DRX. Looking to start running away with this one. Global Esports, something else to try to slow this down.
Sebenarnya
The ideas are there.
mereka ngerasa kuat juga kali itunya.
Execution just been slightly lacking, like you said. I think building up a tolerance
Asennya.
one of the best ways that you could describe it here for DRX. Step by step, getting an idea of what GE's priorities are round over round.
Now another null command in the pocket for Stacks. So this is a round where, again, they can play it slowly, check every corner, and then once they're ready to go, pop that KO ultimate.
Oh. A little whoopsie on the shock dart from Bane. It's Blaze King. No ambiguity here.
Just trying to push him away from here.
Will be dash at the ready. Got the reveal on the one swing.
Waduh, hampir.
Some decent crossing Bane down to 35. Oh, Russ nearly caught out in the open. That could have been catastrophic. Still has an immense amount of util to try to offer up, and even a null command, should they be able to find some kind of pick, get a recovered weapon, and think that they can win out the round from there. He does stay alive for the time being. Wraps all the way back around and towards mid as Polvi. Just pivoting back and forth, watching main, watching towards tree, but
there's the
pull.
Pitch ready.
Mako, turn, finds one, looks for the other. Polvi with a nice headshot is going to be able to take him down, and he will recover that weapon. Blaze King sat here in the sight, does find one, gets the dink across, he's 3 HP.
Ya, nggak sadar udah lewat.
Risk trying to get the res, looks like they are going to do it. Bane pick him up. Buzz, knowing that Polvi was going to be grabbing that Vandal, just watches for it, takes him down. Benkai now, last man standing versus 4 with a stinger.
Demo 5 man India.
It's going to be a rough one, but if he can get the kill onto Bane or Foxy9, get the rifle, that'd be the best start.
Mati nih Benkai.
Crossfire's there.
Yeah, Crossfire is set up, and Foxy will be able to hound him down. The 6-2. Global, couple decent picks, getting rid of Mako there. Putting Stacks down, but given the ult, just can't confirm that as a kill.
Okay, Operator online, which means, for the most part, the types of plays that G's been doing, not going to be part of the playbook anymore. This, by the way, great heads-up play from Bane.
Nice!
But we'll see. Do they set up for the op and then try to shift their weight to the other side, or is it much more going to be kind of the standard spread out defaults with the op helping cover one portion of mid? For now, it looks like that's the answer. I mean, look at this though, right? DRX once again, they just want to make sure Lightning Fast never ever considers pushing up on A main. They want A main control every single remaining round of the first half.
Have they considered this? Tuck in. Buzz spotted him on the drop.
Ya ilah. Wolfie AWP nggak dapet, cok. Retake AWP sih busuk, jir.
Still just holding down, making sure that Benkai cannot try to push out of B main. The buy committed, but DRX in such an entrenched position. It's one of those tough moments where they may just have to make the call to go for the save early.
But look at this, Foxy says no saving for you. I mean, he's gone all the way through the B site. They're going to commit the
lockdown Foxy dari belakang banget.
To have no idea that Foxy has made it all the way through their own spawn.
But DRX, they're not moving. Buzz is still sat here. He's waiting to see if he can take somebody down on the entry. He is going to be able to find one, but Blaze King will then clean him up. Mako in the meantime finds Lightning Fast. As everybody else tucks back away. Foxy9 now getting ready to strike. The reveal out, swings down, finds him. Benkai already trying to hightail it out to safety. He will be able to do so. Foxy9, I think, got to die. Yep, he gives his life to the cause there to pull off that flank.
Gila dia nge-flanknya jauh banget, coy.
They're so rich right now. DRX really just trying to ruin GE's first half for sure. I loved that call from Foxy because the thing is he got that kill early on against Russ, so you know they're well aware of your lurk. So rather than just playing for the chances, he wants to absolutely ruin any hopes that G will have of trying to climb back on the defense.
7-2.
7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 7 rounds in a row, as you say. Ever since the bonus. And GE need to find something. Need to find some wins before we switch sides. I think about Pacific Ascent. I think about the defending side. I also, a lot of times, think about DRX, their flood retakes.
It's not going to be an easy one, even if they have to work with Bane getting used to the team right now on the Sova.
Regroup ah.
Frankly, they probably have a pretty condensed version, a little Spark Notes version of their playbook at this point. Just follow the flow chart.
0 points sent out. Check and see if there's going to be anybody lurking over by Wine. No, it's clear for now.
Polvi nggak tahu nih Polvi nih.
Nice and steady. Now, retakes very possible with the null command and the Unchatir, even with the Waker weaponry here for GE.
Look at Foxy, though. Still sat here in B main, looking ready to try to intercept onto those two players. Here's them starting to rotate out, and there's the first one.
Mati juga.
Will be dead. Meantime, back here on the side, Russ trying to duke it out against Buzz. Just take him dangerously low. 13 HP remaining there on that jet. As Foxy now just keeping Blaze King.
Ditungguin Dustin dikunci.
I mean,
you want to help your friend? You want to go to the A site? I don't think so.
You gotta feel for Blaze King, man. This is just the worst.
Okay, well, he will be able to scare Foxy off now.
I mean,
but it's just, it's so much time bought, and Blaze King doesn't want to carry that Singer forward.
Exactly. Wow, I mean, I'm impressed by Foxy9. One of the things that I think everyone around the world agreed on was that he would overheat. He was that typical star potential rookie that used to play Duelist, was a solo queue demon, and then he would overheat. He would overheat again and again and again. Ever since he's become this kind of steady sentinel, not only does he not overheat, but he's gotten even craftier.
Ya, Akademi DRX tadi ya.
Very nicely played there. As well, Blaze King, he's able to upgrade his weapon, but he's the only one carrying it forward. As Russ getting traded out at the very end, able to maintain control of that weapon. Well, Global now calling their second timeout here in this first half.
Ascension.
Wow.
Nanti.
Yeah.
Antara Mei atau nggak Juni.
You definitely want more on your defending half. Sure, it's Ascent, but when you go to the attack, at least you have the initiative. You're going to be able to control the tempo a little bit.
Dibantai, dibantai.
So trying to right the ship before you get there, you'll have halftime to discuss the overarching plan for the second half. If you can get to 4-8, not all hope is lost, but anything less than that on Ascent starts to feel like absolute miracle territory.
Yeah, running it back from here.
I wish I could bisa dong.
We need to see immediate change is the thing. This round, this timeout, it has to lead to something tangible. Because if it's okay, it's it's into the next one. That's where we get to see the fruits of the labor. Well, the RX are now at 9.
Yeah,
it's already to pivot here. So 8-4 already a position that you do not want to be in, but they do have some tools to try to make this work.
It's so unfortunate though, right? You look at the ults. You've got the Huntress Fury, one away from the lockdown. DRX can just buy time again and again and again, get the orb, and then launch whichever ults they want to crush this timeout's value.
Opening spray, flash, connecting there.
Ya Allah.
Yeah, he's pinged. He's got to just make his exit. Quick updraft. Will stay sat right in front of market doors here.
Sedih banget ya.
Shock dart just to try to clear any.
Smoke updraft des kepake tiga-tiganya, kagak dapat musuh. Kena turret lagi.
Take note of him. Now he's just got to hightail it out of there as Bane watches him escape.
Good adjustments from both sides. A good read from GE on what DRX is going to want to do after B main was shut down. But immediately DRX, they go for an early rotate through mid.
Oh, well, Russ able to turn away from that one, able to find a second kill. Buzz and Stacks take it down. Bane finds that one, but Foxy pushing forward, knowing lightning fast position.
Di ulti dong.
Let's take him out. His lockdown now going to be invested. No health here on Bane, but so much space bought by this ult as well as time. Mako, a rare look with him having an Odin in his hands. Just gonna stay tucked here at Hell.
Oh no, he's gonna become an Odin user. He's gonna feel the thrill, man.
Start out, repositions. Paranoia now sent. There comes the spray.
Oh boy.
Yep, it's immediately rewarded for it. 30 bullets remaining. I mean, even the op just to try to fish him out of here.
Sendiri udah nih.
But it's just impossible. The global, they will be sent
Saving
back once
lagi.
again. As DRX will now move up to 9.
Yeah, again, the immediate
Lagi
saving.
saving.
I have to admit, right? You shut them down on B. You're still holding it with the op. Polvi tries to retake control of it. So now you smoke off mid. You drone it. You reposition Polvi towards mid. They drone it, but you still think that you're able to slow it down, and that's when DRX throws a curveball. Sure, you shut down the initial part of it, but then Foxy 9, the late delayed push from main. And we saw it in the back of that screen. Mako still shrouded stepping in as well, just to be
Apakah
able to
10-2
trade
atau
should things go awry.
9-3 guys?
There's just too many layers to DRX right now.
This is how you know that Mako's an honest person. He closed things out with that Odin, didn't take it forward. Not carrying it forward into the next round. Says, okay, this is just the best tool for the opportunity that I have right now. But I'm not that kind of gamer.
You know, one day he'll see the light.
That's the darkness. You are the Sith.
Hari-hari AWP terrefill.
The entry though turns back, finds lightning fast, swings back Jen. Benkai in Hell is able to find one. Russ with a great approach though, swings out. Benkai getting one, he gets the other. It's looking like a decent chance now at that 9-3 half here for Global. Benkai at 5 HP, but just Foxy and Bane now remaining.
Udah menang orang nih.
All the veterans have been eliminated. Thrown to check. Benkai spotted. Try to see if they can flush him out. Shock Dart would certainly do the trick.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Wants to figure out which lineup to use here.
They kind of whiff on him though, but it's going to be the Nanoswarm actually that does take him down. Still, a 2v3 with an operator on the opposite side, as well as that Odin up in heaven. They're inching closer and closer, getting ready for the peak. There's the flash. The setup is good. Bane now with everything to do, with no tools with which to do it. A double stack Odin op on heaven with Russ down in front. It's just not quite possible. Will get taken down. Global
Odin
break that win streak.
Odin AWP Vandal mantik ketiga.
9-3. The RX are in firm control here on Ascent.
9 rounds in a row since DRX bought rifles. I mean, that is just insane, no matter what you think about the relative strength of each team. So all the credit to DRX, especially once again, considering that the initial reads from GE seemed really solid. A lot of teams would fold under that, right? You start to think that you're getting red. They're always prepared for you. Starts to shake things up, but not DRX. I mean, for one, they played on this map so many times. They are the protagonists of so many impossible map wins on Ascent, going back and forth. So,
oh yeah, I mean, you think about 2022 champs alone.
Yes.
The number of overtime performances there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in Korea on the verge of having a heart attack during that event. But
wasn't just those of us in Korea, my friend.
Kenapa Primi nggak masuk tim besar padahal sering masuk top? Nggak tahu kalau itu.
I'm sure. Well, it's been a while since we've seen that.
A dab, yeah.
Lots of fans here. I'm sure a lot of fans also
Mungkin dia
just happy to see a rejuvenated.
udah ada yang coba trial dia.
Yeah,
tapi dia nggak team player.
I think they certainly had caught a
Emang
lot of
ranked
people
doang
off guard
bagusnya.
with the way that they were looking. The fans very much still rallied up there in the audience. Just considering the changes, you know, flashback this young, incredible-looking prospect being able to play for, you know, we don't really know how long.
But Bane, I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to for this team to be able to play to their comfort. And I think that's the most he could have hoped for now. Bane will still have plenty more chances for him to shine all the way through. I mean, once again, you have to remember, if you haven't been following, Bane was the original guy that DRX said, this is one of the people that we want to grow to be the future of DRX Valorant. He was on the OG training squad.
Split A.
Finally given his chance on the big stage.
Oh, the flash recon timing is looking good, but Benkai quite was good covering fire.
Wah, kontornya bagus.
He got boxing 9. Bane a little bit of whippy, trying to tuck back inside of the smoke, get himself around the corner, but cannot do so. Let's end up falling. Benkai with 2 here in this pistol round. It seems like Global may just be carrying forward.
Udahlah ke B lah, ngapain lagi Polvi?
Here when it comes down to pistols. They look for that 2-0. Snacks now rotating back around, Ghost in hand, smoke blooms, clears out on the dart, pushes in, gets the dink, but cannot confirm the kill. Plenty of damage dealt, but Polvi pushing forward in mid will intercept Mako before he can activate his clutch powers. And that will be Global picking up a second pistol round win for themselves, rather.
Yeah, like
Menang
you
lagi
said,
pistolnya,
all things
guys.
as they should be. GE winning the pistols. DRX still in the lead on Ascent. But we'll see. I mean, GE last time, they obviously smooth sailing up through the anti-eco and then 9 rounds in a row. See if they can do it. The trading, you know, the comms seem to be on point that time in mid. Polvi able to kind of hide out and trust his teammates to cover enough time for him to re-peak.
No investment here from DRX. Never really a team that tries to go for any kind of forced buys. As Buzz does try to take some very aggressive early space. Gets punished for it. A very small amount of damage there on the Lightning Fast, who is still going to be sitting pretty there outside of A. Polvi with that Outlaw, able to take it down with Bane. So already key advantages found here as looks like the call is just made to say like, okay, let's rush him down, see if we can get any value here. Reload from Foxy, 9 touch back around the corners, trying to get these right clicks woven in. Had he been able to connect on the Lightning Fast, they may have been able to find themselves a second kill, but it's going to be Global. Up 2 in a row once more, but this is where things started going wrong for them in the opening half. The rifle purchase here for DRX.
Yep, and it's once again going to be all full armor, so that Outlaw not going to have as much value. Obviously, it's still going to be good if you get the headshots. We'll see if he's able to do that. Now on the attacking side, sometimes it's going to be up to Polvi to get those peaks.
See what the call's going to be, but right now, 3-2 split.
Standing ahead.
Benkai and Polvi off over near B lobby. Smoke down, taking a peek in towards
Apakah comeback, guys?
Really going to be spotted though. Polvi looking like he's still going to try to lead the charge with that Outlaw in hand. Drone in the meantime coming through. Mako just back really quickly, clearing that one out. Sends down the smoke to try to get some delay. His fragment will land there. Forces him off the angle for the time being.
Paranoia a little bit early. It didn't allow them to get all the way through tree. The window is broken.
Gonna have to use that like a shotgun if you want to try to find value.
Yeah,
tries to swing in. Buzz will get on top of him. So finds those 2 kills. TP to the side, Lightning Fast around the corner, but a little bit late to pull the trigger. Buzz able to back away.
Yeah, the wide angle, now the double as well. Here in tree. Lightning Fast just waiting for them to come through.
Kelihatan ya badan dia.
Pain Force can't get in unless Lightning Fast can do something about it.
There's the reveal, just pinged down, trying to go ahead and get him through the corner, and eventually Bane will be able to do so with that wall bang, forcing him out into the open. The 5-member strong here versus Russ, he will be able to get one to deny it flawless, but DRX, once again, get rifles in hand, get themselves around win, and now are up to 10.
Busuk gini Benkai sama Blast King.
All right,
Double B.
Still just enough room for them to try to go for a comeback here.
Bas sama Ben enggak?
Buy up the rifles, we'll see what they can do. Now a lot of focus has been spent taking over mid control early on, both in the pistol, and once again here on the bonus. Eventually striking for that pinch, but not enough to really pressure that. Wow.
Into the unknown.
The op for Polvi.
Yeah, this is a very bold attempt here. Right now,
I mean, it's surely unexpected, that's for sure.
They're just looking to clear some of that KJ util. Are we just going to have a 3-man main push tiles crunch attempts from DRX? The answer is no. They don't identify that this op is in play. They might still suspect it.
Take flight.
Yeah, I'm curious. If they do suspect it, that'd be incredible.
Ships in the night. A little bit of added info for Bane. He does get the spot there.
Whoa!
What is that?
What?
Excuse me?
No, he had to have seen him jump. He had to have seen him jump peek and then shot him.
Pasti dia buset ditembusin.
We'll have to see that one on a replay either way. What an opener here. As Russ is trying to calm this one over, gets the dink across.
Anjir, dia ngelihat si stuck jump spot itu ditumbusin kepalanya.
Alarm bot will remain standing, but I don't think that Global are going to be too bothered by it. Foxy now, just a Guardian in hand. The only one on this A side of the map. Mako rotating all the way back across. That smoke
30
there.
seconds left.
Made.
They might be behind just enough time though.
Clear out there on that. Even yeah, the nanoswarm's not going to come into play now. Polvi able to find the shot. Foxy 9 going to be taken out. Global in such a good position where DRX now make the call that they're going to have to just hold on to these weapons. Everybody getting
Ayo, lari.
Spreading across.
Loh, kok nggak ada.
Spotted, but there's like
Orang tiga-tiga di side.
Yeah, I mean,
let's hold on to the weapons. Don't shoot at them.
DRX just happy to let that pass by if you're not going to hit the first shot. And Benkai probably at a certain point will be scratching his head because it just doesn't make sense that he hasn't run into him yet.
Harusnya dia nembak berdasarkan si stacksnya jam spot.
Round win that G wanted, a flawless, like you said, and the op really paying off. I mean, again, even if he did spot the jump, an incredible shot.
That's just nutty. For some reason, I'm like, I feel like it was just a read, but it feels impossible for it to just have been a read.
I mean, it's a very, the thing is you hit the off for so long, right?
Yeah.
So I can't imagine that it's a blind shot, but hopefully we get it in the replay. Either way, a very impressive opener that allows GE to stay on the board and keep the operator. Now that DRX knows the element of surprise, the tempo, it's not really going to catch them off guard too much.
Duh, ngantuk guys.
Oh, no way!
What? I mean, okay, he saw him jump, but he just fully expected that he was going to continue strafing.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, like you said, it's not like
Buset
he just goes
dah.
in and he just goes for the flick. He just
Udah packing belum Bang Super Idol? Pengen packing gua. Tapi masih nobar.
And these are the moments that the fans of Polvi have been clamoring for. You know that the talent is there.
That is nasty. Was now.
Ya, Justin lagi yang mati cok.
Silva for a jet. Polvi still in play. Op still in hand.
Nanti pagi.
Going to be expiring though. Mobility cut down. As Foxy looking to take some forward space here in B.
Doesn't need to greet it too much. He's got his util to fall back on. So for now, just having an off angle, given the timing, but surely at a certain point, I expect him to
Stacks is not going to do it again, Polvi. He's watching and waiting for it.
IRL.
The thing is GE hasn't
Kenapa jadi
cleared the alarm. They saw
IRL?
it that last round. They never really cleared it.
Penjustip.
So they'll have to pressure that if they want to.
Justip apa tuh?
Bane with a drone. Doesn't get the hit there. He spots out one. Is Russ wary about the potential aggro push out towards Gelato here? But Monaco, for now, just playing patiently, still tucked away inside of Wine.
Kerupuk jariang.
Alarm bot spotted, cleared. Benkai.
30 seconds left.
Packing nggak penting, mukeh ya.
Beauty here. DRX trying to assess what's happening, but yet, like you say, 23 seconds now remaining in the clock. And they very much suspect Mako's position. They will be able to drive him out very easily.
Right, tree's been cleared out. Double gets tagged, but they filled the site already.
Waktu.
Only 12 seconds.
12 seconds. Spike still needed to be brought forward. Foxy 9 able to find Benkai. Spike just now getting closer.
Plan.
Odin in play. Swing out. Op shot gonna go a little bit wide, but lightning fast finds the headshot. Just less than a second to spare. They managed to get the play down. Now Foxy with 10 HP. Has to deal with 3 players. He can't even deal with the first. Polvi will get the headshot. Global Esports. They start running things back.
And it all started with this operator. I mean, it sounded like one of the
Sampai
craziest
kapan?
buys we've seen.
Sampai hari Minggu.
But it allows him to get into absolute reach.
Sampai Sabtu.
We'll see. It looked like the timer might have stopped.
Minggunya udah balik.
Of course, GE doesn't have any more, so DRX will have to be a little wary of if they want to use it or not, because it gives the opponents an opportunity as well.
Let's go, guys! Come on!
Here the vibe is getting built up here on the side of Global Esports, but yeah, we do have a timeout called from the DRX camp. Termi and Glow wanting to get involved, seeing how these last couple rounds have been getting away from them, because, I mean, you know, at the start, yeah, it was the beginning of that 9-round streak for them in the first half. This one, they got the bonus, and that's been it.
Yeah.
The follow-up 2 rounds, so Global now way back into this game, just 3 rounds separating.
Now we'll see. My curiosity is what's Global's adjustment right after the timeout? What do you expect their answer is going to be to the attacking operator?
Kan barunya di kota.
Because CRX, they're not one to just hang back with
pasar
no
coding.
information. They'll have to get information one way or another. But what it's going to be? Is it going to be something like that tiles crunch? Some form of aggression just to try to shut things down? And then make sure that they erase half of the map. And if that's the case, where does GE expect it to happen? Because right now, obviously, the value not quite there for a full buy. So DRX, if they're gonna do it, it's gonna be a
Kira
bit of
spek
a
PC-nya HN. Wah,
hodgepodge
nggak
version of
terlalu lah
whatever play.
yang buat tanding.
So it won't be this round, but perhaps something they're keeping in the pocket for the next.
Hero rifle handed over to Buzz from Foxy, who's just playing pretty much naked. Doesn't have anything to work with here. As Polvi will take a bit of damage. Still went forward. Yeah, he's still looking at the spacing. He'll be able to find him.
Whoa! Nice trade buat GE.
Buzz all gone. Off the back of that aggression, the opening pick is good, but the follow-up significantly lacking. And now it's just the
RRQ Blade udah WP lagi, mungkin ya Bang Super Riddle.
To see if he can do any additional damage.
Bisa jadi.
Low was tagged up a bit. The drone chasing forward, force him back onto the site as they have no idea where this Killjoy is.
Yeah, but they'll just keep the main forces in mid. If they get spotted here, they can always go around the other way. Now this is give a Vandal.
He finds the kill.
Gila, Dustin ngasih badannya untuk cari info di mana musuhnya.
Safe, that's for sure. And your creds are fine. That's not the problem. The problem is this
Apa guys,
just
lagi
enough that
busuk, yang penting
Foxy
tim
Knight
menang.
needed to do something about it this round?
Trying to figure out what position he's going to come from. He's trying to jump over top of the turret. I appreciate that effort.
Yeah, but do they know that he's already passed it because the turret activated? Not sure if they would have heard the drop for clear.
Well, he finds one. Gets tagged down to 20 though. And he's got to be wary about those market stairs. So he does a little bit more damage, but cannot find the round win. It would have been an absolutely monstrous clutch there.
Monster
Instead, it is
clutch.
Global continuing to run this back.
Yang mulai AWP nih Bas nih.
5 in this half. 10 to 8. And the ult economy in their favor.
I mean, still very well prepped here on the side of GE. Sure, Polvi gets stuck a little bit, but they don't panic. They still understand that they have better control of mid, that they can still trade out. And now, another off, but this time on both sides. Buzz looking to combat it.
Pushing up behind the drone. You know the turret's going to be situated. Polvi just holding a hard line. Who strikes first?
Whoa.
Polvi sees enough. The elbow sticking out. Buzz taken down through the corner.
Emang si ini susah sih.
Buzz kind of
Mantek, dipirit malah yang mati ya Mantek.
I also don't want to trigger the turret, but Polvi definitely the advantageous angle there given the distance. Spots his elbow first.
Bane getting flashed in. Widely, Global. Maybe just pivot over towards the A site as it will be Blaze King rotating back through attacker's spawn to join in with the rest. The RX have already adjusted a bit by positioning 3 players on this site. Foxy with a lockdown, trying to slow things up, but there's the pop on the ult as Fury opened up. Blaze King fishing for any kind of tags he can get. Polvi in the meantime, though, finding stacks out on site. Knives now pulled.
30 seconds left.
And there's the
Wow,
TP, the pump
good.
fake. Is lightning fast. Shifts it right back over to B. Knives drawn, but Foxy with a headshot, able to find one. Plant coming in. Oh, snapping from Bane. Locks in onto Benkai's head. Swing around
Wow.
the corner. Bane finds the headshot on the lightning fast, and now somebody's got to defuse this spike.
Oh,
Is they're going to make it happen, and Russ, I don't know if he's going to be able to get there in time.
Wah,
He cannot.
gila.
Monko guns him down from Market. And the crumble there. I like the idea from Global, but they're just not ready for Bane to be in this position to win out on those fights. And without having anybody in position to try and deny that spike defusal,
Yellow Bane.
it just ends up falling apart.
This is one of those things where, I mean, you wonder if GE had to do that, because you hear the rotate out, and sure, now you know that they're going to have some fair numbers on the side of A.
Sundalan kan bate. Sundalan oi.
Holy crap, you were damn good, Bane. But with a little bit more flair.
Penting ada stream sahur.
But, man.
Gak tahu Bang Super Riddle, kalau buat cepat packing mungkin gua sampai jam 3 lah. Sampai sahur nggak bisa kayaknya, harus ke bandara.
And it's one of those things where you wonder,
Wah,
you're confident that you can
cembelan.
or one extra person.
Kalau di P400 sens in-game enakan berapa?
Does that become when you start to
Coba-coba aja di The Range. Ada tuh pengatur sensnya.
DRX now one step closer to closing
Pilihnya
out this
dapat
map,
di mana?
but Global still very much with a fighting chance. Buzz pulling off the angle here in mid. Repeats it. Oh, instantly does find Benkai.
Blaze King pushes them back.
Bentar, toilet bentar.
Already crept in.
Cumbala, cumbala,
Still suspicious here at DRX. Smoke thrown down from Mako. As Buzz finds another. Blaze King now dead. Trying to linger his way up. In through being made. Well, the tension tied over towards Heaven. Foxy9 able to easily strike. Cleanup will come through as Mako gets 2 on the back end. It's a flawless now as DRX finding their footing once more. They take this up to map point.
Man, all it took, one incredible round from Bane. And then GE, this time they tried to take the fight, but it's just not there in time. I mean, of course, Buzz picking off 2 people already makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, and I think Benkai might have been fishing to try to clear out AJ utility that sat there in mid. But just having those tracer rounds come across, Buzz knows the general direction to look in, knows that there's going to be someone there. Just follows the bullets, finds the kill. Now he's looking to try to hold things back as this time Polvi going to be at a major disadvantage.
Yeah.
Buzz, he's able to capitalize.
And this time it was kind of the reverse situation. Polvi trying to find the off timing, but the angle advantageous for Buzz. The drone clear immediately in mid to see if there's any reaction. They know that they haven't exactly committed to one side or the other. Now you've still got the Killjoy setups on A and mid. You've still got all the ultimates you would want, quite frankly, for a retake. So DRX, one of those rounds, classic Ascent round, where there is literally no reason for them to do anything about the information. You can just wait.
Benkai with the op, looking like he wants to move in and challenge. And that he does, but he's going to be taken down. Tailwind up and over the top. Buzz gets himself sat back here in the sight, lightning fast, now being hounded down as Bane with the Hunter's Fury. Crashes across and it makes him crumble. 2 players left. Try to keep themselves alive in this game, but the odds, the deck, it's all stacked against them at the moment.
Oh,
30 seconds left.
I mean, they got a sprint and Mako's waiting here. The paranoia alone will be enough, I think, to draw out the round.
Spots one. I mean, he knows that they're being ushered towards this side of the map. Lockdown invested. Blaze King is able to find one. Stacks gone. Mako just pulls back over, waiting as they have to break through the door. The time's dwindling. They're blind. They've got nowhere else to go. A fragment forces them back before the moment. Runs with a headshot, finding one, but it's already over. The spike cannot be planted as the cleanup will come through. DRX pushed around a lot more than I think we might have anticipated. So credit where it is due. Global putting up a hell of a fight there in that second half, but DRX still come out with a win on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we talk about was it overcooking or not, but at the end of the day, the real truth is if it wasn't for Bane hitting 2, 3 incredibly crispy shots to get there ahead of the entire map, then GE may have gotten ahead. The momentum seemed absolutely in their favor. DRX not really having a clear idea until that round win to regain their confidence, to be able to hold the angles that they want, to throw GE off kilter a little bit. So props to GE, but it's a win for DRX.
That it is, and we have got Lotus on the horizon, but first we'll send it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action.
Well, GE was certainly fighting, but DRX continue to win on Ascent. Was their, I mean, not their map pick, but GE definitely was fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it's historically a pretty good map for DRX. Obviously, a slightly different look to the team, but kind of a similar feel to a lot of what we've seen from DRX in the past, where they're able to string together insane amounts of rounds on this map. I can't tell you how many times, you know, casting DRX over the years that I've seen this, so not too surprising to see it go that way necessarily, but I'm really happy that there was a fight back from GE, that they didn't just give up, that they just didn't roll over. So for that, in and of what it is, that's good, but it's the exact same scoreline they had against Zeta, 13-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to feel a bit bad about the way
they
lost. You know, giving over so many rounds in a row, as you mentioned, that's kind of DRX's thing. But at the same time, as Global Esports, it's like, it felt like there were too many rounds in a row, and then eventually Polvi was just like, okay, I'm going to take the off, and I'm just going to kind of run at them. And it worked for a while, and it got a bunch of rounds back. Definitely got some momentum back for Global Esports. It was actually kind of surprising, because the rounds that DRX were winning were very one-sided. It wasn't, you know, close back and forth, so I was actually a bit surprised to see Global Esports, how well they fought back, but just wasn't enough. I think DRX just the more solid team this time around.
Yeah, there were moments here where Global Esports, I mean, you just saw these rounds slip from their fingers. The ideas were really good, but there was just
Sudah jam
moments
7.
of discoordination that cost them the round. DRX, on the other hand, continued to look great. And Bane, you know, their newest player, only being slotted in maybe 7 to 14 days ago, looking like he's been with the team this entire time.
Yeah, really solid performance on the Sova. That one round where he got the 3K, you know, the recon dart to make sure while he's defusing that he's safe, and that actually reveals the player to give him the kill. Really good stuff. Yeah, the coordination looks really, really solid. I was really impressed with some of the communication, especially on their attacker side for DRX, with the way they were able to spread the map. You know, again, Foxy9, your MVP for this map, had a round where he gets a pick over into B. That opens up that site. They're able to TP Mako over, you know, get the plant over on the other side. So that just shows to me that they're flexible. They're having good ideas. Credit to the whole team there. Stacks as well, kind of maneuvering the map really nicely on that attacker side. So that's really, really good. But yeah, GE, there are a few rounds that didn't look as good. I think particularly the round where
Ambil
Polly had the
packing
blaze storm and he
tipis-tipis
pushed all the way
bentar
to
ya.
spawn, and then
Kayaknya nggak
Foxy
bawa
gets him on the
banyak
ramp.
dah gua.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. I think there are some rough edges still for the GE lineup. You saw that, yeah, they got the pistol, got the second round, and then it was, I think it was 9 rounds in a row for DRX. I mean, that's just, it's a bit much. And there were some, you know, clutch Mako moments and some, you know, some general DRX moments that you would expect from them. You know, Buzz lighting it up a couple times in a row, and I mean, there were some really insane shots like that one from Polvi through the wall, which just kind of blew everybody's mind, which was also really cool. But again, you know, you can do the cool stuff, but it's really going to be consistency that gets you across the board when you're talking about, you know, potential to go 24 rounds before you go in overtime. So didn't quite see enough of that from Global Esports, and some of the solo pushing wasn't doing it for me either.
There was a particular moment when Foxy9 was the last man standing. There were 3 left up. They got that plant down, and even then, you know, I think this is a testament to DRX and maybe even the individual players. It was very feasible and for Foxy9 to take that 1v3.
Yeah, I felt like he could actually win that. I mean, when he gets the gun, right, he kind of tricks the opponent Sova into over-peeking an angle because he dodges the owl drone. And then he's able to just get a gun, and then all of a sudden you're thinking, he's got an opportunity here because they hadn't planted. They had all this time in the world to plant. Instead, they spent all their time, GE, looking for this last player where they could have planted and then looked and then figured it out. They know they have the numbers advantage. You might as well try to get that plant down and then deal with it after that. That is, like, things like that should, a team like this with these players who are, like, a lot of them have IGL experience, they should have been figured out and should have been dealt with sooner.
Yeah, I agree. And hopefully they figure it out in time for Lotus, which is DRX's pick. And you know what? They're pretty good at it.
Yeah, DRX are quite good at this map. Achilles was talking about it the other day where at first they were not, and it was banned a lot, but eventually they kind of got some learnings in. They had some good results on it, and eventually they just became pretty strong at it, and kind of the DRX way. You see on the other side that Global Esports banned 3 times. The one time they played it was a 13-3, so not the best results. And just hoping that they have this prepared, because I think especially when you're banning binds, you might expect DRX to pick Lotus. So I think coming into this one, you got to be ready to play DRX on this map. Otherwise, you're just not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, definitely not. And looking at these agent compositions here with their double controllers, and if they have that Cypher into, I'd like to see that again, actually. But who knows? It's a fresh new season for Pacific, and both of these teams have been surprising us every single game. Now, I do have a game for you guys. It's game time again. Hopefully, we actually have results this time so we can up rank or D rank and you know.
I just want to rank up,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
this is what
I don't
I'm all
like ties.
about.
Like, I don't ever
Yeah.
vote for ties when I play ranked.
No one likes to draw.
Yeah.
We want the R or like take the R. So the question is, how many kills will DRX Buzz get on the second map? Is it going to be more than 20 or 20 kills and less?
20 or less.
Do we know how many he got on the last one?
No idea.
I think it was about 20. Not 100%
It's a
sure.
little bit
That's
less
really
than
the
that.
question, right? It's
I know how many he got yesterday, but I don't know if I want to give away my secret knowledge.
Oh.
I know how many he got on Lotus yesterday.
Oh, you're
so.
playing. Yeah,
That's
you're
right.
not going to be a team player. We're
No.
not going to rank up together, kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. It's going to be like that.
That's right.
All right.
It's gonna be like that.
I guess we're playing against each other. We're not on the same rank team.
Why? It could be. It could be great. Okay. Wait.
And here's the thing, because he got 18 kills on Lotus yesterday, so I'm going to say he's going to do better than that. I think he's going to pop off here. I think he started to get angry there at the end, like angry Buzz is best Buzz.
Yeah.
And like he started to get kind of diffed by Polvi a little bit, and then he's like, nope, I'm grabbing the op and this is over. He did lose one time, but after that, you know, he kind of started to take it over. So I think it's angry Buzz time.
Interesting take, but Valdez, tell Paperthin why he's wrong.
20 is a lot. Also, it's 20 or less. So even if he does get 20, doesn't count. Actually, we win in that case. And I just feel like we talked about this a bit. If it doesn't go to a lot of rounds, it's very difficult to hit that amount of kills. So DRX looking pretty dominant on the Sens. I would imagine that the second map as well is going to go their way pretty heavily.
Well, I'm counting on Foxy9 to take all of Buzz's kills. That's why.
That helps too.
So it's not going to happen. We're going to go to agent picks now. This will help determine a little bit more of what's going on. Okay, this is different. We've got the fade on DRX, which they did not show during kickoff or, you know, the last time that we've seen them play Lotus. Actually, it's just a mirror.
It's mirrors.
It's
It's
a mirror.
mirrors again.
It's a mirror.
Mirror on the wall.
Mirror on the wall. I like that. You Snow White, you. Or the queen,
Who's the
rather.
prettiest Lotus of all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is interesting for global, but it is kind of like sort of the expected comp these days. I mean, you know, again, a lot of teams kind of shifted into the fade because it helps you take control of some of that space, especially on A, rubble and stuff like that, a little bit easier. I think it makes it a little easier to deal with some of the Cypher utility too, so not too surprising at all. I get why everybody does it.
All right. We are going to go into Lotus, our second map of the last series of today. Over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Yes, here we go into Lotus. As the audience still very much geared up here for a DRX win. Things got very, very close there on Ascent. Now we move forward here into Lotus. Global able to watch DRX play this in the opening series. No changes to be made. Same composition here from DRX. Global looking to match.
Yeah, Global just taking on that, you know, if it becomes a meta comp, it's probably for a reason. It's gonna be a fast push out.
Oh
The
my
CBs
god!
was good. Oh!
So very aggressive here from Mako in the meantime. Pushing out alongside Foxy9 through B. Find the kill, and now Blaze King turning back and wondering where the hell his team went. Does manage to line them up for a moment, but only able to confirm the kill onto one. 3 members still strong. DRX still take their first pistol of this series.
Yeah, they were playing pretty active once again last time on the Lotus. Doing so same again, right from the pistol for DRX. Now, the thing about the pistol, he talked about it briefly on the desk. You know, not only does it help with a little bit of the util, you know,
Pokoknya kalau mau lolos, minimal menang 2 kali. Soalnya bisa aja di grup sebelah. Bisa aja yang full satu grup itu lolos semua.
Foxy gonna get
gue belum tutup, Cok.
his nano swarms taken out by the paint shells. Turret's still situated on that left side entry. Poison orb to try and dissuade as Mako moves over and reinforces this position.
Poin lu kemana lagi, Aldi?
Outside of B, sends a prowler. Door gonna be tapped. Benkai still lingering.
Hilang lagi aja.
Trying to tool around with some information here.
Enggak, tergantung. Sistemnya tergantung kalau ada yang masang persentase. Kalau yang bednya makin banyak DRX ya dapatnya makin kecil.
Still gonna start working their way forward in towards the C site, but the poison orb comes back up from Mako. Snake bite to try and delay.
As he just lost control of A as well, right? So there's just nowhere really for G to go. Sure, it's an eco, you're not really meant to win it, but you do want to do some damage, even if it's all classics.
Really playing a very aggressive position, and I must have caught a brief little glance, or is just playing off that timing on the wall. It's Buzz now, tucked in behind the box. Spots 2, catches 1. Comes back up and lightning fast attack low. Looking for the readjust. Benkai is able to find one. Finds himself a second elimination with the classics. It's going to be a weapon recovered as they shift their way over in towards B. Decent damage dealt now here by GE as they look to hold for this plan, but will get drawn off of it. I think might have just missed the timing to be able to close this one out. Instead, will look to try to deal damage. Ultimately will fall, but that being said, the damage again, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up the Vandal. In some worlds, obviously, taking the Vandal over to the next round also wouldn't have been bad, but they had the opportunity to try to go for the plant. They took it. A little bit extra damage. Drop a Bulldog, drop a Spectre. It's not too shabby. But Bane, it's plays like that we saw even in their match against Team Secret. Just a little bit more heads up, a little bit more process elimination. And Bane also seems to kind of be the vibes guy as well for DRX, even there, you know, just telling everyone it's fine. And he's the newest guy on the team. So you love to see it. I mean,
so is Elsis.
Exactly. I mean, I'm getting similar vibes. So just because Buzz also posted after their win against Team Secret that, you know, they were just all smiles and laughs, and he seemed to infer that it was thanks to Bane. See if that comes into fruition again.
Mati lagi ya Dustin.
Another catch there on a Blaze King. Playing fast, wanting to just clear out the turret, but
Ya Allah, sedih banget.
just frenzy up close. Mako will be able to
Aduh,
take
kena
him down.
bonus kah guys?
Another bit of that investment here left on the floor inside of Global. And it's Foxy. Thought he was just going to stay planted in that corner. He's like, I will replace my turret.
Well, 2 members down, and it's both of your smokes. This is an uphill battle for GE.
Bring them.
Oh, and the timing couldn't be more perfect for Stax. Gets the read. You sub the alarm bot as well. It's a little out of range for now, though, so Stax just going to back away as they've decided to double up on C-side.
Buzz able to draw some attention over towards Baby Door, finds one on the entry, but they know where Stax is. Paint Shells keep him at arm's length. Booshlock will try and check, and yep, does get a quick tap. Polvy trying to challenge in, and Stax swings right back into that crosshair. Does end up falling, but now Polvy on his lonesome. 8 bullets remaining here. In the mag, pushes out. Will get taken down. DRX going to be converting this bonus.
Busuk nih 2-0 nih guys.
Lots of, you know, econ lost here for GE. And the defaults as well. I mean, they're not even really
Dia kalau nggak butuh flasher, kalau inisiatornya 2, dia nge-feel. Kayak dia bisa pakai sofa. Tapi kalau enggak, yang ada Vipernya, 2 controller, nah dia smoker, Omen.
Without having that space to work with, freely flow back and forth, makes it a lot easier for the defending team to just really figure out where you're going to end up and what your options are.
Now it's going to be a push out again on the C side. C's combo with the showstopper.
Good for it, nothing spotted. Polvy in the meantime able to find Mako. As that's just going to be them rotating their way in towards the B site.
No idea.
Yeah, nothing spotted, and lightning fast played and carefully
Oke, oh udah bagus tuh. Lightning fast.
Foxy in the meantime finds Blaze.
Kayak RB ya.
Spike now situated there on B. Orb snatched up. Foxy worry about this push from behind. Alarm bot is set up. Polvy now does trigger that one, so has to back away.
Foxy 9 now wary of his own flank, but he doesn't really have much of a choice. He's just got to pick and choose. Now it's going to be up to Stax to draw a little bit of that attention. It's just enough.
Wah, gila Foxy.
Gets the entry. Russ backing up far too much. Wolfie tucks away. Full HP on him. 60 health between the 2 players. Can he try to get them both?
Wah.
Get the second.
Gila Foxy.
Another multi-kill round, a 4K for him to get DRX up to 4. And that is, again, just a gut punch here for Global Esports.
Absolutely. It's these newer guys on DRX that are really continuing to breathe life into them. You know, not to say that they were in trouble or anything like that, but they're the ones that are really securing the momentum for this Korean squad. And even here, just patiently waiting. Old Foxy 9 might have tried to ego peek one of these first to try to dwindle the numbers. This time, Stax to jiggle out with the Prowler. Yeah, just saying that's me. Yep. And he's proving it so far here in stage 1.
It has been an insane glow up. I mean, we saw glimmers of it when he first joined the team last year. you know, a couple of those moments. I mean, his debut map, he finished things off with an ace on Ascent, you know. We know that he has that explosive firepower, but then it was just so lacking. It was so inconsistent. And granted, it's only been 2 series so far, but with his seemingly full-time transition into being this Sentinel player, it has just been providing us with an absolute renaissance performance.
Dustin tersidek lagi kah?
Similar, in my opinion, to Meteor as well, right? Someone who felt that.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll just hold on to this util.
Blaze King. All right, he'll draw out the Paranoia, which isn't bad. That gives him an opportunity to try to retake Rubble if they so choose later on.
In the meantime, waiting to send this out. Does so. Pain Shell's not available, so can't just try to bank those into Waterfall to get a quick clear on that lockdown. So instead, it's going to have to be a full exit call from Global. Completely forced away, ushered ever closer to Bane's open welcoming arms.
Oh, and look at the setup from DRX. No time is low. The best option is going to be B-side. Otherwise, he just have to play for delay.
Needed that kill. That does draw attention from Mako. He shifts over. Stack's now the one who has to try to hold the line here. Sees the blast back forward, but Benkai instantly trading that one out. Finds the kill. Buzz able to get him, but Bane gone. Buzz,
wah gila
very
Buzz.
rocky spot, ends up falling.
Peluru sampai habis gitu loh.
Spike gets planted with 7 seconds to spare, and now it's all on Foxy and Mako. The 2 players that have probably been the most clutch here today for them. But this time in a 2v4.
It's going to be a tough one with only 2 people, though. One of the reasons that it's going to be always so much easier to go for the retake here is just the number of entry points that you have. But now process of elimination in favor of Global Esports.
Want to try to wait out the smoke, but the time is just working against you, so it looks like ultimately the call will be made to back away. Foxy, the most in danger. We'll just wait to see if anybody tries to.
Oh iya, head speech ke siapa?
Him out, but we'll just be able to drift back. So Global here in round 5 will be able to get themselves on the board. And overall, it's a relatively clean round as well for them. There's Benkai lost there. They don't have to commit too much else to that, and they have some crucial ultimates getting ready to come online, including now that lockdown.
Yeah, that'll be huge. Now kind of taking turns against DRX with the ultimates to try to see if they can climb back in. It's not too late just yet. 4-1 score line. Still plenty of room for Global Esports to try to overcome that lead. Nightfall on top of the lockdown, and then soon after, the pit. Hopefully if they can get a couple kills on the way there, the cycle looks very complete. Now, obviously DRX, they're not too far away either, but right now you just gotta focus on your own game. Couldn't get rid of the haunt, so giving up Robo Control once again. Now, Blaze King last time he was succeeding in up 2, drawing out the Paranoia, and things like that have to continue if Global Esports want to feel like they have any semblance of control of this map.
Foxy just waiting out the haunt. Drifts forward, gets himself in a little bit of a less common angle. And I'm just going to be backing down the ramp around towards Waterside as quick clear on the Prowler, not given the opportunity to really check over towards Switch, but Stacks, knowing that there's going to be presence just outside of B, probably enough for him to play off of.
This is a much earlier than usual Prowler here, so Jarek should be prepped for this.
It's Paranoia through, set up for the hunt reveal, and there it is. Catches them both. Gorgeously done off the back of the Paranoia, and Buzz is able to collect 2. Think by now thrown down. Stacks does get traded out, but
Diperintilin satu-satu coy.
equalizes, and now
Biasanya
it is
Polvi
just
mengkacau
lightning
ada
fast,
aja dah head
doesn't
speech.
have the spike.
Gak
Granted,
tahu,
yes,
emang
he does
Polvi
have
jago ya?
1v4, didn't really want to
Waktu itu
commit to it.
sempet jago dia.
Getting a kill on the Foxy 9.
No
a bit more willing to do it. Gonna try to 2-man stack it. I don't know if it works that way. Either way, Mako going in for the challenge does back off.
Habis itu nggak tahu dia kenapa nggak
I mean, if
konsis.
he had gotten that second kill, maybe
Does this
he
work with
tries
2?
for it. Because I think with 2, it's a little iffy.
Well,
it is up
either
against
way.
the wall. It is
10
up against the
seconds
wall,
left.
so we'll see. We'll have to see, but I guess we won't find out.
Yeah, architecture maybe could have worked as a 3rd man in that one, but not going to get to see the attempt at the tech. Lightning fast. The rest of the team will just make the call to go for the save. So DRX can't fully clean things up, but will continue on their merry way, 5-1.
And the thing is Global Esports, right? They try to draw out the Paranoia, they succeed, and they're expecting the peak off of it. So you had Blaze King past the Paranoia, ready to set up the crossfire, and unbeknownst to them, it was actually the DRX just waiting for the haunt.
Don't leave him hanging.
Oh, Bane.
Don't leave him hanging.
Bane's He's just grinning out there. He's like, yeah, I'm having a good game. Heck yeah.
Well, the desk was talking about angry Buzz. Maybe we see a little bit more anger in his play after not getting the fist bump there from his teammate.
Imagine that's what Buzz says immediately in a timeout. He's like, Termy, Bane just won't fist bump me back.
Now Termy's calling and he's just like, Bane, you need to fist bump your teammates.
It's the first step to becoming a pro Valor player.
Yeah, it's a team game. I'll bench you if you don't do it. Well, Global looking to pump the brakes here and see what they can do to try to get themselves back into this one. Because, I mean, while yes, we do typically see somewhat more success on the defender's side in Pacific, or at least that was the case in the past.
Weirdly so.
You still need to have a relatively strong attacker side. And I mean, even at kickoff, the times that we did see Lotus, which was quite frequently.
Alvin, belum Bang Super Idol, baru beres-beres.
Yeah. And the thing is you
Habis
might,
ini
sure, maybe it comes down to a couple of those fights, a couple of those trades, but if it feels like you're not able to take control of the map on a 3-side map, as the attackers, that spells trouble. Sure, it's DRX's pick, and he's pretty solid on it, even against Team Secret, knowing that they didn't have too many days to practice together. But GE, of course, no strangers to the map, sure. Changing their comp to the meta one.
Away at the ready. What's the call here? Showstopper available. Polvi still 4 charges away from that one. Already used one of his blast packs as well to try to clear out some of this KJ util. Buzz in the meantime.
Pernah ini sama GE, sama DRX pernah semua sih.
Tiny amount of damage taken there as Mako. Ramsey's not finding anything with Benkai. Comes away with an elimination. Mako now pulling off the angle. Spots him though. Knows that Polvi's going to be playing close, but his attention pulled in a couple different directions.
Temennya tinggal sendiri.
The swing out, Bane taking it aggressively. He's able to find that one, but Buzz here inside the site knows where Russ is approaching from. Sends in the paint shells, but can't quite get himself situated on the platform fast enough. Does end up getting taken out. A 1v2.
Oh wow.
The ult's still going to be committed here, but Mako gets out in front of it.
Yeah, he notices it's still not planted, so already the movements from Bane as well, all the way to the A site. Can Russ pick and choose to isolate the 1v1s? Tree seems a little too obvious. He's going to go for the heaven fight first.
He's trying to make up his mind. Unavailable, but doesn't want to expose.
Itu posisi gede banget tuh, bro. Bro, posisi kelihatan noh. Main suang-suing aja tuh.
So this round was a good example of DRX trying to get ahead of GE, right? Because the biggest problem for GE was they just can't retake that rebel control. So after a little bit of pressure on Mount, things go silent, and they want to make sure that they have no option but to eventually go to C. So instead of giving them the opportunity to set up for something on Rebel, it's an early showstopper to really push them out, force them towards it. There you go, Bane. He's picked up on it. Fist bump comes out right away.
But that's what Termy was saying in the timeout.
Now, I would love to see, yeah, some early blast packs, things like that to take control. Now, this may not be the round for it, though, with the paint shells.
And Nate in a decent position gets some damage across there as Buzz swings the corner. He's able to find one. Prowlers chasing. Now the swing in. Buzz
Gila timingnya sih.
catching Blaze King on the attempted exit. Mows him down. Well, yeah. Bane does get traded out. It is still such a monstrous advantage here for DRX. Players now completely trapped. Locked over here towards their spawn. With not much other recourse other than to try to once again maybe just push out in towards A.
I mean, yeah. It's one of those where none of the choices feel great, but you got to do it. Either way, you're already too far behind.
Seas does miss. Benkai staying safe. Swing on the corner, and Benkai will be able to take him down. Use of that Odin, which still could very much come up the works here for DRX. They get closer to the site. Clear out on the turret now. Yeah, suspecting, okay, we're being pressured from behind. We have to just keep pushing forward.
Player legend. Maksudnya player legend di Valo.
During the season to Baby Door to try to distract him towards the B side, but DRX does not bite. They still hold on to B.
Yang udah pensiun.
Oh man, out, not able to get that deep enough into stairs. Bounces off the top there. As Stacks just repositioning, says, you know what, I don't want to get wall banged. Menkai will just have to hold on to this one. Be the last one remaining. Fortunate for him, given the weapon, no one really is going to come hunting to try to take him down.
Yang ada pensi siapa ya? Get right. Forest.
The only silver
Tahu nggak
lining there is
Forest?
Global continue to bleed rounds.
Pemain CS tapi. Halo masih pada main anjay orang-orang.
It's looking rough. It's looking rough is really the best way to put it, because this time they tried to get aggressive early on into Rubble, and I like that they did it. Even though it didn't work out, that's more credit to DRX. I like that Global did that. It's just that just because it doesn't work, if you shy away from it, now you're constantly giving DRX more opportunities to stay one step ahead of you. And with the Stingers, again, Global feels like their hand is forced a little bit.
Nggak dengar ya TP ya.
Not gonna get red there. Just find one, but no one bullets. Sends out the paranoia, trying to buy himself some space. He's back around and also is able to get himself an upgrade. So overall, probably the best start to a round that we've seen for Global. See if he's gonna be able to put that to use.
Yeah, but look at DRX immediately, right? The one way to make sure that they maintain a little bit extra time on mound control, they're not going to check for it, but they're just trying to delay.
Gantiin saha?
You know the weaponry
Ya
is
nggak
so weak
mau
for
lah
Global.
gua.
One rifle upgraded. And the only other thing
Kus
they still have no
aja.
information about is going to be this B side.
Ya lah adik
Kind of getting a sense of that there
kan.
with the jiggle, but Stacks does find him in the end. Prowler to check. The rest of the team now working their way up past mound towards the C site, but Smoke looks to try to deter them even further. Fast considering the teleport there for a brief little moment as Menkai now going to be dropping that lockdown in. It's like King's coming in. Pain. Oh, hear it. Yep, taking some damage there through the corner, but cannot clear it out. Push forward now here onto the site. Mako desperately trying to find a kill before that lockdown comes through, but he cannot.
Jadi gimana nih kita?
But that is about it.
Gue bawa cam nggak ya?
Comes through, and this is completely to just
Kalau nggak live sih mager nih.
waterfall. Cover this plant at all. Stacks lurking forward, finds one.
Menang dong.
Cannot get the kill there on the Blaze King. Fox
Ya
no
Allah.
hunt though. Does go in, drops the pit.
Nggak usah lah ya, rehat
On the
aja lah ya.
opposite side. Swing through, tries to set up
Nonton
for it.
sendiri-sendiri.
Russ has 5 HP. Spots him, and he cannot get the adjustment. Oh,
man.
Russ narrowly coming
Almost.
away with it. Gets them their second round
Untung
victory
loncat beliau.
by just a hair.
Absolutely needed round victory for GE if they want to have any chance in the second half. It all starts with lightning fast, being able to take down an early kill, pick up a rifle. And sure, B main gets shut down, but they still held down control. So again, that's one of the biggest kind of MOs of Lotus.
Makan.
You always want to have an extra backup. It's 3 sites. You should always have at least one more area to go to. And this time, they were able to make that happen.
Attack off here from Colby. Again, going to be looking to try to work this in for the team. Heading now over towards C. Very forward, aggressive space taken here by Russ. Full mount control here in the hands of Global. They're still very much assessing where they want to go with this. Bane hit some early damage here.
I mean, especially with that kind of weaponry, Mako surely not going to show himself. So
Dulu emang kalau Mas nggak kebun Persija lanjut. Lanjut kayaknya. Karena nggak ada orang. Karena sistem franchise ini sih sebenarnya.
Good timing there on the jump from Mako to get himself away from the paint shells. A showstopper now. Coming through here from Colby, but he's taking so much damage. Spots Mako. He's going to be able to find him. Down to 11, but the rest of the team are coming up with the goods. Stacks and Foxy9 now eliminated Buzz. Intercepting, trying to challenge against Blaze King, but ends up losing out on the fight. That means that Bane is all on his lonesome in a 1v5.
30 seconds left.
And Bane's done some incredible things before, but a 1v5 ace clutch would be
with
the absolute best thing in his career. Now, we talked about, Colby perhaps needing a little bit more support, whether it's because of his teammates or whether it's him slowing things down, but this time it's perfect, right? Even though the nanoswarms, etc., keep him at bay, the showstopper gets the kill, and immediately the shroud step from Lightning Fast to refill the top of the box so that they still have the high-low setup. Things like that, the tempo starting to come together, albeit a couple rounds late for Global Esports.
This is a hell of a hunt that is happening here right now. And Polvi does need to be careful. If he dies out here, which, okay, he won't. I was going to say, if he dies there, they lose the operator.
Yeah,
he is good for the shot. That's
Good
gonna be a
for the
flawless
shot.
to get themselves a third round win.
Out of charges.
A lot of these rounds all day or all night tonight for GE coming from that attacker operator. Yeah, really fast backup from Lightning Fast there to make sure that they hold control of the site.
Well, a Bucky for Buzz.
Ooh. Oh, well, considers the upgrade, but just wants to make sure that they have enough money in the next rounds.
Let's have a showstopper to go alongside that. That ends up coming into play, but for now he's looking to just get pushed up right outside of A main here.
I mean, this is a situation where if they, get any type of contact, could lead to an immediate showstopper for Buzz. Help push out, help force them into C site.
Right in alongside that toxic screen. Starting to get brought back around, but looks like Blaze King gonna go ahead and investigate outside of B a little bit more. Stacks and Bane are set up, but just two sheriffs in their hands. Prowler from Russ, the check would be huge and would definitely help confirm the Bucky. But Buzz dodges it. But absolutely dodges it now. Sheriff shots.
Oh.
Not quite able to find the lineup there for the second one, but Polvi and Russ taken down.
Wow.
Trying his damnedest, can't quite find it, but showstopper out. Lightning Fast going to be taken down. Mako finds Benkai, and this round is completely out of Global's control. Buzz now has the
Masa iya
operator in
kena
his hands.
thrifty?
You know that Blaze King is in deep.
Now just trying to group up for the two members here. The op, meanwhile, on Rubble, just going to make sure that he finds the other potential exits. Now Blaze King should have an opportunity to get the plant down on A.
But the rest of the players, Foxy and Mako, they could just go ahead and divert, grab these weapons for themselves outside of B main.
Spike planted.
Looks like Mako will just stick with the Stinger. Foxy now, though, Vandal in his hands. Just around the corner is Buzz. That op at the ready. Blaze King inching closer towards him. Corner and Buzz. Stoic holds it. Gets himself a third kill here in the round.
Dia pakai strat apa? Strat.
Go ahead and rest control
Mirip.
Global once more.
I mean, a lot of things kind of went poorly here, but it's got to be... I want to see the moment before that, but I imagine it's the one-way that messes up the Prowler just a bit. Buzz probably dancing back and forth in between it, and the Prowler goes right by him. The surprise Bucky gets the value, immediately upgraded, and of course leads to a showstopper.
Out of the toxic screen, whichever one.
Sure.
Just dancing around that, just having the timing perfect to avoid that Prowler.
Well, all rifles. GE, one more. They could try to continue, try to bring back the pistol wins here. Bit of a backup there for Buzz to help hold the long sight lines.
Oh, Buzz decides to go for the op in the end. Scoops that up and Mako.
Gelo Mako.
Quick early start here.
Hilang lagi ya ini Polvi.
It's gonna be Polvi taken down. TP in spotted, has to be canceled. And what do? We'll send scrambling back over towards A, where they just haven't been able to establish much control across this map so far. Bane again in a very forward position. Unspotted, Buzz there to back him up.
Oh, ketahuan.
Buzz is out in front of this one. We'll be able to catch them early. Nearly finds himself a
Ya Allah.
TP across. They're not ready for Bane. Paranoia now sent
Gelo.
in. Benkai gets taken down.
Habis.
It's all on Russ. Knocked down to 83. Stacks scoops up the op and he puts it to good use. 9-3 at the half once more.
Bane just plays at such a high tempo on this Omen,
Busuk,
on Lotus
busuk.
especially. And I don't think that's a lot of people, something that a lot of people are used to from DRX. But Bane is honestly one of the core reasons why GE just could not wrest a rebel control from the grasps of DRX. We'll see if it's different on the defender side, but it's a little easier, sure, because you can throw the initial util, stop them at the choke point, and at least be the one who's holding it. But you gotta imagine DRX won't let them get off that easy.
Certainly not. I mean, nothing about this has been easy so far here for the side of Global. Another 9-3 half for this squad. We saw the rally back attempt. They got themselves up to 8 on Ascent. Can they do it here on Lotus as well? Work cut out for them right now here in the coaching booth.
Ngantuk iya coy. Busuk
Really
iya
racking his brain
anjir.
here, trying to make sure that all of their eggs are in order.
RRQ tadi kan seru ya.
You had to have expected this draft for sure. Just given how they looked against Team Secret, right? You came in with the meta composition. You were aware that you might have to play it, but surely this wasn't the scoreline you expected at the half.
DRX fans leading the chant once again. Buzz up to 14. See if he can hit that 20 mark for the analyst desk's minigame or not.
It's really a matter of
Wah,
how
ke
fast
B
do they
dah
get to 13
musuhnya.
at this point.
DRX-nya ke B, udah ada ping-ping scaling.
But if GE, if they can start to climb back, if they can maybe even overtake them. In fact, Buzz might get the 20 kills, but maybe lose them out.
And a loss, yeah. Definitely. That would certainly lead to angry Buzz. It's Polvy back across, paint shells out, but Buzz hot on his heels, sends the nade in. He's got 2 players contained, and Blaze being spotted there on the swing in, but Russ managed to push out, finds him, but solid trade back. Out of
rata.
Foxy 9 gets up on top of Blaze King, taking
Molly.
Lose out on their IGL. Suddenly, it is just Benkai. He's just sat here within the
sedih banget guys di ebol Kia.
3 in the pistol. 2-2 across the series in that regard.
Yang menentukan GE lawan DFM nih. Siapa mengambil tahta 0 win?
Scorelines where it's rough, but you're on the defense. You just gotta let it go to 11. Surely you just stick with the eco here. Then you throw everything you got on the buy round. And I want to give props. Holy!
Nice.
Man, yo, Buzz has got something to do tonight.
Just that explosive hype and then Bane just not being there for the fist bump. Oh, the irony.
Well, forward position's taken here. Polvy. Quite a bit of damage there on the exit. Lightning fast, trying to play lurk, play around that Viper wall. And he just gets flushed out, spotted, killed off.
Now, what I was going to say before Buzz rudely interrupted me was that I actually did want to give the credit to Buzz on that entry, right? He doesn't chase for the kill. He makes sure he spams out Heaven so they can't get a peek either. So he makes sure that they hold control of the site. Sure, he goes out eventually, but that gives enough time and space for his teammates to trade.
A quick jiggle from Russ, spotting him, but it's away. Polvy now trying to hold the line. Does get some solid headshots. Think across on the Bane as well to knock him down. 47 kill cannot be found. Maybe door broken. Dominated there by Mako.
Main dapat 1, ngeding 1.
It's on Benkai and Russ to see if they can deal some additional damage. Sheriff in the hands here of this fade. Benkai just with a classic.
Yeah, sure, Benkai gets around, but he's not going to be able to do too much. And Mako's position right now, wrapping all the way around, knowing he has all the time in the round.
He's playing it quietly, playing it patiently. You can tell they suspect that there's going to be someone there. But maybe not necessarily here in stairs. Russ watching for it though. Never mind. Does have the read, and now that he grabs that Vandal,
Mayan, 3 hidup.
Into the spike.
1 bocor.
To see if they go for the exits. Russ actually just wants the kills, it looks like.
See if he's ready for him. As Benkai will just get engulfed by the explosion. Foxy will take that Vandal away from him. Now recovered by Stacks. 11-3. No force up, like you said, just opting for the save. But this has to be the turning point.
Absolutely, it has to be everything. They have to go on a streak here. Ooh, a little bit unbeknownst. Right under the rock. See if they can go for that streak. All right, everybody matching up to rifles. Meanwhile, the Odin comes online.
Dia
as
nggak mau
well for
saving dia,
Benkai.
mau nyari orang.
But GE, I mean, they're taking mountain control with the one-way, but absolute
Tet.
control of Rumble.
Sekarat manja ya.
Bane lucky to get away with his life there. 23 health remaining on the Omen. Haunt out, not going to be spotting much of anything.
And just a bit of a delay there after the Odin to see if they've hidden in any of the corners that you could help spam a little bit further. So just holding them off on Rumble, you've got mound control. There's the gunshots in B main. Think about this mound control from GE, right? You're not entirely that safe. If you want to go for a pinch under the door, you still have to worry about the entrance from C main, and vice versa. So they'll go for it, and this is Foxy9's cue.
And it is. Nade out. Mako swinging. Just lets the nade bounce right off of him.
Hari-hari like nimfa terus nih entry kill nih.
There, but now equalizes. Bane is able to find Blaze King with that low HP, and fast trying to take down Foxy9. Cannot get that a limb. Spike dropped here outside of B.
30 seconds left.
They're just setting the poison orb to try to grab this for themselves, but Cease goes in. But a further delay found. Prowler on the chase. Mako makes his way across. Now hanging back, rotation. Benkai trying to get himself into position to intercept these players, working their way over onto C. The potential for the wall bang. There's the spam, and Mako gets taken down. Very little time remaining. The spray just a hair off.
Whoa.
And that will be the round taken here by Global.
Oh, dading Mang Oleh.
Well aware of their limitations, of their HP bars, and he uses that Odin to absolute perfection.
And I mean, especially also now that you get to keep it. That's the big thing. That alone helps you control whether it's rubble or whether it's the C site from inside. A lot of control now from one person. The anchor truly coming alive here for the defensive team of Global Esports. For now, it's still going to be the A setup, so they still want to pressure C a little bit aggressively with the one-way.
Quick clear on the Haunt. No reveals found. Triple stack now, drifted away from, just going to be leaving Bane.
Toxin screen down.
Looks like everybody just going to get collected up towards this A site. Seems they can try and displace Benkai.
Toxin screen down.
Now a little bit of reinforcement. Blaze King joining him over on this side of the map. Russ not too far off either.
Overall, the hold so far on A, the positions are good, and you still have C mound control, so GE should feel comfy.
Oh, bahaya nih, bahaya nih.
The alarm bot's still alive, the nanoswarms are still alive as
Ambil
well.
orb, hilang nih.
Is obviously this nanoswarm close to tree, that one may not actually find the value if Benkai gets swarmed upon. The reload can't stick that.
Plenty of bullets to work with here for the moment. As Bars just jumping. Quick little hop right in front of Blaze King.
Benkainya
Finds the kill. Stacks down Benkai in the meantime. So now the Odin left on the floor. Mako lurking forward, lightning fast, not ready for it. Russ is able to go ahead and trade that one back. Man advantage here for the side of DRX on this post plant setup.
I'll find you.
Try to see if he can get any tags. Won't be happening. Only one, so sure, you expect that. Now they're suspecting the crossfire as well. Polvi.
Okay. Good swing in, but Russ takes an immense amount of damage, now down to 11.
Oh, util. Just has to wait for contact.
Awesome, but this puts that much more pressure here on the Polvi. He swings in, but now he's going to be taken down, and now there's a paint shell available as well. Lobs it in right on top of the spike, and there's just no time left. And Russ can't really get himself out of this situation.
What doing?
Down on
Ngepick
side
sendiri.
Stacks will get the final kill, avoids the spike eruption. That is now match point in the hands of DRX.
Just, again, one of those maps where it's a result of a really rough first half. GE not even being given much of a chance to try to catch on to things. I mean, it's not over till it's over in VCT, but right now it's looking rough.
What is with these delayed screams? He's so quiet. He was building that one up.
Charging up, yeah.
Just DBZ'd that thing.
Oh, man.
Picknya endiri-endiri, manis.
Scream rather than scream the charge up.
Yeah, there you go. The smile is wiped away from the faces of GE. It's unfortunate, because you think back to that Ascent, they started off so strong. They started off with so many good ideas, even in the rounds they lost. But then they come to Lotus, and after trying to catch up on the map 1, this time, couldn't even find the ideas. Quite frankly, it felt like they couldn't even find the pages to start writing. DRX just keeps shutting it down.
They do. And I think just given what we've seen from Global across these last 2 series, with the now necessity that they feel of banning bind, it just works them into such a tight corner. It's very reminiscent of RRQ last year, where they were really going for Lotus. Those first couple times
Really
they
going
played it,
for
it did not work
Lotus.
out. Then they were forced to ban it the whole, basically rest of the season until they had reworked it, and it really limited what they could do with the map pool.
Ah, udah busuk
Hopefully
ini.
we don't see that extend all the way through. Granted, each stage is
Pakai
relatively
potensi
short.
berapa nih?
Okay, well, not cleared, but damage also not found there on that spray.
60 60 ya.
Back behind
Yang di hexamnya ke arah 70.
wall bang attempts is it's going to be all 100 bullets expended. Reload now coming through. Nightfall going to be committed here. Answering one does come out. Gets the catch on
Dibalas
3
budak.
players on the side of DRX. There's a buzz for now. Just staying tucked. Blaze King in the corner. Finds Mako trying to look forward. Gets that kill. Upgrades the weapon. Bulldog now in his hands. Russ as well. Catching Foxy9 swinging out onto the site.
A huge flood, and they still have control of a link right by Baby Door. So if there is a fast rotate, they'll know about it. If there's a slow rotate, they'll have the numbers advantage. So GE should be content as long as they don't get antsy.
Iya, sering netes.
Could be a start.
Kalau udah nggak berasa dikit aja,
Obviously, it's a
langsung
long way
netes.
to go, so
5 lawan 3.
can't fathom that would go all the way.
Taking their time with this one. Just keeping that door rotating
30 seconds
constantly. But hearing that noise in my sleep.
Honestly, I should make that my alarm. Probably effective.
Oh, well.
Aduh,
Break
Polvi, tebel dong kumis Polvi.
Decimated there.
Jadi busuk ini, coy, bisa kalah ini.
Chance of Buzz. Sure, only 9 HP, but if he's able to get a kill here, that really limits the retake.
Buzz trying to swing out, not much HP.
Untung aja.
Now all on his stacks. And, well, there was a millisecond where I was like, oh god, he's going to mow them all down. He gets the one. Global will hold on by a thread as they pick up their 5th round victory here in round 17. So more yet to be played. 3 players still alive.
Ah, no, you don't deserve.
How long they're going to be able to stretch this, but nice little lurk from Blaze Kings, what really started this off.
Yeah, they seem to have really good understandings of how to hold these angles around smokes. Saw that on Ascent as well. The G fans aren't done
Gila
yet.
di
Haven't given
mana
up
tuh?
hope just yet, but of course, we'll have to see how much further they can go. It's a long haul up. Econ is good enough. Showstopper available for that outlaw.
Jump across.
Ya
He
Allah.
just swings right into it. I guess
Polvi!
had it in his hand.
Banyakin
Either
reklik-reklik.
way, let's get traded back swiftly as Lightning Fast wants to take a very forward aggressive position. Stacks rotating back. No prowlers to use. It's not like this is going to go scouted either way. So Lightning Fast will be able to just go ahead. Himself back over towards C.
Yeah, that was so risky because there's no further backup. So if he dies there, then it's an extra rifle on the way.
Well, that's
Sakit tuh kaki pincang.
And that should be enough encouragement, I think, for DRX to continue pushing towards C site, especially if they get the read that he's going to be the only player here trying to defend this. Russ now joins in. Let's have a seize to try to slow things up, but
Lockdown online, though, with that orb.
he's available and it certainly could come into play. And it will. Now invested. Nanoswarm cleared. Lightning Fast trying to get tucked over to the side, but has to take the shot. Oh, a blind fishing shot from Stacks. Finishes the job.
So quick on that.
30 seconds
I mean,
left.
from the shadows was the plan. I actually liked it from Lightning Fast.
Well, Russ, with a nice angle, does delay, finds Mako. Now Benkai trying to get himself into position where he can once again utilize this Odin. Bind thrown in, Bane TPing back across. Himself to safety. All from Stacks, needing to deliver. Bane needing to find some headshots. They're both
Nah,
so
Stance 10
very
HP
low.
lagi.
There's the swing in, and Russ this time will be able to win it out. Bane trying to get an angle, thinking maybe Benkai was going to interrupt that spray. He does not. He continues to hold M1, and once again with 3 players left alive,
Masih ada napas.
Global clean up another round victory.
They're staying in it. Lockdown comes online for Benkai as well, so a couple more options. Pit for Blaze King. But again, Lotus is one of those maps where an early pit doesn't always feel so great. Let's wait and see what the call is.
Just the leg spotted before the smoke bloom. More than enough to be able to find stacks with that low health bar. 4v3 in ult count. Showstopper still available from Buzz. Still 3 away from hitting 20.
They are mine.
Once again, same default for GE. Fight for mound control. A little bit of extra support with the Killjoy util to block off main.
Oh, Buzz taken down.
Gelo odading Mang Oleh.
No clear on the haunt. And a bit reminiscent of DRX versus Secret, where they're just not clearing those recon arrows. The haunt goes ignored, and Buzz gets picked off first and foremost. So another solid beginning to the round here for the side of Global.
Sakit tuh.
Shots through the wall. Bane just getting tagged up a bit.
So all the util still alive despite all the spray. Sure, baby door being broken, but you've already given up B main control. You still have C mound. You basically have a way back in through, 3, if not 4.
Foxy breaks things open a bit here for them. Spike now ushered forward, getting planted by Stacks. Lockdown invested. Is through. Hit now dropped. Holvey on the flank. Showstopper at the ready. Taps the door. Looks to jump the corner. Sends it in too deep. Then gets hounded down. Oh, it went cruising right past Stacks and Foxy 9.
Polvi!
Fight to try to hold them at bay. Sees out looking for the grab. Not found. But Foxy now on the lurk. Spotted, immediately dealt with as Russ finds the kill. Hit invested. There on the Prowler. They look for the hold here.
Bane
on this defuse, but the cleanup is there. The pit now drops
GG.
on Russ. Time is ticking. He just hasn't have it anymore. That'll be it. Stacks will swing back in. He'll give him the fair
Lo kesel banget. Dari tadi gerakan dia busuk semua soalnya.
Close out the series with a win on Lotus.
Yeah, very clean map overall. Sure, GE, they fight back a couple of the rounds, so I think obviously
Busuk.
GE, they still have the mental endurance.
Bring back Lord titipan Pemda. Butuh titipan Pemda, guys.
They should have been able to try to do a bit more on Ascent. Maybe that would have taken us at least to a third map.
Bring back Lord.
This continues to be a strong suit. Any of these maps with 3 sites,
Kalian butuh Lord kan?
is going to come prepared with how they want to operate it.
Yeah, I think, again, some decent ideas, especially on Ascent, put on display there from the side of Global Esports, but just couldn't quite connect all of the dots. We can see the outline of what the picture's supposed to be, but it's just not all fully fleshed out quite just yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're a GE fan, you have to give credit that things look a lot better, right? We're seeing the picture, and honestly, some of the rounds, the execution is good, but of course, right now, DRX looking just as strong as ever.
Well, they do a solid victory here for the side of DRX. We'll go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk now to break down the action from that series.
DRX continues to be undefeated this week 1 of stage 1, looking solid, looking like the DRX we know and love.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is mostly pretty clean.
La Rossi tapi bukan T1.
This was all DRX all the time.
Oke lah guys. Kita sudahi aja lah ya. Gue mau packing dulu ya. Oke guys. Ngantuk-ngantuk, yang tidur-tidur, yang ngantuk-ngantuk tidur-tidur. Gue bingung nih mau bawa. Aduh, mau packing dulu coy. Aduh, mager banget cek. Ntar kalau misalnya masih banyak waktu sebelum packing, gue live lagi, oke? Pokoknya sampai jam 3-an lah sebelum gue berangkat ke bandara. Jadi thank you ya semuanya ya. Selamat mudik, selamat sampai tujuan. Amin, Rian. Oke guys, terima kasih buat semuanya. Happy holiday. Kalian-kalian yang liburan, hati-hati mudiknya. Yang kena macet, sabar-sabar ya. Selamat sampai tujuan. Oke guys, gua pamit off dulu. Kemungkinan kita live lagi ya kalau bisa nanti, oke? Ntar kita ngobrol-ngobrol ya atau main seru-seruan lah. Jadi di jalan aman-aman, packing dong sih. Aman ya? Aman semuanya. Bye bye guys, thank you. Bye bye, jangan kangen ya. Itu namanya.